and all the excellencies who are on the platform from the side of the department. We also welcome the bureaucrats who are accompanying your minister for today's oversight by the Portfolio Committee. Just to remind the honorable members, the reason why we are starting our meeting at 2 o'clock is because of time differences between us and the Americas. That is why our meeting is going to end at 22 hours tonight, South African time. And I want to thank you, honorable members, for sacrificing your time and understanding that working for the people of South Africa comes first. None of you have sent a message to me to say your working hours ends at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, because you understand the task at hand. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank the staff of Parliament for agreeing to work outside their normal working hours, because you are members of the Union of Nehau, some of you, and Nehau may have said to us that you can't work beyond 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, because that is outside working hours. This is what I call total commitment to do the work of the people of South Africa. As bureaucrats working for Parliament, you understand the mandate. Minister, we have received your apology that you are going to be with us, but during the course of the meeting, because of other commitments, you are going to depart the meeting. That is welcomed. That is noted, and we respect the fact that you have brought that to our attention. Slight adjustment in terms of the sequence of reporting. We have a visit by Deputy Minister Boertes to Jamaica. So we are going to then have, instead of New York reporting first, we will have Jamaica reporting first, so that we can give them an opportunity to do work with the Deputy Minister Boertes, whose apology we have also taken note of and have recorded. Do we have, Auselina, from our side, any new apologies?
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon to members and Minister and everybody that is on the platform. Chairperson, I didn't receive any other apology, only the one for Dr. Lichfield, who will join us after 5 o'clock due to other commitments. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Selina. Dr. Lynchfield, Honorable Lynchfield, is attending the ad hoc committee meeting, which is dealing with the Section 89 report. So we have noted her apology. Just before I give to you, Minister, to lay the foundation for today's meeting, as you know, honorable members, we have a responsibility to do three things as Parliament. One is to hold the executive accountable, and that is what we are doing here today. Two is to make laws, and three is to ensure that there's public participation in the work that we do. So this is the genesis of the work of members of Parliament enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic, as a consequence of which the rules of Parliament have also been fashioned such that they comply with that provision in the Constitution. As you may also remember, honorable members, we took an approach as the Portfolio Committee to ensure that we do oversight based on a regional approach. We had looked at what committees have done since 1994, and as part of the 7th Parliament, we then took a decision that we are going to follow a regional approach, because we will not have the time to do the entire world, to do oversight on the executive, neither will we have resources sufficient to enable us to do this work. And we thought that we must adopt a regional approach. In addition to a regional approach, we have also agreed that we will do a combination of physical oversight, and in some instances, we will do virtual oversight. We have done now, this is our third virtual oversight. We have done a physical oversight in Africa, in SADC, in Zambia, where we met, and we've also done physical oversight for Europe when we met last year in Brussels, in Belgium. Our honorable members have commended and have agreed on this approach. We are also happy, Minister, that wherever we have gone as the portfolio committee, your diplomats have also said they are welcoming this approach. It's also helpful for them. So this is the approach we are going to be following. We were supposed to do a physical oversight for the Americas. Unfortunately, we couldn't for two reasons. One is the preparations for the elections in November, because the registration campaign was clashing with our visit. But secondly, we had challenges emanating from Parliament in as far as approving our trip to Canada is concerned. So we opted to do a virtual oversight as a consequence of those two reasons. Minister, I'm going to give you an opportunity, but in the course of your input, it will be important for you, I think, to just include the following two things, if you would like to include them in your laying the foundation for today's oversight. The first one relates to, there's some media reports today which are relating to the trip which was undertaken by former President of the Republic, Zuma, to India. There's some reports which are indicating that there's some action already taken by the department. On our side, we had written to your office, so we are still awaiting the report. I'm saying this so that if the media asks us about what is in the media now about this matter, we are able to speak from the same page. That is the first matter. The second matter, Minister, you may want to respond to it, or you can leave it to one of your technocrats in the department. When we were in SADC, and also when we were in Europe, there was a persistent matter which was being raised about IT situation. We were promised that the IT situation will improve, and we are looking forward in this meeting to see that improvement. I also think if there are people who are dealing with IT in this meeting, towards the end of the meeting, just before we wrap up, we will afford them an opportunity after the reports have been given, just to indicate the IT situation. It will also depend on the extent to which there's progress or there's no progress as we get reports from our ambassadors and consulate generals on the matters of IT, because the committee had reflected on this matter in the past. We are going to have a very long afternoon and night. This site, on your site there, is going to be a day. I'm going to request that each one of us, when we do the reporting, at least let's show our faces on the camera, switch on the camera. After switching on the camera and we have done a proof of life, we can then switch off the camera, because you are going to be flighting the report on the screen. Other than that, I really want to welcome all of you and thank all of you for making time to come and account to the Portfolio Committee on International Relations on behalf of Parliament. Minister, I'm now giving over to you. Ndatelamo.
Chairperson.
Apologies, Chair. Thank
Chairperson.
you.
Okay, it looks the voice sounds like Reverend Meshwe.
And again, I do melara.
As well
Okay,
as
sorry, Minister. Just wait a bit. Yes, Ntate Moruti.
Greetings to the minister and to you, sir, and to our colleagues. I want to ask to be excused. About around 3 o'clock, we just had a funeral, a death in our leadership, and from 3 I need to be excused in order to attend to some of the important things regarding the death in the party. Thank you, sir.
Oh, condolences, Ntate Moruti. Condolences losing any one of your members or any relative is not an easy thing.
Thank you very much.
Condolences.
Ke a leboga rra. Thank you,
Honorable
guys.
Chetty. Thank you, Ntate Mesho. At that time, when it's 3 o'clock, you can exit the meeting, Bishop.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Honorable Chetty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And my apologies. It's just that I also want to add my name to the list as you complimented the minister for attending our meeting. It has always been a bone of contention, and I'm glad to see that he has not reneged on his promise to come to address us. So I want to be bold enough to acknowledge the fact that he is present and welcome him as well. Secondly, Chairperson, if it's possible, through to you and based on the very same sentiments you had expressed, while we have the minister, if he could add a number 3 to your first 2 requests because of the media that's present. And that is, last week at the Pan-African Parliament, the issue that was raised at the African Union Executive Council where the minister was present, where Ghana had proposed South Africa's xenophobic matter. If the minister could also give some light to the discussions that happened there, because at the Pan-African Parliament, Ghana got the support of the House for the motion to be tabled at PEP, whereas the minister in his discussions was fortunate enough to have the matter taken off the table at the AU. So some comments and insights to what had happened will assist us, Chairperson, because this is also playing out in the media. Thank you very much for the indulgence.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chetty. Minister, we did see you meeting the President of Ghana, and what you said, I'm sure you can briefly, as you lay the foundation for the meeting, also cover that particular matter. I'm sure it will be helpful to South Africans. Over to you, Ntate Lamola.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity, Honorable Supra Obakeng Maomapilu, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Director General, Mr. Zendengo, senior officials from DERCO, distinguished participants. Good afternoon, Chairperson and all honorable members. I have heard the 3 issues that the honorable members have raised. I will request that I respond to them at the end of my input.
No problem, Minister. No problem. Acceded.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson and members of the committee, for once again convening this important engagement with the department. These regular exchanges with Parliament Oversight Body on foreign policy enrich our work and better equip us to conduct South Africa's external relations in a manner befitting our country's standing in Africa and the world. We meet amid profound geopolitical, geo-economic, and security challenges. In this increasingly contested environment, South Africa continues to advance its national interest, safeguard its sovereignty, and pursue friendly and cordial relations with all countries. Today, the Portfolio Committee will receive presentation on the work our missions in North America, Latin America, and the Caribbean are doing. These presentations will allow us to assess progress against our strategic objectives, consider the challenges confronting our missions, and identify practical measures to strengthen our diplomatic network. Honorable members, the Americas occupy an important place in South Africa's foreign policy. The region encompasses Latin America and Caribbean, with whom we share enduring bonds of solidarity, anti-colonial struggle, Pan-Africanism, and South cooperation, as well as the United States and Canada, with whom we have strong economic relations and long-standing people-to-people ties. These relations are not confined to history. today the expression in trade, tourism, people-to-people cooperation, and partnership to reform global governance. In North America, with regards to the United States, more than 600 US companies operate in South Africa today, supporting nearly or more than 200,000 jobs. And we recognize the importance of protecting AGOA access, maintaining exports competitiveness, and preserving employment. Equally, honorable members, we also have about 50 South African companies doing the same, creating about 7,000 jobs in the US, which shows the mutual symbiotic relationship that investment is not a one-way traffic. It's a two-way traffic. 7,000 jobs and a few South African companies that are in the American economy may look meager given the nature and the scale and the size of the American economy. But the fact that we are the biggest African investor in the US and that this size to us is very significant does show and indicate that this is a mutual beneficial relationship between the two countries. A strong relationship must rest on mutual respect, constitutional integrity, and reciprocal economic benefits. Our longer-term responsibility is to build a more resilient economy that trades confidently with the United States, expands its position in Africa, and diversify its partnerships across the world. As the honorable members are aware, the reciprocal appointment of ambassadors has restored full diplomatic representation in Pretoria and in Washington. This provides a stronger foundation for structured bilateral engagements and cooperation in areas of shared strategic and economic interest. Yesterday, I met with Ambassador Bozeli. We engaged frankly on areas of contention, including South Africa's policies on redress and transformation. We also reflected on how our two countries can continue to support Africa-led peace efforts and advance the continent's integration agenda. We agreed that where we diverge, such should not restrain the two countries to still be able to find mutually beneficial ways that will enable our economies to benefit, particularly investment into the South African economy. Canada remains an important bilateral and strategic multilateral partner. More than 60 Canadian companies have invested in South Africa, with approximately half of this investment concentrated in mining. Canada's engagement on the continent is guided by its Africa strategy, launched by the Global Affairs Canada in March 2025. The strategy seeks to strengthen African economic partnerships through a new African trade hub and increase private sector engagement. The bilateral trade relationship between South Africa and Canada has yet to reach its full potential. Our missions in Canada will therefore continue to focus on expanding market access for South African businesses and products and mobilizing investment in support of our critical minerals and just energy transition priorities. Honorable members will be pleased to know that the Deputy Minister recently led our own trade and investment engagement with Canada, particularly in the area of agriculture, further to strengthen this blossoming relationship between South Africa and Canada. We will also prioritize agriculture and agro-processing as well as science and technology and innovation. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa attaches strategic importance to Latin America and the Caribbean. Caribbean countries have consistently worked with South Africa to defend a rules-based multilateral system, press for reform of the United Nations Security Council, advance climate justice, and secure fairer development financing. They remain important partners in strengthening South-South cooperation. Our diplomatic presence in the Caribbean through the Embassy in Havana and the High Commission in Kensington provides an important platform for engagement with the Caribbean community and the wider region. It supports cooperation in trade, education, health, disaster risk reduction, and people-to-people exchanges, while strengthening our coordination in multilateral forums. This commitment finds expression in BRICS, the G77 and China, and the non-alignment movement, where we continue to advocate for reformed global governance and greater representation for developing countries. Honorable members will also be aware that this year is the last term of the UN Secretary General. And in this regard, according to the unconventional, untraditional way, which is not a written rule, but some kind of arrangement. It is in terms of the principle of rotation, an opportunity of Latin America to elect or nominate the Secretary General. Our president has in the past expressed a wish that the next Secretary General of the UN should be a woman. And Latin America has provided a number of capable women whom we will engage with towards the UN General Assembly taking place later in September. The commitment in BRICS finds expression with the G7 and China in the non-aligned movement, where we continue to advocate for reformed global governance and greater representation for developing countries. Our political relations are strong. What we need now is to give these relations greater economic substance by expanding trade, investment, and technical cooperation. In this regard, the SACU-MERCOSUR Preferential Trade Agreement provides an important platform for increasing trade and private sector engagement. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area also gives Latin America and the Caribbean investor access to an African market of more than 1.4 billion people. Priority sectors include mineral beneficiation, agriculture, renewable energy, critical minerals, manufacturing, the digital economy, science and innovation, defense, as well as sports and the creative industries. These areas offer practical opportunities for technology transfer, industrial cooperation, and stronger South-South value chains. Our shared history and the African diaspora across the region provides another powerful foundation. Recognized by the African Union as an Africa 6 region, the diaspora can strengthen trade, entrepreneurship, tourism, academic collaboration, innovation, and people-to-people relations. Chairperson, our economic diplomacy must focus on practical outcomes. We must use our bilateral mechanisms with Brazil, Chile, Peru, Mexico, Uruguay, and Ecuador to expand market access, mobilize investment, promote industrialization, and build partnerships that deliver measurable benefits for our people. Before I conclude, Chairperson, I will now allow me to go back to the issues that you have raised. The first issue, Honorable Chair, that you have raised relates to the visit of former President Zuma to India. Indeed, we have now received the report, and we have sent our report to the Portfolio Committee this morning, Honorable Chairperson. We have sent it this morning. I guess maybe it is still coming through the Secretariat. So I will not comment further on that to give honorable members a chance to go through the report that we have sent. If there will be any issues of interrogation, we can take it then. On the second issue of IT, Honorable Chair, we have, I have also had an engagement with the department, on the IT department, after you have had those engagements with them. And I was assured that the situation has improved and that it is improving. But I will agree with the chairperson that maybe at the end of this engagement, you may want to allow them to show those improvements, particularly depending on what will be the outcomes also of your assessment in the Americas, whether it has improved there or not. It will also be helpful that the IT will be able to share with you what they had already shared with me after your meetings to check how far is it, what is the progress, is the situation improving. With regards to the last matter, Honorable Chairperson, indeed, thank you very much, Honorable Chetty, for your heartwarming message. When you don't see me, it is not deliberate. It is because of the task that you have given me, which always keeps me outside with lots of other engagements and sometimes impossible to get out to join even virtually. But we remain committed to accounting to this Portfolio Committee and to Parliament. Indeed, the debate arose at the Executive Council of the African Union, submitted by Ghana. And there was some mini debate. Honorable Chair, we were able to provide context to the discussion that firstly, there are platforms of the African Union that we have already been called to as South Africa Firstly, that we have been called by the African and People's and Human Rights Commission. They will be visiting South Africa to gather some facts soon. And we are cooperating with them. And that there's also been work that the police have done in our country to ensure that all those that are involved in impersonating police officers, about 82 people, have already been arrested, including for looting and a variety of crimes, and that the situation in the country is now stable. There is no need for the Executive Council to be debating this issue in a manner that Ghana was proposing for it to be debated, because it was just going to put South Africa kind of in a witness box where we must now defend ourselves. And the meetings of the Executive Council or of the AU high-level meetings can be conducted in an accusatorial manner where countries have to defend themselves, because at the end of the day, it will end up being a zero-sum game where a country will stand up to defend itself, another one will stand up and attack that country, and another one stand up and defend the country. There are platforms, the commissions on human and people's rights, that can handle such inquiries. But we also said and recalled, Honorable Chair, a decision of the African Union in 2015. That decision of the African Union called for a comprehensive discussion on migration, pull and push factors, called for a comprehensive discussion on the root causes of migration, economic issues, climate change, peace and stability, democracy, all issues that leads to people migrating from their own country to other countries. But we also stated, Honorable Chair, that more than 45% of African citizens live outside their countries, migrate to other countries in the continent. And as honorable members are aware, there has also been the report by the special rapporteur of the UN on Libya about the 144 people that have either disappeared or perished in the Mediterranean Sea due to migration trying to go to Europe. And they said the situation may be worse there. Honorable members have also seen the scenes in Ceuta in Spain and Morocco. 50,000 people rushing to go into Spain or into that enclave, which shows that on a day-to-day basis, there are challenges of migration across the continent. It's not a South African phenomenon. If this debate has to happen, which South Africa agree it needs to happen, we say it must happen in line with these resolutions of the AU, of the Johannesburg decision of 2015, which was again reiterated by the 2019 Peace and Security Resolution of the African Union. And we are glad that the APRM is now taking this resolution forward in terms of its implementation and to take it further to lead the processes of research, scientific processes, because the debate, as and when it must happen, it must at least be guided by well-researched studies, and it must be scientific. It should not just be a debate at a high level, but it must be processed thoroughly with proper evidence, stats, and also taking into cognizance recent development on the migration patterns in the continent. So that was our submission, Honorable Chair, which then was able to be, the African Union carried it through that indeed the debate by Ghana was not necessary. Therefore, we are leaving it to the chair to conclude and decide what to do with the matter. We are hopeful soon we will be guided by the African Union when will this process unfold. But the APRM has informed me today in a meeting with the various organizations in the country represented in South Africa that they have started some process. In conclusion, Chairperson, I wish to acknowledge the Portfolio Committee's continued support for capable, professional, and adequately resourced diplomatic services. As fiscal pressures constrain the department's global footprint, Parliament must remain fully appraised of their impact on our ability to discharge our constitutional and the legislative mandate. A strong partnership between the executive, the department, and Parliament is indispensable to maintaining South Africa's effective and credible international presence. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, Minister, and it was quite helpful, particularly the clarity on these matters of developments here in South Africa, which are a consequence of immigration. And thank you very much for providing that comprehensive clarity. And we must also thank Honorable Chetty for raising the matter. We are quite happy, Minister, that in the end, the AU decided to stick to the matters of principle in as far as matters of developments here in South Africa are concerned. As I indicated, honorable members, the minister at some point will be leaving the meeting. So, Minister, at a point when the time comes for you to depart, there's no problem. You can be excused from the meeting. We were going to start with the New York, the US report, but as agreed, we will now give over to our ambassador, our sister in Jamaica. I don't know when last did I see my sister. I'm happy to see you here today. Your Excellency, Auslumka Yengeni. I'm now going to give this opportunity to you to do the report. As we are all aware, the format of reporting was sent in advance to all the excellencies. Once more, my sister, I'm happy to see you after so many years. Over to you. Ambassador Yengeni.
Good morning, Excellencies and Honorable Members of Parliament, Chairperson. And unfortunately, Osis Lumka has not arrived yet, so I am the acting High Commissioner still until we receive her. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very audible. If we also want to do a proof of life existence. If you can just
But we are having
switch on your camera and then introduce yourself, and then you can comment.
Serious difficulties on giving us some messages that low network band, so on and so forth.
All right.
So please pardon me for not seeing my face, but as long as I am audible, at least I will be able to communicate.
Okay. Proceed, my sister.
All right. Right now, we are having, like you have mentioned, Chair, the visit by Deputy Minister Alvin Bottas, which is very, very, his program is very full. And after this, we'll be rushing to his courtesy call to the Honorable Right Honorable Dr. Holiness, the Prime Minister, with the presentation on how things stand here in Kingston, insofar as what we are doing. And in that, I will talk about our bilateral relations, multilateral relations, trade relations, opportunities, priority activities, challenges, administration, mission staff complements, consular services, ICT systems and challenges, and conclusion. I am sorry that we cannot flight this currently because, is it flighted there?
Yes, we can see the report. We are now on bilateral
right, and now on page 2. All right. The mission in Kingston is accredited to 13 islands and countries in the Bahamas. So this mission is Antigua and Barbuda, the Bahamas, Belize, Dominica, Haiti, St. Kitts and Nevis, Trinidad, Tobago, St. Lucia, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados, Suriname, Guyana, on a bilateral level, which are all members of CARICOM. I must add and say that little is done in these other countries because of budgetary constraints. But we try and to do virtual meetings with these countries, with our counterparts at these countries, and we also try to cover the consular services for South Africans who are in Jamaica have strong historical and political ties, the latter having played an important role in supporting South Africa in the struggle against apartheid. The Jamaica bilateral mechanism is managed through senior political consultations, which is held biannually. The inaugural meeting, which was held on the 28th of June in Kingston, and we're supposed to have another one now in July 2026. Unfortunately, it could not take place because the country is busy organizing their what they call emancipendence. And it's one of their very important day in the calendar of this country. So celebrating independence and emancipation this whole week. Hence, the South African delegation is usually led by Ambassador Modlomo, but Ambassador Modlomo has subsequently taken a post abroad. So she is now going to be replaced by a young lady called Pumzile Mazibuko. And co-chaired by the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. We can continue? Can we continue? Hello?
We hear you loud and clear. Please continue.
Oh, all
Please
right.
continue. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. This MOU that was established for the political consultations between South Africa and Jamaica that was signed in 2015, which makes provision for political consultation at a senior level, which is arranged through diplomatic channels. The other important thing that we can report on and take this opportunity to report on is that President Cyril Ramaphosa invited His Excellency Prime Minister Andrew Holness of Jamaica during the time when Andrew Holness was the chair of CARICOM to attend the G20 summit, which was in November 2025, held in South Africa, Johannesburg. The two leaders had a bilateral meeting on the end. Ramaphosa committed to assist. You will remember, honorable members of parliament, that it was just after the attack by Hurricane Melissa that befell in this little island in October 2025. So this hurricane, you will recall that it left a lot of devastation, which the country is still trying to recover from. And we we committed to provide humanitarian assistance to a value of 25 million rand. I guess that process is still taking its, processes are still underway because it has not been finalized. Yeah. now can we move to South Africa enjoys good bilateral and multilateral and trade relations with the Caribbean region, albeit the geographical proximity between the two regions. This is made worse by the unavailability of direct flights to move people, goods, and services. On multilateral level, the mission is also accredited to the CARICOM and the International Seabed Authority, abbreviated as ISA. South Africa and CARICOM member states have strong historical and political ties, the latter having played an important role in supporting South Africa in the struggle against the apartheid. South Africa's presence with ISA is also very important as it strengthens matters of seabed exploration and exploitation. The Caribbean region has been defined by the African Union as part of its sixth region in terms of the AU definition of the African diaspora. The region is a strategic partner to South Africa and the African Union in pursuing Africa's development through the aspirations of Agenda 2063. The countries of accreditation have been supportive of South Africa as it plays its role regarding African diaspora relations and also on other multilateral, platforms. There are opportunities for further engagement on African initiatives for the development in Guyana. During the official visit to Jamaica by former Minister Naledi Pandor in March 2024, she co-chaired with her Jamaican counterpart, Her Excellency Kamina Johnson-Smith, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica, the virtual meeting with the 15 CARICOM foreign ministers at that time, where it was realized that a direct airline between two regions should be achieved urgently to promote trade between the two regions. And I must add and say that I think Ghana has achieved this because now we've learned that there's a direct flight between, so they are at least ahead of us in that regard. And also, we can also report that the Ghanaian president has just concluded a state visit to Jamaica. And this is taking place after, they have signed an MOU to have, health personnel, teachers, clinicians, and so on, come here to Jamaica to replace the Cubans that have been sent back home to Cuba. So let me continue with the multilateral. The need to strengthen cooperation between these two regions was emphasized, and the ministers proposed that the memorandum of understanding between the two was tasked to propose this initiative to the African Union. This gave impetus to the recently held AU CARICOM meeting that was held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia in August 2025. South Africa CARICOM support each other on blue economy, climate change, health, including COVID-19, sustainability and science and technology, while South Africa supports their struggle for reparations. Then move to trade relations. Trade relations are quite minimal. We are at 6 million US dollar trade Africa. But that is due to the fact that, as I've mentioned, that it's very difficult to move goods between the two countries. The Caribbean is a diverse region with significant economic potential and growth opportunities. It is one of the world's top tourist destinations with its stunning beaches and mountains. I think this is mentioned so that we can do some exchanges between ourselves and the Caribbean, because they are very strong in tourism. I think that is the basis of this country's GDP. So we can learn from one another. Most of the Caribbean countries' economies are heavily dependent on services, which accounts for more than 70% most of their foreign exchange from tourism and remittances, and some alumina mining. South Africa's major exports to the region include, but not limited to, vehicles, accessories, beverages, spirits and vinegar, fruit juices, prepared vegetables, fruits and nuts, cell phones, electrical equipment, machinery, wheat, malt, grains. I know even tea. Both countries enjoy similar culture. Now we move to opportunities. Both countries enjoy similar culture, e.g. music, sports, dance, food, because of Guyana's developmental agenda. Guyana, as we are also accredited to Guyana, there are opportunities for South Africa in Guyana, as this country is on a spree for infrastructure after the development of oil. Jamaica offers opportunities in the development of medicinal herbs, e.g. hemp, marijuana, and many others. And I must say on this, we've got a standing MOU that will soon be concluded in the area of science and technology, that speaks directly to this point. The tourism outbound. Lots of Caribbean communities want to visit the continent, and they want to do this through South Africa, because we believe that they're a bit tired of the, you know, the countries that they normally visit, to the US, to Europe, and so on. So they now want, we've had many inquiries here in the mission of people wanting to tour not only South Africa, but you know, if they can spread their tourism experiences throughout the continent, but starting with South Africa. The mission has developed programs to inform Caribbeans about the African continent. We are running tourism workshops, we are running tourism reception seminars. There's little that can be done because we are always challenged, you know, with we don't have the budget for a lot of things that we may want to do. There are always budgetary constraints. We also have university exchange program. I know that UWI has knocked here and had meetings with us saying that they want these university exchange programs. They have not taken shape, but we have had, you know, South African academicians coming to present at UWI. We are working with UWI on a number of things. Even today, our DM we are working in collaboration with UWI. UWI is the University of West Indies. We are working with West Indies to do a public lecture. Most of the countries in the region support South Africa at the global stage in the multilateralism space. Importance of visiting some of the countries to further identify more investment opportunities. This we have got to do, and we have got to start with Guyana. I hope that we can be intentional about Guyana and what what the opportunities that it has. I think even in this country we have got opportunities, because you may know that Jamaica does not necessarily grow its own food. They say there's something wrong with the soil, which I think that because they do have arable land, which I think that maybe our agriculturalists from South Africa may be able to turn that around and find ways of assisting. The apples that we eat are imported. So the priority activities, visit to CARICOM Guyana and for Africa-Caribbean trade, the workshop presentation with tourism agencies, that's what we do. We engage with tour operators because we see that as a low-hanging fruit. We have got engagements with women's group, academia, senior government officials, the region, in the region, to promote South Africa as the preferred tourist destination. Public diplomacy image building to promote South Africa is also used. The non-availability of a straight flight, high cost of goods and services in the country. What else, Mr. Tati? Yeah. Yes. And also maybe the lack of interest by the Chamber of Business in South Africa to connect with the Chamber of Business here, so that trade can start happening. I think as much as we don't have much, we can start small and build up, because indeed there is an opportunity in this country. For example, they love South African wines, and there's only one. The challenges are hampering trade relations, and it's the unavailability of the direct flights. I've mentioned that. As a result, cost of travel and transportation of goods is too high. Budgetary constraints for the mission to have a broader foothold in most of the islands accredited to it. Outbound tourism to South Africa is another opportunity. We are hoping that Tourism SA can give this region, especially Jamaica, because Jamaica is the biggest, has got the biggest population in the region, that we are hoping that Tourism SA may give some kind of attention to and doing what we think is feasible at any given time to try and promote tourism. We also need clearer trade statistics from DTIC. Yes, I've already mentioned the SA Chamber of Commerce of the Caribbean countries. If you can have an active engagement in that regard, it can help. I am moving now, Excellencies and honorable members, to administration. Status of state-owned property brought our chancery in Kingston, Jamaica, and we feel that this house where we are housed is a bit, run down, and we need a smaller space, and we need a much more modern space. This is an old, antiquated building that sometimes has got raw sewage spilling outside in the precinct, in the parameters, of the mission. And we think we could save a lot if we could go and occupy a smaller space, because we are now only 4 local staff. So we do not need a house of this size. And if we may go to a smaller place, we would cut down on other expenses like aircons. We wouldn't have to we wouldn't have to fix other things. We wouldn't have to maintain aircons, or wouldn't have to have security, because if the building has got its own security, we can just have our person at the desk to receive people, the receptionist. And what I find has delayed us doing, or only 4 years. And when you try to start that process, you leave before the process is concluded. So, or maybe you some of us, maybe you lack enthusiasm halfway through on the 3rd year, and you think, after all, someone else is going to come back and is going to take the baton. And I would suggest that if this idea can be handled from head office rather than from the mission, if it can be steered from head office, we can maybe identify the building and send to head office, and then the head office make sure that that process is not stopped, or actually concluding his or her tour of duty. The issues are taken care of. Now, we also want to ask if South Africa is very serious about its footprint in the Caribbean. Is it not worth it to have to own a building if we're considering long-term interest in the region? Same applies with the official residence. I know that some people have had, some colleagues of ours have had challenges, with with the government owned properties. But for now, the landlord has already alerted us that once, at the end of this term, when we sign a new term, his asking price for rent is going to be $15,000. So we know that this is a bit illegal, because I think it should not be more than 7%, but it is his own property. So we can't say no, because he's telling us that there are other people who want this place. So those are the issues that we need to, I think when the High Commissioner arrives, we'll have to deal with. The Corporate Service Manager, the CSM, is very effective, and I do not think that we have come across negative audits. from this mission, and lacks provision for missions projects. For example, now, if we read the room in South Africa of all the things that alleged Afrophobic and xenophobic accusations, we could use some of these days, for example, the Nelson Mandela Day, to just talk about these things, and we could have more days to promote South Africa, and we could have more business seminars. We have tried to have a business presentation at one of our tourism seminars, and it went very well. And I think even during this time when the DM is here, he's also going to have arranged for him. The staff complement, there's High Commissioner, there's me, the Councillor Political, there's my colleague here, First Secretary Political, Corporate Service Manager, CSM, and the third Secretary Admin. On the local staff, we have 8 LRP positions, and in that 8, 3 are vacant, which leaves us with 5. So these are, 5 field. We have got an accountant, an administrator, a driver, and a domestic help. Consular services are also offered in Kingston and the region through one honorary consul appointed in the Bahamas. I've already mentioned that the demand for consular services is growing rapidly due to increasing numbers of South Africans in the region and the Caribbean nationals wanting to visit South Africa for tourism, study, or to retire. Challenges. We have slow processing of documents, for example, IDs and passports through Home Affairs, because we still using a bit, the system that is being used is a bit antiquated, and all these documents have got to be sent to South Africa and with a true bag, and then it comes back, and then sometimes it misses the bag. Mission conducted full physical asset verification, and that was done, and I think, was it completed? Is it it? All right. Yeah, it was transmitted to head office. ICT systems. Mission does struggle with a low ICT system, like I said at the beginning of my presentation, that right now it's choppy, and sometimes as the chairperson was speaking and the minister was speaking, sometimes we couldn't hear, it just gets cut and we don't hear. That is why I keep asking, are you hearing me? Because of the experiences that we have observed. So, however, head office has been very helpful by sending an IT and a conclusion. Distinguished members of parliament, there is significant opportunity for the mission to create the room for engagement on development in Africa, particularly on continental matters such as Agenda 2063 and the African Continental Free Trade Area. CARICOM countries are acknowledged. CARICOM countries all acknowledge the importance of South Africa, and South Africa enjoys their full support in the multilateral space. South Africa list of budgetary constraints. This is what maybe we need to prioritize until we can have other programs running. And we are hoping from this visit of the DM at the 2 luncheons that he's going to have, that there will be traction from the Jamaicans to invest in South Africa. Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible because
I think
my
so.
network is a bit
Yeah, our network is
this
really.
side. Honorable members, can you hear me?
Yes, Chairperson.
No, I mean myself. My
Yes,
network
Chair, we
is a
can hear
bit.
you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me switch off the video so that I improve audibility. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you,
What
Chair.
we will do, we will take the next presentation.
Sorry,
Yes.
Chair. Sorry, Chair.
Because you are going. Because you are going.
I'm owing.
Because you are going, Auspumeza, I'll ask members that they engage the presentation. After that, we will not do the engagements one by one. But because you have to go and meet the
to just
minister.
highlight yes, maybe just to highlight the things that the deputy minister is going to be doing when he is here. I don't know if that talks to this meeting, or I should leave that out.
No, what I was saying is because you are about to leave, we will allow honorable members to engage with your presentation. But if you want to brief us early on what, in brief, the deputy minister is there for, it's fine. You can do it quickly.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair. He is going to meet with the Prime Minister, and that is a courtesy, but it's a very long courtesy because they've given us.
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me. Oh.
Yes. How many minutes do you need?
This computer button. Hello?
Honorable members, I don't know this side, but I'm struggling to.
Me too.
The line from Jamaica is not clean.
Yes.
We can hear both of you, Chairperson. We can hear both of you. We can hear both of you.
Oh, okay.
You are both audible.
Oh, all right. So I should continue, Chair?
Deputy Minister, we can't hear you. So.
Oh, all right, all right. So I said that he's going to meet with Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, the Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Sister, please.
Yes. And then he will also have a bilateral meeting with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. He's going to have a, senator here. They've invited about 70 people that will engage with the deputy minister, and then he will also attend. The apex of the visit is to attend the Immense Independence, which is going to be on the 6th. And whilst he's here, we'll also maybe have a courtesy call to former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson. You will recall that former P.J. Patterson, former Prime Minister, was given an award of gold. The Walter O.R. Tambo Gold Award. It was awarded to him by former President Jacob Zuma in 2013, and now the gentleman is a bit old, and you know, I think it's very symbolic. But though he's faculty, he will attend then what they term here Grand Gala, which is the actual event of the Emancipendence. Yeah, those are the main, and then there are others in between, but then those are the main things. Oh, and also the lecture. He's going to conduct a public lecture on what is it? On reparations. It's basically talking about reparations. The lecture, yeah, the path to reparatory justice for African and for Africa and African descent. I end here. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Chair. So we'll
I think the
rush now
problem
and
might
join
also
the
be that are you not able to?
Yeah, cut. Yeah, so let's go. Oh, they're going to engage. With this kind of talking. Yeah, no, it's a problematic.
Honorable Chairperson, I think there's also an issue with the audio on your side because you sometimes you appear and other times you are disappearing.
No, Chair did say he's got some technical issues. He did ask me offline to take the fort. Or if he does disappear, so I take it that I should just take it from here. I think he did say that if time allows, we can just honorable members can articulate the remarks on the presentation, and then we can move on to the next presentation.
Hello.
I take it as that, honorable members.
Huh?
Is that correct? So that we can proceed. Honorable Douglas, I've noted you.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I'm not sure, maybe my view is slightly different. I would prefer engaging all the presentations and then doing a full input from at the end, because there's a lot of issues that cut across each of the embassies. There's a lot of similar issues that I'd like to raise, but I'll leave it with you guys. Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Douglas. Once again, okay, let me first start by introducing myself. Your Excellencies, Minister, Deputy Minister, and my fellow honorable members. Yes, Honorable Nalumango.
Thank you, Honorable Kumbaka. Honorable Chairperson, I think have explained to us why we are going to only engage after this presentation is because the Deputy Minister is currently there and we need to release the delegation that is present here from Kingston.
Yes.
He has explained that. So I think for the purposes of this presentation, allow us then to pose our questions because we would like, the mission there to interact with our questions. And hopefully we will also get answers, and then they will then be released. But then for the purposes of the rest of the presentations, then we can follow what Honorable Douglas is proposing. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Honorable Nalumango. I also interpreted the chairperson's remarks that way. So without wasting any time, let me first start by introducing myself. My name is Andisiwe Kumbaka. I'm also a member of the Portfolio Committee. The chair has requested that I hold the fort while he sorts out his technical issues. He will be back in the meeting with us shortly. So I will then proceed. Before we proceed, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the mission for the presentation and the valuable briefing provided. So I will then take and note hands for engagements on the presentation from honorable members. Honorable Nalumango, I've noted you.
Yes. You can't even raise a hand here. It doesn't show you where to raise the
Are
hand.
there any other hands from honorable members of the portfolio committee?
May I interject, please? Our system really is failing us. It's getting choppy and we can't hear anything. And I do not know how we're going to do this because we're really struggling. And we are also running late to the next appointment, the one with the Prime Minister.
So you can't hear anything at all?
We do hear, but it keeps you appear and then you disappear. You appear, can't follow, and yeah.
Okay, I think what we can do.
Acting Chair.
Okay, I've noted you, Honorable Chetty. Before I give you, Honorable Chetty, I would propose then that you try and sort out your network issues for now, or go to the event or rather program that you are meant to attend, and then we will notify you when we can come back, and then I think honorable members can then air out their views. I don't know if honorable members agree with that way forward.
Yes, we agree, Chair. I think that's a progressive idea.
Yes, we agree.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Flongo. Sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Greetings, colleagues
All right,
and
thank you
honorable
so
members.
much. Thank you so
I
much.
think your proposal, Chair, is agreed to. We shall take them at the later stage. Let them finish whatever engagement they have with the Prime Minister. And as you can see, the meeting is scheduled to finish at 10 p.m. South Africa time. So as soon as they are done with that engagement, can they please just come and rejoin this meeting, and then we will then engage them when we make engagements with all the excellencies at the later stage after all the presentations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much. We are going to come back as soon as we're done.
No problem.
Because there are two important meetings. Is that one of the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister? So after that, we're going to come back here.
Okay, no, thank
Chair,
you.
my hand is still raised.
Oh, yes, Honorable Chetty. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, Chair. With all due respect, I tried not to talk out of turn away to be recognized. That's why my hand was raised.
So
Chairperson, I just want to make this very clear. I want to note my dissatisfaction, because this is the very reason why the proposal that went before Parliament for us to be having these oversights in person. The issues around network, issues around other pre-committed commitments and other agendas and other appointments that have been set while we should be doing our business of the day hampers us, Chairperson. And I want to make it, I want to record it, Chairperson, that when we come back and we have the debate again, we are very clear that when the committee took a decision to propose to Parliament that these oversights must be done in person, there is logic behind it. We applied our mind, we were of a sober state, and we knew the hindrances that we've experienced on previous occasions. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I do support your recommendation on the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chetty. Your remarks have been highly noted. The chair is back in the platform. The Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. I'll then give him the platform to continue chairing the meeting. Thank you very much, honorable members and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kumbatra. The problems are not only in Jamaica. So I also have connectivity problems here in Mafeking. So thank you very much for holding the fort. I heard the last part to the effect that Jamaica will come back after their work with the Deputy Minister, because this is going to be a long meeting. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes,
Andy?
Chair. Yes, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. And the proposal was made was made in the meeting and agreed to. So I also agreed to the proposal. Honorable members, we are now going to move over to Excellencies Roof Mayor and Ndate Tabo, who is the Deputy Ambassador. Ndate Roof Mayor is the ambassador in the US. And we want to, as the portfolio committee, yourself, Excellency Mayor and Deputy Ambassador Tahe, we congratulate you for your deployment as ambassadors in the US, and we look forward to working with you as the portfolio committee. We are aware that both of you are new there in the US. We look very, very much forward for you to work very hard in working on improving relations between the unpredictable US currently and us here in South Africa. We've got full confidence in your capabilities to navigate the situation, because in the US there it's about navigating the situation in the interest of all the people of South Africa. Without wasting time, I'm now going to hand over to you, Your Excellency Mayor and Tahe, to do the presentation. How, Selina? Can you hear me?
And the video is offline.
Yes, Chair, I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. I hope you have the video as well as the audio connection now.
Yeah, we can see you. And you are next to the South African flag. They are putting it properly on your right. And we can see the US flag on your left. Your Excellency, you are welcome. We can see you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
And once more, congratulations.
Thank you for your congratulations, and thank you for welcoming us. It's a real privilege for me in person to be able to connect in this way with the Portfolio Committee. I want to thank the colleagues in Victoria for assisting us and making this possible, also from the side of the department. And with me here in Washington, Chair, the executive management of the embassy are all present in this room. That includes Deputy Chief of Mission, Ambassador Thabo Tage, as well as the CSM, Ms. Connie Khwale, and also the political counselor, the socio-economic counselor, the military, the Office of the Military Attaché, the ICT representative, as well as the Civic Services representative, Mr. Sia Mbansi, sorry. So I'm not going to go through the full presentation, Chairperson, because you have received it, and it's pretty lengthy, I think about 29 pages or so. So I'm going to give you a summary in the interest of time of where we find ourselves and what lie ahead for us. So first of all, I want to give recognition to the fact that you mentioned already that I recently arrived to take on my term here in Washington after the appointment by President Ramaphosa in April. A lot of preparations took place. I came over in May to present the credentials to President Trump. And then I returned to South Africa to finalize the preparations back home. And now I am here on a permanent basis, or at least for the term, since the 24th of July. My colleague, Ambassador Thabo Tage, arrived with me in May and stayed on. And so we are both fairly new with regard to our responsibilities here. The same applies to the Corporate Services Manager, Ms. Connie Kwale, who also arrived at the beginning of July and has taken on her responsibilities only from then. But full recognition to the rest of the management team who took care of keeping the ship steering the ship during the last number of months and in some cases years. And I appreciate the fact that they kept us going in Washington under difficult circumstances. There are two areas that I just want to reflect on, Chair, from my side, and then I will ask Ambassador Tage to come in to add to the remarks I've made. And I will also ask the CSM to present from her side as far as the corporate services are concerned and the management of the corporate entity here in Washington. And then I will also ask Mr. Mbanzi on behalf of Civic Services to make a short presentation about that part of the functions here in Washington. On the political side, the Chairperson, just to cover the recent time, we had strained relations already from the time of the previous administration. In other words, ahead of the taking over of the current administration, especially from the side of Capitol Hill, Congress, as well as Senate. And without going into the detail, the reality is that there were challenges already that South Africa faced in that period. But the challenges escalated after the new administration took over. And just to give the record again, in February 2025, the executive order was issued by President Trump against South Africa, which resulted in a number of specific issues that had to be addressed. The so-called 5 asks came forward in that regard and still prevail. The reality is the executive order is still in place. And one of the main tasks of the embassy here would be to work towards the lifting of the executive order. Because once that is lifted, we can look at normalizing the political relations. It's going to be a hard task if we want to ensure the lifting of the executive order. And without going into the detail, we had a discussion last week that reflected on this situation, and I will come back to that just now. But it is clear that it's not going to be easy going in ensuring that we have a positive result as far as the lifting of the executive order is concerned. But that was followed in March 2025 by the withdrawal from office through the PMG against Ambassador Rasool. We all know that part of the history. I don't have to go back into the details. That was then followed by the visit by President Ramaphosa and his team in May of 2025, also a well-known and recorded event. And thereafter, since May 2025, there were ongoing ad hoc encounters with the US administration at different levels from the side of the embassy, but also visitors from South Africa in the capacity of ministers and officials. But now for the first time, I think, Chairperson, we can say that we have a firm basis to engage at all levels, both from the executive in Pretoria, but also from us here in Washington. We are now fully based in a situation where we can work towards addressing the issues and the challenges, as I've said, through the presence here of myself, Ambassador Tage, and the rest of the team. We have made very specific preparations for us taking over the task here. Ambassador Taghi and myself had a whole range of meetings in Pretoria before we left in May with government officials, ministers, and also business on a broad basis. And that was also followed by later meetings after my return in June to Pretoria with meetings that I had with a whole range of ministers and officials. So I think we can say that we have a clear mandate, Chairperson, from our president and the various line functionaries that we have a clear picture, a clear mandate in terms of what we need to do and how we can conduct our work here in addressing the 5 asks, but also other related political issues that are reflected upon in our written presentation to you. The engagements that I had with Ambassador Bozal in Pretoria also helped to understand more about US positions against South Africa. And that interaction is ongoing, and we continue with that process of engaging with him, and he, whenever necessary, engages with us. With regard to the political issues, I want to give the feedback that we had already meetings last week with the newly appointed Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, Mr. Frank Garcia. Ambassador Taghi and I met with him in a lengthy meeting. We had the opportunity to directly discuss the issues relevant, which I mentioned already. And it was a constructive meeting, and I think we can say that we opened the door for ongoing further dialogue, specifically between him as the Assistant Secretary of State and the responsible person for Africa from State Department side, and ourselves. And we hope it can result in further engagements on a direct basis also with officials from Pretoria, including the DG and our minister. On the trade side, just briefly, we know the challenges in that regard, which culminate essentially in the tariff issues, AGOA, the 301 issues, and then general tariffs. Although the responsibility mainly lies with DTIC in this regard, the final, or at least the point of entry in Washington remains the embassy, and therefore we have to take a specific responsibility as indicated directly by our Director General, but also at the request of Minister Tau and officials from DTIC. Therefore, we had good briefings, very productive briefings from DTIC, and we are in ongoing discussions with Minister Tau to inform us on the official position with regard to the tariff issues, and that relates to AGOA 301, as mentioned, as well as the general tariff status from the administration in Washington. In summary, Chairperson, from my side, before I hand over to Ambassador Taghi, what we've done so far is the meeting with Assistant Secretary of State Garcia. This afternoon, we will be meeting, Ambassador Taghi and myself will be meeting with the US Trade Representative, which will be mainly a courtesy meeting, will be the first opportunity that we directly engage with him. And that will also give us a further indication of positions on this side with regard to the tariff issues. We all know that the United States Tariff Representative, Minister Jamison Greer, has taken clear positions already publicly, but also in communications with Minister Tau, and it will be our task to take discussions in this regard further. We also had earlier meetings already with the National State Security Council, representing the White House in particular. And furthermore, we had engagements with Capitol Hill, which is ongoing in different areas. There was an outreach from the embassy to Atlanta when Bafana was playing there in June. We are planning currently for the rugby test in nearby Baltimore between the Springboks and the All Blacks in September. And various other preparations are taking place for the start of the new political season at the end of the month. Currently, Congress is, or the House of Representatives is in recess, and the Senate will soon go into recess, but they will all start at the end of August. And for that purpose, we are preparing to engage as deeply and as consistently as we can on behalf of South Africa. I'm handing over to Ambassador Tage to make further remarks, and then also to the CSM, as well as to the head of civics.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador Mayor. Greetings to the chair and the honorable committee, as well as to our principals at DERCO, the minister, and the Director General, Acting Deputy Director General, and all other officials. Ambassador Mayor has really covered the key strategic areas, status update regarding the mandate of the mission collective here in terms of the instruction for us to ensure we do whatever is possible to work towards recalibration of the bilateral relationship between South Africa and the United States, informed by the imperative that these are historic and strategic relations. And also, as the ambassador said, on a number of geopolitical issues, we remain quite aligned. Peace and security on the African continent, as well as issues related to the reform of the UN system. So in a nutshell, Chair, the important point to note is that both Pretoria and Washington have envoys on present now, through Ambassador Ruth Meyer in Washington and Ambassador Bozell in Pretoria. So as envoys, they remain important points of contact with clear instructions from their capitals. And it is in this context that the Ambassador Meyer has detailed the work that has been carried thus far in putting across South Africa's views on how we think we could move forward in so far as the key issues that have been outlined by the US side are concerned, but importantly as well in so far as South Africa's own thinking on what we think could be best done in advancing and ensuring, to use the South African parlance, ensuring that both countries find each other in moving forward during this changing geopolitical realities. The United States remains a very important trading partner. Of course, the task, as Ambassador said, for us is to ensure that, notwithstanding the fact that due to a number of factors, the trade relations have encountered a few challenges. Ours is to ensure that we improve on the trade figures, we improve on the volume of trade, particularly insofar as value-added goods are concerned. And we ensure that through this improved bilateral trade relations, we increase job opportunities in South Africa. that is, in essence, Chair, the long and short of the work at hand. And just to mention one important point, that in this moment of really reduced budgets and having to do more with less, the ambassador and the team here are of the view that as part of increasing the diplomatic footprint and ensuring our presence across the length and breadth of the United States, we also work on subnational diplomacy, increasing and expanding cooperation with various states while deepening cooperation and collaboration at a federal level. But also importantly is to ensure that we capacitate our honorary consuls to help us in advancing our priorities. So the work is cut out, and we are confident through the leadership of Ambassador Mayor that we will do everything possible to ensure that we reach out to the important leadership at the executive, at the Congress, business, think tanks, as well as at subnational level. I'll pause there. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thanks, Chair.
You can proceed, my sister.
Thank you, Chair.
No, it's continued.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, honorable members. My name is Connie Fale, the Corporate Service Manager in our mission in Washington. Like the ambassador indicated, I started here in July. Excellencies, you'll pardon me, the video is not coming out okay because of the room that we are in. I can see it's more darker. I'll start with the budget. If we can just move to the budget slide.
It's okay, we now have the proof of existence, so you can switch it off and just show the slides. It's fine.
Oh.
And thanks for honoring the request of the community for proof of life and existence.
Thank you, Excellency. In terms of our budget, overall, we do have an increase. However, looking at our COE, we have a decrease in our budget. And to our goods and services, we have seen a slight increase of our goods and services, as well as the capital budget for the current financial year. This is mainly because of the head of mission, as well as the DCM, because there has been a lot of work that needed to be done at the two official residences, such as buying new items for both officials and also other maintenance that needs the mission to be taken care of. So that we've seen that there's a slight increase where the head office has assisted with some of the budget. However, when we look into the MAP activities, there we're going to run short of the budget, and we would understand that Ambassador has a lot of tasks ahead of him. But on this one, we are also engaging with head office to get assistance with regard to the additional funding so that Ambassador can be able to navigate the Americans in terms of the duties that he has been appointed for. We can move now to the audit outcomes. We have been audited as the mission in the month of May. We formed part of the final audit of the Auditor General. In that report, Excellencies, it's very unfortunate that there has been matters that have been raised, and with regard to the asset management, supply chain management, financial management, and ICT. And we'll know that the ICT hub is here in Washington. With regard to that, we'll be asking the acting CIO to assist with the presentation representing our mission when coming to the ICT matters. But we do have a representation here. They'll be working together with our CIO to navigate around the ICT matters.
Excellencies, we have been developing the audit action plan just to ensure that the matters that have been identified by the Auditor General do not get repeated going forward, because we understood that for the past 3 years we have been audited and they may want to come again. We'll just hope that they can give us a chance to to implement the audit action plan, especially with the new leadership, because one of their concerns in the management report was that the mission operated for the whole financial year under review, the 25-26 financial year, without a head of mission. Now that the head of mission is here, the audit action plan will be implemented and we will be seeing the difference going forward in the next audits. When coming to the mission establishment, we are a big mission where we have a total of 56 posts that have been approved. This includes our locally recruited as well as our transferred staff. When coming to the transferred staff, the vacancy rate is about 16%, round of 17. And looking at the locally recruited, this is where we are bleeding. We have around 40% of the rate, the vacancy rate is very high. As a result, we found ourselves limping in most of the areas, especially asset management. We really need to get some locally recruited officials to be assisting us. And this is mainly also to keep institutional knowledge going forward, because currently it's us who's dealing with this, and after 4 years I'll be gone, then another person comes in. So we'll need somebody who can be able to keep the institutional memory when coming to that. However, on this one, we are actively engaging head office to assist so that we can be able to fill our locally recruited personnel and be operational once more. Even the ambassador does not have a driver currently, and this is one of the critical posts that we really need to fill in urgently, as we do have the head of mission now. Moving on to the state-owned properties as well as asset management. That is the structure of the mission. Excellencies will look at it at the other time. So looking at our assets verification, the statement that you put there, it was before the audit. Currently, after the audit, we're able to reach it about 97% of our assets verification. We have an ongoing project plan where we'll be verifying all the assets, and also in endeavor to finalize the plans for the asset that has been raised as findings. We are working on them to ensure that we clear those assets. We have been able to clear some of those findings before the AG can finalize their report. That is last week, around the 16th of July. We're able to take the AGSA through the mission's assets virtually, and they were able to verify some of those assets that could not be found during the audit, and we've cleared some of those findings. So it's an ongoing process from our side to ensure that the internal controls are put in place and we do well coming to assets. And the state-owned properties, we do have the 3. We have official residents, 2 of them, one for the head of mission, one for the deputy head of mission, and we also have the embassy. Through the support of the DG as well as the CFO, we will be restoring the HVAC, because you'll remember in 2022, we had floods that affected the HVAC, affected most of the building, electrical as well. It got compromised as the water level was very high underground, and most of our assets were damaged during that process. And head office has approved our terms of reference to engage suppliers to be able to restore this. It has been something that has been outstanding, but currently we will be come the next financial year or the next year, we will be talking a different language. The service provider will just need around 6 months to ensure that they complete the work. Next year, before the end of the financial year, we will be ensuring that this is restored. And again, most of the infrastructure has been done, especially in the 2 official residents, because they needed immediate restoration as the head of mission was coming in and the DCM was also coming in. We had to speed up our maintenance plan, because we do, as a department, have a maintenance plan that we implement on a quarterly basis. But in this case, we found ourselves implementing most of the
plans in our maintenance document to ensure that these two houses are restored. They're habitable for the head of mission and DCM to be able to live in. There's still other works to be done, and we will be working on those with the support of head office. And we are happy to say they've been supportive throughout, and we are hoping for further engagement with them. We do have videos as well as pictures around these three properties. If opportunity can be given, Your Excellency, we can just play the videos and also show the pictures of the three properties.
Send it to them too.
Your Excellencies, we are unable to show from our side. If we can be assisted, because we have sent the pictures, but the videos were too big to be forwarded to head office. We do have them in our mess.
It's okay. It's fine. We can skip them.
Okay.
We will come to New York at some point.
Okay. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Yes, there's no problem.
All right. Thank you, Excellency and honorable members. This brings us to the end of administration presentation. I'll give an opportunity to Mr. Mbanzi from Home Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. My name is Siyanda Mbanzi, representing the Department of Home Affairs in Washington, DC. And just to cover the aspect of service delivery in respect of civic and immigration services in the United States, we essentially have a lot of South African citizens that are resident in the US, and which calls for high demand of services. The embassy is responsible for the jurisdiction of 25 states, which is essentially half of the United States, covering the Midwest and the South regions. But fortunately, due to the introduction of the VFS by the Department of Home Affairs, it has seen the footprint for service delivery increasing and improving access to services within the United States for South African citizens to access services such as passport, first ID applications, and birth registration within 30 minutes. This is still at the interim stage and is the first phase of improving access to services abroad. And as much as that has been implemented, there is still a need to have more outreach programs for South Africans in those remote areas for them to be able to access services as well. This has, as well as also improved the travel burden that South African citizens face.
we have very, very strong relations here and great connections, and the scale of opportunities in this city alone is enormous. We also traditionally would attract a large volume of high-level visits, especially around September for the UNGA. And I would say that has declined in recent years because of the structured bilateral relations are not activated, and there's been political tension. But at a consular level, it's really important for us to see New York as not just a bilateral post-USA South Africa. It's really a global center. So when we do anything in this area, we really can be engaging with the whole world, and we never know where the opportunity will arise. You can be at a trade expo and expect to be dealing with Americans, and you can get business opportunities from literally anywhere. So working with the local diplomatic community is essential for us. And we have two important platforms, the Africa Group, which we chaired until last week. The annual chairs now moved to Egypt, and the Society of Foreign Consuls, which is the largest gathering of diplomats in the world and one of the oldest. And why that matters is because it's very hard to get access at a political level in USA for any country because of the scale, and even mayors deal with heads of state. So when we work together, we can maximize networking, access, and opportunities between countries, not just the United States, South Africa in this case. Economic diplomacy, I mentioned already, but one factor to highlight is New York City and Boston, Philadelphia, Charleston. All of these are very important global financial and banking centers. And that has attracted our own leading banks. Most of them have representation offices here in New York. That is a very big opportunity for South Africa, which many countries do not have at that scale. And we really are specialists in a niche market, which for the American perspective, which is investment and trade with Africa. Our banking network is well established throughout the continent, gives that personal attention and on-the-ground expertise, which even the giant banks, or especially the giant banks, are not always able to provide. So that is something we really leverage a lot, and is a key area of strength for South Africa. Another quick thing to highlight about our region, it's one of the main access points for goods from South Africa, two ways, South Africa, USA. Jersey, if we could highlight that one, is where most of our fruits would enter. There are very high-tech, significant port facilities which we visited, which exist really primarily for our fruit and for South American fruit. That's all they specialize in, and they are a world-class. So that really gives us a great access point. And because the United States is so deregulated, has so many different jurisdictions which have their own competencies. Each one has its own, each city, each state has its own incentive schemes, development agencies who specialize in attracting foreign investment and business, and they offer different things. So one of the key things we do is linking up with them, finding information and access, and then when our companies come, we can advise on the best fit. And we, just New York as an example, when we use those collective platforms like the Africa Group, we got specialized access to the small business development sector of New York City. And we're amazed about the level and what they actually offer for free. Everything from access to capital to legal advice, and their purchasing power of, let's say, $6 billion a year from New York City just for small business. At the moment, Africa is not getting its share, so that's something we're looking to change. And we've really got a good presence with those kind of entities. We've also had a long-established presence in major international expos here in New York mostly, and these attract buyers and sellers from all over the world. So again, it's not just an American thing. This Monday is an example. We were there with our 10 companies, selling luxury leather goods. And those we're seeing less and less of these companies coming because of tariffs, visas, and other problems. And, unless government kind of, platforms provided because of budget. But those who do come are doing very, very well. And that's something we track. And we're also noting the contracts they're picking up from all over the world. But to highlight it is a concern when you've spent many, many years establishing a business presence, and that's all what the US is about. You really have to see a sustained presence. They're literally the major buyers from companies and retailers want to see the same people at the same desk year in, year out to show they're reliable and they can deliver at scale. So, having a in and out presence can be very damaging, and we're really fighting to keep our presence on the ground in those places. Equally, we've traditionally attracted a lot of provincial and city level delegations, and I would say that that's significantly declining. We're really doing well with Western Cape, and we're very happy to support them, of course. But what I would flag as a concern is that the less and less connection at our level with the other provinces and cities. So, of course, we have our in-house resources and our own team. We've come from all over the country, and we will provide that input, but it's no substitute for the physical presence we once used to enjoy from right across the diverse country we have, and to show the full set of what we offer. And one particular industry, which I'm sure LA will go into in more detail, is the film industry. That really is an example of a generator of an entire ecosystem of opportunities far beyond what is visible. New York, New Jersey is second only to LA as the great opportunity there. Trade relations. I put these figures here I would say as much as the United States would have its so-called 5 asks, things they want from us, we of course have our own asks, and one of them, I think the minister spoke very eloquently to this morning, is the context. And the context here is that it is a mutually beneficial relationship. And statistics are not, don't tell you the full story. So if you look at those statistics, this is why the Americans would say it's a very distorted, one-directional relationship. They buy more than from us than the other way around. But these are minerals which drive the entire economy here, and the beneficiation and what the Americans get out of it is vastly was incalculable. It's so pervasive across the entire economy that that is really a value we provide. And if you start excluding services, of course, that it gets even more distorted. Again, dealing with a place like New York, it doesn't have meaning to just talk about goods. It's a service capital, and South Africa is taking more than we're giving on that one. Cultural diplomacy is a really important one for us, and I think as the recent visit by the Deputy Minister Botha showed, it's really not just about promoting, this artwork or that thing. It's a vast economic opportunity which covers all sectors, and it really can generate a lot of jobs. The scale of what's available just in the city of New York, let alone the rest of it, is quite impressive, and it really is a magnet that draws the best from everywhere, including South Africa. And the immigrant or migrant communities from all of these countries, including South Africa, have some of the most talented, what I would call cultural ambassadors right here. And this is, our bread and butter at the consulate. We really leverage those cultural contexts a lot for multiple reasons. And it's something where we can get so much more out of, especially for job creation. Tourism. Well, I put here that how in recent years it's really been on the up and up. US tourists coming to South Africa, it's always been number one, maybe the odd month or two when there's more coming from Britain. The very latest statistics I saw yesterday from SA Tourism actually showed a slight decrease of about 1.5%, comparing the first 6 months of this year to last year. And I think there's a lot of reasons for that. One of them is the government shutdown here in the United States, which caused turmoil with the airline industry. So We'll have to unpack the reasons for all of that, but the big picture is still extremely positive. And what I wanted to also mention is that through the Africa Group, we also invite experts to give a Pan-African perspective on tourism. How do you not just compete with each other to promote, one country over the other in in Africa? It's better to present the whole of Africa as a value proposition, as a tourism destination around positive messaging. And it's really the fastest growing region of all, is what they were telling us. Those statistics I put there came from one of the main Pan-African tourist specialists, 81 million international visitors. Interestingly, 75% they reckon come from, and one of those is South Africa. So what they were appealing to all the African consulates is to work together and also to work on things like airline connectivity, not just more frequencies, let's say from Canada, USA, Mexico to Africa, but within Africa, because that really makes the whole network work better for tourism generation. And presence, of course, in marketing is a very big concern of ours, that we're losing ground to competitors. We don't really see our imaging and branding like we used to. We hear that there's Trevor Noah's latest SA tourism campaign is about to go live, so we're excited about that. But in general, because of budget and factors like that, I would say we're losing ground, and that impacts on sectors like wine, because if you only see New Zealand and Australia on TV linked with wine in the United States, if you don't know about South Africa, you're going to go to the shelves, you're going to buy New Zealand and Australian wine over ours. If I may turn now, honourable members, to the diaspora, I think one thing which is really visible when you're on the ground in New York is how our diaspora differs from many other countries. And the reason for that, I would say, is that we didn't have these big influxes at the same time of large numbers of people to the United States, comparable to, let's say, many countries, Irish, Polish, Russians, Ukrainians, many, many countries. And that translates into an on-the-ground presence where those countries have entire neighborhoods, they have cultural centers, they have religious places to gather, which give them more of a sense of community and critically an influence on local politics and economics, that they would literally have their own senators, congresspeople lobbying for the positions of their community. South Africa, we've had lots of people coming and going, but they're more individuals, and they're not as concentrated in places. So you would not have as powerful trade commerce chambers and community gatherings like the other communities do. But we have a really great asset here, because we have people from literally every field you can think of doing exceptionally well in the United States, and some are real icons in their field and are internationally well known. And philanthropists who give back to South Africa very often, you see this a lot, we work with them a lot in New York. They don't want publicity, they don't want visibility, but they're giving back in an enormous scale to South Africa, especially in education and healthcare. And I think people don't really realize the power of the community here in generating funding and skills, and for our sports too. Some of the owners of our big sports clubs are right here. So it's very difficult to say how many South Africans there actually are in the United States or in any particular region. This figure of 2,600 in New York City was something the mayor's office gave us. We don't have that kind of access to information through registration, and people are scattered everywhere. But if that number is true, it's very, very low compared to other countries. But as I was saying, that the people-to-people ties are really the bedrock, and the ambassador mentioned this too, are the bedrock of our relationship, and are very strong and well established between the northeastern parts of the United States and South Africa on any number of topics, whether it's jazz or amapiano,
It's all about South Africa and New York, the Bronx, Brooklyn. It's very, very strong, and it's a great asset for us. I would say that we'd like to invest a lot more in the youth because especially the liberation struggle kind of context that was, quite a while ago. Some people are aging, so getting access to schools, getting, that conversation going between the two countries at every level is really, through influencers and young people, matters a lot. And you'll see that in the diaspora that they're becoming more organized, not just in the United States, where a lot of these movements started from the South African community, setting up virtual networks, working together on various topics. That gives you a great opportunity to do more. But I can't mention diaspora, of course, we're only highlighting the great opportunities and successes they've had, but without mentioning that this is a very expensive, difficult place to live, especially if you're a student. Scholarships drying up, work permits, visas getting a lot more difficult, not much of a social welfare net, safety net, or healthcare. And this translates into a very stressful situation for a lot of South Africans, especially young South Africans coming here as students. And the changed immigration landscape and changes around freedom of expression created a great fear factor and stress in all the communities, especially here in New York. And that is why having the ability to provide fast and reliable consular services really matters now to our communities. We've had some very difficult cases, whether it's missing people, prisoners, very, very challenging to get access and to locate people. And this is what we're here to do. And we have had some success stories, very often working in partnership with the local community, who some members have done amazing things for our people. Okay. I think I should move on quickly to the consular and immigration services. And I mentioned already why it matters more now than ever to be able to give people the documents they need, the essential services they need. You cannot afford to be undocumented anywhere in the world, including here. And we receive a lot of applications. So not just South Africans, because New York and all the surrounding states are so cosmopolitan, you would tend to find that the communities of some, especially the Latin American, Caribbean countries, are absolutely huge. And so a lot of them would be applying through us, even though we're not the mandate holder for that. The volume is very significant, and it places quite a burden on our systems. We put a few figures there. And we're also highlighting, as Washington mentioned, how the introduction of VFA services by the DHA minister helped us, and how they managed to clear a lot of backlogs at head office, and especially how the modernization drive to move to technology solutions such as biometric capabilities, and hopefully, as we're seeing now in the media, electronic visas will make a big difference, not just to people and to our clients, but also to the reputation of South Africa with the United States and other countries as a provider of secure documentation and services. The but would come in, of course, that we still have admission level significant historical service delivery backlogs, where people have waited years for services. And this is, a big cause of stress for the individuals and a reputational issue for us. So we're working with the DHA ministry to try and resolve those. And it's really important that we clear those cases and locate what the challenges are. Because as much as VFS is here, they really, I would say, take the easy cases of the new applicants. We have the more challenging ones, and a lot of people prefer to come to us because we're free. Our ladies here will go out of their way to help people complete the documents and things like that. And so the challenging cases are still very much with us. We don't have a home affairs person, so we're relying on our transferred officials, local recruits, and significantly, we're not linked to the DHA system, which is something I'll highlight right at the end as an ICT challenge. Moving on quickly, I don't want to take extensive too much time, but the staff complement I've got on the screen there. That's basically 6 transferred South Africans. One is a temporary pilot project, a shared accountants with a UN mission, and then 15 locally recruited personnel. So I've got a photo for you. That's when the Deputy Minister was here to introduce you to our team on the ground. Then if I may move to corporate services. Here, I've been in this post for 2 years. I knew about it before I arrived, even though I was a multilateralist then, but I certainly saw it when I arrived, that there's a long, long history, unfortunately, of problems in this mission, administrative, financial, staff challenges, audit findings. And this has really been probably the biggest chunk of my time has been trying to sort that out. And I think we're finally seeing a turnaround. We've got an entirely new team of transferred officials. Some of them have arrived quite recently, and this has really made a big difference. What we're trying to do is basically start processes from scratch. I was not happy with the contract management system, the databases, the lack of filing. A lot of basic things need to be rebuilt and are being rebuilt. And the banking side, I was posted here many, many years ago at the UN mission, and it really is the same as it was then. Really paper-based, very, very bureaucratic, very old school kind of system. I would say because of the United States system as well as ours. So the big dream is whether we can find a technology solution to this and a proper way to manage all these contracts, and because this memory, basing on people's memory, and the endless paper trail and having literally 100 pages to buy one pen is just not sustainable. The US banking system, they still use checks, and this is partly our problem because we don't have the facilities to be able to, to pay real time and the reliable funding to pay real time online for services. So when you deal with checks, you have problems. We had problems with check fraud. We got the money back, but that just shows you how deficient the system here is as well. And it's a risk factor which we're looking to address. This whole cheapest quote system is kind of alien, I would say, to the local culture here. Here, most people would be looking to get the best value product and to build up like a client relationship to get better service and discounts. We, of course, have our quote system, and it actually leads to problems that we're finding it increasingly difficult to get any reliable quotes. Most people are not prepared to quote because they want to charge call-out fees. They say they never get the good business for us because we always go for the cheapest, whatever the standard. So they're just not quoting anymore. And so this is a big time consumer and a very difficult thing to navigate. We're trying our best. We have a shared accounting system and even banking system with the UN mission. I think that would probably save money and be convenient for head office. It's certainly difficult for us to manage when we are two completely legally distinct entities with a different mandate. I mentioned a few of the cost-cutting measures we've taken, like getting rid of storage and the residents moving into the residence not paying rent is one of them. So we have a list of those. Moving on quickly, when it comes to our corporate services, our big current challenge is with the locally recruited personnel. There's been a wage dispute brewing for a very, very long time. I think all the way back to 2018. Perception that we're not meeting minimum wage or we're underpaying. And I think that what's happened is that it's been conflated with, whether we're meeting the legal requirements of minimum wage is being conflated with, are you offering a credible competitive wage package? The first, we're confident that we're not breaking the law, but the second, we're definitely not offering what the New Yorkers would consider a competitive package. And that matters because we have one of the most loyal, long-serving team you'll find, I think, in any mission in the world. Average officials, LRP has been there for 20 years, some are well over 40 years now, because there's no retirement age in New York, meaning that people will continue working here. You can't discriminate on the basis of age. So the age profile is extremely high, meaning that sooner or later we'll have a mass exodus of people, and we will not be able to recruit new comparable qualified people with the package we provide and who have legal status in this country. So there's definitely a big problem on the immediate horizon there. And we already see it because when we have vacancies, apart from most which get immediately unfunded by head office, and you lose them, even when you have a critical one like the housekeeper for the official residence, we don't have one. And I've been doing it myself. My wife and I had to literally do everything ourselves because you're just not going to find anybody who's prepared to work here for that wage, who's here legally, and we will only hire legal people. If I may move on quickly to state-owned property, the key one we have here is the official residence, which is really one of the flagship properties I would say we own. It's a spectacular facility in a historical area, national heritage site, and it's really designed around being able to host official functions and meetings and being a family home. So it's designed for that, it's perfect for that. But of course, it has been unoccupied for quite a few years, and the major kind of renovations needed, such as sorting out the flat roof, which dates back to at least 1900, means that you get water infiltration, you get damage, and you don't have the funds to keep up with it. And if the place is unoccupied, the damage gets compounded. So when I decided to move in with a family, it came at a big cost for ourselves, but it matters because once you're in the place, you can fix it and keep it going and get the decisions taken to get the projects off the ground. We're pleased to report that we've got approval to appoint the project manager, so this long overdue renovation project can get going. So I've got a whole series of photos here. One is of the front of the building. We've got another one of the interior showing the main reception area where you would have official events, and that is a really classy facility. The back garden photos, as seen from both directions, it's a very historic, beautiful garden, a good setting there. The winter photos are just to show, as pretty as it is, the damage that does happen if left unattended, because the amount of snowfall landing on that ancient unstable roof, if you don't clean it, and I had to do it myself, meters and meters of snow, means there will be damage, and there was in the past. I've got photos of the kind of damage that it is there, just showing you examples to give you a sense. Okay, so I think I've probably exceeded my time limit, so if I may just end by saying the other key thing we've done is we've moved into a new chancery, and at the beginning of the year, and I've got some photos there. The construction work is about to commence to come up with the requirements needed for a mission such as the enhanced security and the consular area. So I hope I didn't take too much of your time. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much, CG. There's no one else who's going to add from your side?
No, I tried to cover everything in one go. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much also for being succinct. It was quite comprehensive. There are some interesting things. Honorable members, what we'll do is, so that we don't keep other ambassadors and other excellencies for too long, I suggest that we do North America and finish it. because we are left with 2 now, and then have a discussion. When we are done with North America, then we'll go to Latin America. That will take us to 9 o'clock tonight. Is it fine, honorable members? Okay, I see signs.
It's fine
on the screen to say it is okay. So we are now going to move over to Ottawa. Canada, our High Commissioner in Ottawa, in Canada, His Excellency Mr. Riaz Sheikh. Over to you, Excellency. Excellency, are you there?
Excuse me,
sorry, I was
Chairperson.
muted. You now have proof of life. Sorry about that.
Good to see you. We're happy to see you. We have not seen you for a very long time. Happy to see you, Comrade. Happy to see you. You can
Sorry,
proceed
Chair.
now that proof of life has been done.
Sorry, Chair. I'm sorry I didn't raise my hand. It's Laura from the DG's office. I think you missed Los Angeles. After Los Angeles, it will be then High Commissioner Sheikh.
Oh, I missed the Consulate General from Los Angeles. Yes, you are right. I was in a hurry to go to Canada. Let's go back to Los Angeles. But it was good to see you, Sheikh.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Good morning, honorable members.
Los Angeles, we've got Miss Smith. Miss Smith, over to you, Your Excellency. CG, acting.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, it was not deliberate to skip you. It was just an error.
No problem, no problem. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable members, good morning. What people really tend to forget sometimes is the distance between South Africa and LA. We are the furthest western mission, meaning we're 10 hours behind South Africa and 3 hours behind Washington. So sometimes when you get forgotten, it's fine. We understand. We understand.
Yeah.
I am here. I don't think you can see me, but
we have seen you. We've
oh,
seen
you do? Okay, wonderful.
Yes, we have seen the proof of life is done.
Thank you very much.
Not full picture, but we have seen you.
Thank you very much. I will be brief because many of the areas that was raised by CG Cardi also relates to Los Angeles. We are also responsible for 13 Western states, and we do not have any honorable honorary consuls here. These combined states actually exceeds many of sovereign economies. California, for instance, is a power hub which have 4.25 trillion, an economy of that, which puts it as the 4th largest economy in the world. So it's between Japan and India at the moment. We do not have opportunities due to budgetary constraints to visit quite a lot of our areas of jurisdiction. We only have the opportunity to visit 5 of the states that we are responsible for. But in California, so my presentation will focus mostly on California because this is where we're most active at the moment. California with Governor Newsom is constantly in constraint and in tension with the federal government. He is also seen as the counterweight to the federal government. by providing sanctuary protection for immigrants. We have homeless statistics of more than 73 million people in LA. 73,000, sorry, 73,000. And this is also not due because these people do not have jobs. Many of these people have jobs, but they do not have sufficient funds for accommodation. So these people have access to bicycles and everything, so they ride their bicycles to work, and then in the evening they pitch their tents, etc., etc. The port here in California is the strategic corridor for the Trans-Pacific trade. Although it is too far, say, for instance, for South Africa's fresh produce, because the chain is too long. So engagements to see if we can have a memorandum of understanding with the Port of LA is on the table, but it will not be acceptable for our fresh produce. It would rather be for all the other products that we are engaging in.
Can we just ask your team to make sure that the slides are flighted?
Okay. Laura, can you help, please?
In the meantime, you can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Los Angeles had high-level visits since 2024 from the Dalrat Ministeri, from Dirko Ministeri. We had Minister Mackenzie lately for 7 days here in LA, and I will talk a little bit of that successful visit. And then we had a few film commissions from Durban and as well from Westgrove, and I will talk about the successes of those a little bit later. The mission is involved with high-level visits to South Africa in 2024 and 2025 of Assembly Member Dr. Corey Jackson. And why I highlighted him is because he is currently the key pin to create a new agreement a sister state agreement between Gauteng and Los Angeles. So it's still in the making. We have 3 agreements with South Africa and between South Africa and California. One is a sister state agreement between the two, but it focused mostly on the Western Cape. And then there's a twinning agreement between the Western Cape Department of Agriculture and the Californian Agriculture one. And then we have the Durban-Los Angeles Friendship Agreement, which is dormant at the moment. So the consulate is really, really trying to resuscitate that friendship agreement, and it is within that friendship agreement that we're trying to sign an agreement of understanding with the Port of LA. I am on slide 8, talking about the economic diplomacy. Like CG Cardi has mentioned, each state has its own development agencies and offer different engagements packages. And there's several lost opportunities for South Africa because of the lack of contact with these corporations in the different states, because there's no engagement. These agencies reside in the government's offices, and to have virtual meetings with them tends to be very challenging. We made some strides in Arizona in that regard, as well as Denver, but the progress is very limited, and we've lost several opportunities there. Even with the fact that Los Angeles is not the capital of California, so it is Sacramento and San Francisco. So several times when they want to, there's a request for engagement with the governor, it means that they have to take a flight to Sacramento to have these engagements. So it doesn't happen so frequently. San Francisco is the economic and technical hub of California. There's a lot of opportunities, but because of the distance, we're away there. So a lot of engagements also get lost. Where we've made a lot of stride is recently in the film industry. And I recently moved from film industry to creative industry. Why I'm saying that is after Minister Lamola's visit in September last year and Wes Grove's visit in February, as well as Minister Mackenzie's visit during June, we've made some strides to resuscitate our agreements and entrance into the film studios because of the lack of paying incentives to the film industry. There has been really challenges where these film studios didn't even want to have or give audiences even to at ministers' levels. But since there was this real outreach from the consulate side, I can say that we have restored 3 of the 5 big studios, relations with them. So, and there's a lot of new opportunities to come as well. With Minister Mackenzie's latest visit, South Africa has been invited to be the country of focus in February next year. And we're still in the negotiating process regarding that. We're very excited about that because South Africa will be the first country that will be honored in that manner. If I can go to slide 9, the challenges that I've highlighted the challenges as well, not to participate in any trade fairs at the moment because we do not have the funds to actually pay the fees to enter these things. And I think we should also consider with regard to honorary consuls to appoint some of them with the new leadership that is I hope soon on its way to LA. Then we would like to, I would just like to highlight some of the trade statistics between the states and some of the states in our jurisdiction with South Africa. I'd just like to mention that California at this stage has the highest trade statistics with South Africa, but we have to remember that in 2023, it was 918 million, and in 2024, 983 million, and we've lost 324 million trade with California. So if you look at this, at the presentation, it looks very impressive to have a trade figure of 659 million with South Africa. But if you look at the history, you can actually see that we've lost quite a lot of opportunities. I've spoken already about the creative industry. I'm not going to focus on that. Just because of the location of some of the states in our jurisdiction, I'm referring specifically to Nevada, where is Las Vegas, and then California. They both resides within deserts. So these states create their own water. So the water purification systems, etc., is an eye-opener for for South Africa. And I think there's huge opportunities for collaboration. In terms of education, there's challenges because there's not so many opportunities for exchange students, mainly because there are no sponsorships available, and there's no, or very limited, memorandum of understandings between universities. So to actually try to negotiate anything means that there first must be an MOU between the universities before any student will be allowed to come on the exchange programs. The diaspora, I also like New York. There's unsubstantiated figures of how many diaspora is in the Western states. We also, the consulate has very limited contact to the SAFA network. So what is happening in San Francisco and Sacramento, there might be huge SAFAs or diaspora there untapped, and we do not have access to those. There's also quite a few of South African billionaires in California. However, there is selective engagement with those companies. Maybe when the new Consul General arrives, that could be one of the key things that we can invest in to broaden that relations with the diaspora. Just to mention that we also do not have a policy where South Africans need to register with the consulate when they arrive. So there's no possibility for us to know how many there are. Yesterday, simply because I was manning the emergency phone because we do not have the insufficient staff, I just received a call and then by chance learned that there are several South Africans from the refugee program stationed in our jurisdiction, more than 20 families I've learned. So it is small steps, small progress, and we do not have access to any other means by simply engaging with those that are here and see if there's anybody can refer us to them. California has also a very high cost of living and manifold challenges with regards to visa approval, work permits, building credit rating, etc., for startup companies. The mission focus a lot on these startup companies. We've had a University of California, Riverside. We've established arrangements with them to create soft landing programs for people who would like to move to the West Coast. So there are a lot of opportunities, but we need collaboration. We need funding for visits to these economic development corporation and to the diaspora. Even the diaspora that we have in California recently established, say for instance, in the music industry, which we previously didn't focus on. And after Minister Mackenzie's arrival in LA, we actually tapped into the music industry. So that's why I'm saying we're now not focusing only on the film industry, but we're now focusing on the broader economic, creative industry. During Minister Mackenzie's visit, we also laid the ground for collaboration with several museums for the LA 28, which means it is the Olympics that is coming up in 2028.
Then if I look at public diplomacy and cultural diplomacy and tourism, it is very difficult for the consulate to actually host flagship national days, especially National Day. If I get a budget of $5,000, that do not even cover the cost for paying a venue. We do not have venues, etc., and so the rest of the budget is, well, the budget is already spent, so the rest of the event has to be funded in other means. We've tried sponsorships, and that was not forthcoming, or the amounts that were sponsored doesn't even cover half of the cost of the National Day. But we are pursuing events like National Mandela Day, the Rugby Sevens that used to be here. We also use these events to also promote tourism. I've spoken about the Pan-African Film Festival in South Africa being the country of focus, and other events that we are collaborating with the African Consular Corps is, for instance, Africa Day, where we then promote culture, our wine industry, and sport, etc. Tourism is difficult in this part, like CG Cardi has mentioned. The Americans do not have to have a visa to go South Africa less than 90 days. So most of the visas, etc., that we are issuing is for non-Americans. If I can go to the consular services just briefly. The services that we've rendered during the past year, there you see the figures. The VFS services that was rolled out since January 2026 already had 179 just for that three-month period. So, and we have a 12-week turnaround that people are reporting that their passports have already been received back, compared to if they apply at the consulate, where it takes more than a year. There is changes. The challenges is that people are complaining that the services, the additional fees, are a little bit steep. So the challenges that we have with regard to the consular services is that we do not have any landlines to engage with applicants or to people. So they use the emergency telephone to communicate, and that is difficult because the emergency phone is there for emergencies. So there's no way to engage with these people unless they phone you on another telephone number. There's legislative applications dating back to 2023 that is still not received. We have no DH official in this mission. We are not connected to the DHA system. So many of the telephone calls that we receive would be, how far is my passport? Can you tell me what's the status of my application for this and this and this? So the volume of work is actually for 2 consular clerks positions, yet only 1 position has been filled, and there's 1 vacant for more than 2 years. Our staff complement at the moment is we have 4 transferred officials, but the Consul General's position is vacant, and I've been acting since April 2025. The corporate service manager has just arrived in January, and the vice consul administration has arrived on Monday, meaning 2 days ago. So our approved LRP structure is very concerning. We only have 10 posts, of which 5 are filled. 3 are vacant positions, and there has been miscommunication regarding the filling of these posts. So we will address that with the assistance of the new leadership in Washington as well as at the desk. So in the meantime, what we've done is to mitigate the situation is use the secretary as a at the reception. We're using the driver to do admin work. And so this is how we try to cover all the positions that needs to be filled. So the number of staff that we have is inadequate for the workload that we have. And this was also an audit finding in the latest audit that was done in the mission. The other impact that we have is if we do find candidates for the positions that was vacant, it was said that the salaries were too low, and it was benchmarked with fellow consulates, Ireland, Kuwait, and Kenya, and even with the city of LA, and it was found that the salary packages is not competitive to Californian standards, and in making it difficult to fill these posts. Similar to New York, we also have an aging LRP staff component. Most of them are 60 years plus, and they most of them have more than 35 years service in the consulate. Now, the impact of this is that there's low morale. The possibility to take leave is impossible. Nobody can take leave more than a week. There's health challenges, must constantly be postponed due to work overload. The consular clerk that is in the consulate has now been absent since May this year, which means the consulate is operating with 4 LRPs at the moment. And if anything happens to anybody and somebody is sick, it has a huge impact on the work that has to be pursued. So the LRPs that are here are loyal, and they reluctantly accept additional tasks to absorb duties. So sometimes they express the fact that they are being used, etc., etc. So we're banking on the fact that these people are loyal and will continue doing the work. In terms of our budget, sometimes we do not receive sufficient funds to even service all our obligatory expenditures. Now we mitigate this by constantly requesting that we can utilize the DHA funds to pay all our obligations. Like I mentioned, we had the AGSA audit conducted in April. There were findings, and we've already completed a plan of action that will be implemented to rectify those challenges. There's a huge online mentality here, and to get service providers to provide us with quotations is also very difficult. To get 9 quotations for a flight ticket is barely impossible to get. And the main reasons is exactly the same as with New York. A lot of these people also do not accept the payment of checks. So that makes it also a difficult one. In terms of ITC, yes, the new system has been rolled out. Yes, we agree. but there are still challenges with regard to the landlines that are not functioning at the moment. But it relates more to external telephone services that needs to be addressed, and we've already done that. Let me quickly go to the state-owned properties. There's no state-owned properties for this mission. All the accommodation that we have is rented. Even the furniture that we have is rented. And the Chancery was renovated by the landlord in 2025. So in June, July, August last year, we moved into this Chancery. And so we're not fully settled yet because of the limited hands to help us to unpack everything. So we're doing it very, very slowly. The assets that we have, the majority of assets is in good and fair working condition. The new Consul General would require minimal new furniture for the consulate. And the physical verifications are conducted by all the officials on board. We're trying to be proactive in addressing these challenges, but sometimes it is not possible to do this. The challenges that we have with regard to these facilities, it is updated. It is timely to update these asset, etc. And there's limited funds to replace some of these furnitures that had to be disposed of. So our operational challenges, I've mentioned the 10-hour difference. I request to urgently appoint a new Consul General. My term is ending in December, and then just to have continuity and to be able to hand over. The other challenge that we have to be solely responsible for the implementation of the whole map is sometimes overwhelming. I'm trying what I can, but it is difficult. There's major economic opportunities to explore, and I look forward to discuss that with the new CG. The LRP situation, if we can move forward, this LRPs, the salary ceilings have been reached, and LRPs haven't received wage increases. And like I said, the cost of living is very high. And there's no further things that I would like to highlight. The photos that I've provided, that is the new conference area. And then we have a new reception area. That's the CG's office. And that is just to show the condition of the furniture that needs replacement. Short and sweet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Acting CG. Thanks for the succinct report. It's quite useful. We will now proceed to His Excellency Sheikh to do both Ottawa and Toronto. We already have your proof of life, so you can proceed, Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a slight correction, not a career-limiting comment, but we do have on standby in Toronto our consul in charge, Shirley Makaya, and she would do the Toronto part, as I would do the Ottawa part, but you will see that there is significant overlap in each other.
No problem.
Secondly, sir, we have online the officials here in Ottawa. There are three of us. It is the acting CSM, it is the second political secretary, And joining us in South Africa, because they are on leave, is the CSM. She's online, and also the first political secretary, Mr. Judika Kladi. So I'm not going to go through the documentation page by page. I'm going to assume that it is read, but I would highlight certain key issues that came out of that presentation. I think Laura is busy trying to put the presentation up, but I will proceed while we get the presentation put up by Laura. The best way to understand the relationship that we have with Canada is to break it up into three distinct categories. The first category would be from 1994 all the way up to 2009. And of course, in that period, we had intense engagement with Canada as we relied on the assistance of Canada, especially the development assistance in respect of building our own constitution, in helping us in the concept of ready to govern. And there was a massive interaction between Canada and South Africa from the period of 1994 to 2009. From 2009 all the way up to 2024, we have and I know many of us will be familiar with this concept, that it entered into a family relationship. You know it is there, but you don't attend to it because you make the assumption that the relationship is there. So I would call that phase the phase of reduced engagement, working on the assumption that we are family. As a result of that, the relationships did not require or did not receive the necessary attention in establishing on what areas do we cooperate, etc. From 2004 to now, we've entered the third phase, and that brings me then to my particular mandate and then the mandate of the mission. So my understanding of my mandate is to reset the relationship with Canada, to explore the issues of where we would be able to develop a particular type of relationship. And we have gone to say, as a result of 2004, and why 2004? A lot of things happened. The first is the coming in of Trump. The secondly is the movement of the leadership of the Liberal Party away from Trudeau to Carney. And then there was the G7, and then there was the G20. And all of this led to us now saying that we are pursuing a relationship of a special kind between Canada and South Africa. We define that relationship of a special kind basically to ensure that we achieve an irreversible economic diplomacy footprint between the two countries. And we seek to do it in terms of what we call the 5+1. In other words, we are pursuing economic diplomacy in terms of agribusiness, energy, including LNG and our just transition, mining, especially critical minerals, infrastructure with the DFIs and Canadian pension funds, and high-tech innovation. And all of this is based on the one enabling pillar, and that is called the Protection of Information, Foreign Investment Protection Act, which is what the Canadians call it, and what we call the Protection of Investment Act, which is PIA, which we passed in 2005. So that is basically how I would position the relationship between Canada and South Africa. Of course, when we deal with Canada, we cannot not deal with the United States. If Laura could just hold it there, I'll come to you in a second, Laura, to move the slide. I just want to make this point that Canada and the United States have been going through their own integration and recently disintegration. And you've got to understand the dynamic between Canada and the United States. 80% of Canadian population lives within 100-kilometer radius of the United States border. 80%. Almost 80% or 85% of Canadian exports go to the United States. Almost 60% of FDI invested in Canada comes from the United States, and vice versa. So the linkage between Canada and United States is incredibly deep. And in many ways, they are those who argue that Canada, in many ways, has in some areas, a vassal relationship to the United States, but in other areas, it is independent. So when we look at the Canadian fault lines, which is security, its economy, its indigenous peoples' relationships, and the threat of secession between some of the provinces, all of that is based on that relationship with the United States. So we must also bear in mind that there are some areas of governance in which Canada has full sovereignty. There are some areas in which they have dependent sovereignty, and there are some areas, and if you look at national security, there are some areas in terms of national security where, in fact, there will those who argue that they have no sovereignty on. Now, this is important insofar as we map out our relationship with Canada, because very often when we seek or when we try to engage Canada from a perspective of how we see our own sovereignty, we do not understand the limits of that sovereignty when it comes to Canada. But we would have a further discussion on that. So we are represented here in Ottawa, we are represented in Toronto, and we have an office in Montreal, which manages the ICAO, which is a multilateral agency. And Ottawa is responsible for the administration of the work in ICAO. Yes, the ICAO representative joins us for our monthly management meetings when he can, and every month he presents a report to us in terms of what are the issues being conducted, etc. there. So I want to turn very quick. We have had a series of interactions which you can read. And of course, this has been a period of intense interaction in Canada. It does mean that we do get here in the mission quite busy, but we welcome it. And we were really hoping to have you over, sir, in the unfortunate postponed meeting. I wanted to turn to economic diplomacy and yet to understand the possibilities that exist. So the investment of South Africa in Canada, and you're going to be shocked by this figure, it is 1.87 billion. And the investment of Canada in South Africa is approximately 523 million. Now, you may be asking, why is there such a disparity? But of course, it reflects the skewed nature of when some of our mining houses acquire an investment in Canada, then there's a rewriting in the books, and the asset represents then an investment of South Africa in Canada. But that's a very interesting figure. When we look at the actual trade figures between Canada and South Africa, we export to Canada roughly $2 billion, and we import from Canada 510 million. And that roughly gives you the figure of 2.5 to 2.7 billion annually. Now, there's a very useful statistic to keep in mind when comparing how Canada compares to our trade with the United States. And that figure is essentially what we call a factor of 10. So if you look at the population of the United States, it is about 450 million, which is about 10% of the Canadian, which is Canada's population is 10% of the US population. So too with the economy. Even though the United States economy is 13 times bigger than the Canadian economy, $32 trillion on the one hand, about $3 trillion in respect of Canada. So again, you can see that it is a 10% factor. So we use that 10% factor to compare how we doing with our trade in Canada compared to how we are doing our trade in the United States. So the trade, South Africa's trade with the United States, if I heard Ambassador Mayer correctly, is roughly about 27 billion. You can see our figure is 2.5 billion. So we are in the ballpark figure of the 10% factor. Of course, we would like to take it more, and our own analysis of the situation and the opportunities in Canada makes us make this bold claim in the end. And of course, it's very good to make a bold claim when one is nearing the end of their term and you set a target for the next person. So we can say there's a credible case that we could push the trade figure between South Africa and Canada to 5 billion within a 5 to 7 years, provided that this is supported by investment facilitation, improved market access, and deeper sectoral partnerships, not solely on commodity exports. So if we don't rely too much on commodity exports and see how we can partner with Canada in respect to its own economic ecosystem and see how we can leverage off the learnings and the opportunities that that economic system provides. A very good example of that was recently the visit of Deputy Minister Botha to Alberta and Saskatchewan, where we saw the opportunities of engaging with Canada from those provinces to learn how did they construct the ecosystem that made them such a powerhouse, a global powerhouse in food production. So the challenge that exists for us then now for the next few years is how do we transform the South African-Canadian economic relationship from a predominantly transactional trading relationship into an integrated production, investments, technology, and value chain partnership anchored by firms operating substantially in both economies. And when we look at that, we can see there's Ivanhoe in South Africa. And I think if we start to engage with Ivanhoe in respect of its full value chain production, we may be getting much more from that relationship. There's another company called AGT, and we visited AGT in Alberta, Saskatchewan last month, and they have production in South Africa. Again, engaging with AGT, we can learn how to look at their full value chain of how they become such a global player in Canada to see how we can mirror that in South Africa. If you look at Anglo-Tech, now Anglo-Tech is a merger between Anglo-American and Tech Resources in Canada that has just been announced in terms of its finalization. And this provides us another great opportunity to engage with Anglo-Tech, which is a substantially South African company. If you still consider Anglo-American as a South African company, and they are now going to be producing or building the biggest global player in copper production. There is so much there in terms of the value chain that we as South Africans can engage with, both in Canada and in South Africa, to take the full value of that. For example, that merger talks about the creating of a Critical Minerals Institute. And the Critical Mineral Institute will serve 3 countries. 1, South Africa. 2, Canada. 3, the United Kingdom. We are lobbying Anglo-American or Anglo-Tech that Critical Minerals Institute should be based in South Africa and should be able from South Africa to serve all 3 of these economies. And that is something we can take up. I think I've covered enough in terms of economic diplomacy. I want to proceed now to other matters. We have a fantastic bilateral engagements in terms of the official levels. We have signed various agreements. We have a recent health agreement in place. We have the audiovisual co-production agreement. We have just signed the nuclear. We have initialed the nuclear agreement. It is now going through its processes where it'll move towards the final stage of approval. And we are still engaged in the negotiations with FIPA. That negotiations will move from exploratory to formal negotiations. But if I could share some of my lessons from all of these interactions. Sir, DIRCO can only do so much. And it reaches a point in which we can do no more other than what we have done. It is still one of the things that breaks my heart. There's a country, we are still so incoherent. It is still so much where our missions have to move mountains to be able to get our sister departments to work with us, to seize these opportunities. I mean, I must say there are times I feel that nobody cares in South Africa. We bend the arc of our own energy levels here to reach these agreements, to make sure these agreements get signed, but then they just simply disappear into a void where nothing gets done. And eventually, most things become a tick box exercise. And I'm hoping that the parliamentary committee, in its responsibility of executive oversight, plays that oversight not only on DIRCO, but on other departments that has an international aspect to their work. Because I find that many of the departments are lacking. I want to give you one very real example. We have been engaging a Canadian entrepreneur who just happens to be one of the richest men in Ottawa. He's a real estate developer, massive, his footprint, his individual wealth is 4.5 billion listed in Forbes. He has investments both in Canada and in Florida. He recently approached us in regard to, he has entered a joint venture with a Florida-based company that wants to export LNG to the world. He approached us and said, would South Africa be interested in this matter? We have made referrals to our department, and I must compliment our department, who's very seized with these issues from us, took it to other departments, and it's now literally maybe 2-3 months. Not a single response back from our sister departments. And it puts us in a difficult position. Do I use my personal relationships to reach the ministers? Do I violate the kind of protocols that we need to operate with? Or will somebody, some executive authority in South Africa take responsibility for the opportunities that our missions create? I just get a sense that the way we are structured doesn't allow us to track these opportunities, doesn't allow us to follow up on these opportunities, and everything is dependent on, it goes to one department, whatever happens in that department will determine whether we will have success or not. But let me not lament, I just wanted to make that point. Yes, we are, in terms of all the other matters, we are seized with public diplomacy. We've had to go through a very particular challenging time, but I must say we enjoyed it and we did very well in it, in defending our position in respect of ICJ, in putting Africa's footprint forward. We engage very much with the Africa group. We engage very much with the SADC group. In this month, we assumed the chair of the SADC group. And of course, we would be hosting them despite the lack of any budget in that regard, but we will continue to do so. We engage almost all of the embassies here that we see that we have an interest in. We remain seized of the Russia-Ukraine issue, partly because the media tries to put us in terms of partisan. We engage and we clarify our active non-alignment approach in respect of that matter. We're involved with the working group that deals with the children, the return of children and civilians. So we are kept very busy given the reduced number of staff that we have. I must pay compliment to my colleagues both here and in Toronto for being able for them to accept my leadership. Sometimes it can be a little tough, but I make no excuse for that because I'm of those views, like you opened the meeting, Chair, that we have to all be committed to delivery and ensuring that delivery occurs without giving the constant excuses that come with why we cannot deliver. In respect of our consular services, again, you'll see that figure of 10% comes. We have provided 480 non-Canadian citizens with visas, and again, it represents 10% of what the United States does. If you look at their figures, it was about 4,900. You can see ours is about 480. Again, we've introduced the VFS. Canada is a massively large country. We have been briefed the DHA to ensure that VFS distributes its services all over Canada. They're doing that, albeit very slowly, but they've made a commitment to do it. And we are looking at this period as a teething period in which there will be some problems, but eventually it will develop. We do have a visa printing problem. Our printer is outdated, and we regularly experience alignment issues, which translates to us giving our visas in handwritten form. And we know that that is not good enough, and we're trying extremely hard to move away from that to avoid any perceptions of corruption or just facilitating easier entry into South Africa. In terms of we have provided the statistics on our other consular services. Let me just make a point, essentially, sir, of the nature of the diaspora in Canada. Yes, we do engage with the diaspora, although I do find it demanding. We for the last elections, we really went all out, and all the preparations were made. But percentage-wise, I think less than 5% of registered voters came to vote. It made me think that often if we are going to complain about the services South Africa gives, at least we should start with our obligations to vote. But that is a secondary matter. The diaspora here is a mixed diaspora. There are those who left South Africa because of South Africa's problems. So we have a exile footprint, and people who could not live under apartheid conditions. And yeah, I'm talking about specifically white South Africans. They've moved across. And then there's a sizable amount of people who, because of globalization, has taken the advantage of travel. We have a footprint of about 53,000 people in all of Canada. The majority of them is in Alberta, Saskatchewan, simply because those provinces make it easier to get into. And then once they are into what they are called the prairies, they will then migrate from there to the more populous regions like Ontario or Quebec. Not too much in Quebec because of the French-speaking requirement in Quebec. And talking about Quebec, I will be going to a braai hosted by the South African Association there on the 15th of August, just to connect and to see how they are doing. In terms of our human resources and capacity, we have 7 posts. 5 of them are full. Well, I think all of our posts in terms of the new establishment is filled. We did have a minister plenipotentiary, which has not been filled. Neither has it been funded, so it's a non-funded post. Our local recruited personnel, we have 14. 8 posts are full. There are 6 vacancies, 3 funded, 3 unfunded. We're waiting for approval for the appointment of the consular clerk and the receptionist, which is there. Like LA, like New York, we do double tasking. We make the best use of the LRPs to do the jobs that we have to do. Of course, there are the constant complaint of poor salaries. It is what it is. We have tried very hard. I remember in the second year in which I was here, our allowances were cut by 5%, but the LLP's salaries were increased by that 5%. That did give us some street cred with the LRPs because we took the 5% deduction in our allowances. And of course, that was before inflation came. And now we are complaining about our allowances like LA, like New York. Inflation and cost of living has significantly gone up in these countries. We've had an internal audit by our internal audit unit. No complaints were found. And wherever we needed a mission response, we did that to head office. In terms of infrastructure, so the Chancery and the official residence are both state-owned properties. From 2003 to date, the mission has successfully completed 24 maintenance and improvement projects for the property to a total value of 800,000 Canadians. And again, I must thank our department, the CFO, the properties division for giving the attention that we required to bring at least our chancery and residents to livable and workable conditions. We had a 100% asset verification done in March of 2026. And the CSM, and I hope she will say hi at some point, is responsible for managing all of the admin and compliance and regulations. And I must say, in that regard, the CSM is really on top of the job, and I'm really, really happy to work so well with her. It makes my life much easier, and that is also for the acting CSM who's here, and for my colleagues who could focus on our map. Yes, the network access is a challenge. We have replaced all the machinery. Connectivity is slow. We use Wi-Fi as a backup, but there are challenges there. And we are hoping that in our modernization efforts, our ICT modernization would be dealt with. I concede it's a challenge, but I think we need to resolve that problem. The Chancery and the official residence, as I said, state-owned. All other transferred staff are accommodated in rental properties in the suburb of Orleans. I just want to make the point again about the official residence being attached to the Chancery. This fundamentally means that I, as your High Commissioner here, have no privacy in regard to the Chancery and the residence. But there are some benefits because I am doing this discussion from just off my bedroom, which I have a home office. So there are some advantages. There are some significantly disadvantages, and we've got to manage this. There are times I think maybe it would have been better for the CSM to be living in this property and the head of mission somewhere else. But it is what it is. We have survived the 4 odd years that we've been here, but there are some particular challenges about that. I want to say that, and maybe if you would allow me, sir, to make this point, that I think it is near impossible for the department to maintain our state-owned properties at the level that it is required for diplomatic representation. Because all that maintenance funding is coming from the allocated budget of the department. Now, if you take any property, and if you can take your property at home or any property, the average percentage that you should spend on maintenance of the property is between 1 to 4%. Let's just take the 1% figure. This property here, at the minimum, is cost 45 or is valued at 45 million Canadian, which means that at the least or the minimum basis, we should be spending 450,000 Canadian dollars on maintenance. Our maintenance budget, and the CSM can correct me, is no greater than 15,000. So it means that we will always have challenges in your buildings. Now, it's impossible for this money to come from DERCO, but I think working with the DBSA, working with the PIC, a creative funding mechanism can be found to maintain South African-owned assets abroad. When I was at the DBSA, I know there were some discussions that we're beginning to have. I'm hoping that those discussions go to conclusion, because there are creative financing mechanisms by which could be put in place that will allow South Africa to maintain all its properties all over the world in a state that is commensurate with the function of diplomatic representation. Yes, we have had some achievements which we will not speak too much about, and we've had some key challenges. But I must also say that we do get support from head office on a case-by-case basis, based on motivation. We have it, and I must thank Home Affairs. I must thank DERCO for allowing or for giving us that support when we require it. Chair, there is the outstanding matter of the parliamentary committee inviting Ahmed Hussein, the chair, your counterpart here, for a visit to South Africa. We have received the invitation. We have passed it on. There's simply the matter of the logistics and the resources attached to that. And I know that's a debate between DERCO and yourselves on how best to fund that matter. Lastly, let me just say, we'll put up those pictures. Well, if you see the pictures in terms of the chancellor and the resident, you will see, and the reason why we put the one picture, that the South African chancellery and the residence sits in the most strategic and most valuable property vicinity in all of Canada. Meaning, to my left is the Prime Minister's house. To my immediate right...
Your Excellency, sorry to interject. The pictures are not on the screen.
I saw they disappeared. Laura, could you just put the last picture back? So give me the picture with the map, Laura. That's, I think, the one before. Yes, that's the one. If you look at this picture, Chair, you will see where the one yellow arrow, the big one, well, that is where we are at. That's the South African High Commission, and that's the Chancellery. That's the property. Valued estimately 45 million Canadian. To the left of that, so my left, is the official residence of the Prime Minister of Canada. To the immediate right of our house is the guest house of Foreign Affairs Canada. And the other yellow area is where the Governor General lives. So you can see we are in the most prestigious area in Canada. You can see the Embassy of France, massive building next to us. That's the Embassy of France. They have made it a museum. And of course, we are unable to do such things. But yeah is the situation. I am the envy of almost every ambassador and high commissioner in Canada. They all want this property because of the easy access to the prime minister, easy access to the governor general, and it's located in terms of importance to the stature of the mission. But the arrow covers a very important statue, and that statue is the Queen on a horse. And the Queen is looking directly at our front door when we open the door. I was going to show it to you in person when you're here. And of course, everyone wants to know why the Queen is looking at us. And the good example of that, or the good reason, is that the Queen looks at us because we're part of the Commonwealth. But the real reason is that if the Queen looked at the Governor General, then the backside of the horse would have faced the Prime Minister. And if they did it the other way, then the backside of the horse would have faced the Governor General. So in order to avoid a diplomatic incident amongst themselves, they had the Queen facing us. That means, sir, every morning I got to greet the Queen when we open the door for my newspaper. Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to call on Toronto to make her presentation.
No problem. Thanks, Abhishek. Good explanation about the Queen and the direction. Toronto? Is there a technical problem?
Sorry, Chair, can you see the presentation flighted?
Yes, we are waiting for it to be flighted. Toronto.
Oh, no. Okay.
And then if somebody can just call us to mute the mic.
But they can hear you. Can they hear me?
Yeah, you're very clear. Sussex.
Okay, just for proof of life, can you see my picture?
No.
Unfortunately, like others have pointed out, we're having a lot of technical issues. But I believe
we can see the report now on the screen.
Okay, yeah, but I believe that I'll be audible enough. And I just want to extend my greetings to the chair, the honorable members of parliament, the excellencies and colleagues, as well as wish to say thank you to my High Commissioner for the comprehensive presentation. And as the High Commission is our main representative office that lays a foundation for our broader bilateral relations with Canada. The consulate acts as a central point for economic diplomacy activities. And our mandate is to augment and operationalize the vision of our strategic economic objectives through activities, and of course, in consultation and working in synergy with the High Commission. Our mandate is to serve as South Africa's frontline for establishing and maintaining economic diplomacy presence with a focus on the protection and support of South African citizens, provision of essential services such as passports, visas, and notarization, and the promotion of trade, investment, and broader economic interest. The South African Consulate General in Toronto is accredited to the province of Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, Yukon, and the Northwest Territories. My presentation today will focus mostly on Toronto since it's where we are active. The mandate is carried out through practical activities that seek to put South Africa on the map with the aim of generating tangible projects with measurable results. Our activities are centered around promotion of South African tourism in Ontario and other provinces of accreditation, building partnerships with provincial governments, municipalities, universities, and business people, supporting South African citizens residing in Canada, promoting South African culture and heritage, facilitate educational, scientific, and technological cooperation. And of course, we are guided by our mission annual plan priorities, of which is to undertake provincial visits to promote economic diplomacy in support of South Africa's national priorities. Here I wish to mention that the synergetic relationship between both the mission is based on a vision of one Canada strategic approach. And as even we engage the provinces, that's the model that we follow, which is to ensure consistency of all our objectives and expected outcomes, and to avoid distortion of our positions on all matters, as well as ensure a cost-effective approach that enables us to maximize benefits as a country and to effectively pursue our outreach programs in consideration of our budget constraints. So recently we noted that the Deputy Minister's visit, and which represented our important sector of agriculture. As Toronto, we were not represented in that we did not physically travel to these provinces, but we were represented by our mission in Ottawa. Our key economic diplomacy sectors of focus include the agribusiness, energy, mining, infrastructure, high-tech sector cooperation, and tourism. So now, why is Toronto important? Toronto is widely considered the economic heartbeat of Canada due to its immense financial clout, a high concentration of corporate headquarters and diverse industries. As Canada's largest city and a major global financial center, it drives a significant portion of the country's economic activity and contributing approximately 20% of Canada's GDP and employing about 1/5 of the nation's workforce. Additionally, Toronto serves as a significant, important hub for hosting global, cultural, and social iconic events. The city is constantly marked by exhibitions of various sectors throughout the year, which gives us a competitive advantage to also participate. And in that regard, we have identified events that drive our economic diplomacy mandate throughout the year, which is almost 70% of our mandate is derived from the following events that I'm going to mention below, and the 30 others, the other 30%, of course, from other activities that we engage on a random basis. We are going to start with the PDEC, the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada, which is the leading voice of the mineral exploration and development community, spanning from a period of 94 years and an industry that employs more than 724,000 and contributed 156 billion Canadian dollars GDP in 2024, currently representing over 8,200 members around the world. PDEC's work centers on supporting responsible and sustainable mineral sector. The PDEC Convention serves as a platform for networking, witnessing and learning the unveiling of the latest market insights, advances in technology, and fostering essential partnerships. Annually, the mission participates in the PDEC, which takes place during the third quarter of the financial year. PDEC is more comparable to the Africa Annual Mining Indaba, which takes place in Cape Town, South Africa. It is also the leading mining event globally. And in view of the fact that it is preceded by the above-mentioned Africa Indaba, it enables the Department of Minerals and Petroleum to pursue a consistent annual theme in its engagement, even in Canada. In March 2026, the convention set a record with more than 1,300 exhibitors, delivering the largest trade show footprint in PDEC history and filling the Metro Toronto Convention Center across both the North and South buildings. South Africa was represented at high level by the Deputy Minister of Minerals and Petroleum, Ms. Phumzile Mgcina, who led the 2026 South African delegation, accompanied by her Director General, Mr. Jacob Mbele, and supported by officials from the Consulate General in Toronto and senior officials from DMPR and the DTIC. The key features of PDEC: participation from government around the world, alongside Canadian government leaders from Canadian municipal, provincial, and federal levels, policymakers, as well as representatives from the business fraternity. Facilitation of networking, investment discussions, and deal-making. The convention's programming featured hundreds of experts, presenters examining the key opportunities and challenges shaping mineral exploration, development, and financing. We're also proud to say South Africa was also put on the map and given a number of slots to also to make presentations. And through Infrastructure South Africa, we had the CEO who also made presentations on behalf of South Africa. It also features the Africa Pavilion, hosted by Mine Africa, and which was the 27th Annual Africa Mining Breakfast and the 24th Annual Investing in African Mining Seminar presented by Hedge. These are among the highlights. The South Africa featured at the Africa Mining Breakfast along other African countries, which included Namibia, Zambia, and Ghana. South Africa's premier marketing event, also co-hosted with Fasken, a prominent Canadian law firm. The delegation at the annual 27 Africa Mining Indaba Breakfast and 24th Annual Investing in Africa Mining Seminar that was presented by Hirsch is a key event where industry leaders, government officials, and stakeholders come together to discuss opportunities, challenges, and innovations in the mining sector. The 2026 sessions focused on mining investment, sustainable development, and regional cooperation in Southern Africa. Presentations highlighted how mining companies are integrating sustainability initiatives into their operations. Participation on this session on the margins of PDEC is not automatic, but has to be pre-booked and is seen as a highly competitive platform, since participating countries seek to advance their priorities and plans in the mining space with the aim of attracting Canadian and global investors. Time slots are allocated accordingly, and with the limited time, countries have to make an impact. So what we observed as the mission here is that we had a number of countries like Namibia, Zambia, and Ghana who brought in readily packaged projects that they presented to the audience. Meanwhile, from the South African side, we simply presented our broader mining strategy without projects. However, in our post-event briefing, we all agreed that in the next PDEC, it will be ideal for South Africa to also elevate our participation to include the readily packaged product so that we also become competitive. I have touched on our marketing seminar with the Fasken, which is a leading law firm in South Africa, which is the South Africa Investment Seminar, which was co-hosted in collaboration with the Department of Minerals and Petroleum Resources on the margins of PDEC conference in Toronto. Fasken is the leading firm operating in the mining sector. This entity also has a well-established office in Johannesburg in Sandton. Over the years, Fasken has voluntarily partnered with the mission and DMPR to co-host a marketing seminar on the margins of PWEC, owing to its strategic positioning of operating in both South Africa and Canada, and its insight on the marketing legislative framework, which serves as an advantage for South Africa to gain access to Fasken's mining clients for marketing its mining products. I believe that as a mission, we have since established that it is not easy to get access to clients of relevant sectors. So when you get entities like Fasken that are more than willing to voluntarily offer their services at no cost, it serves as an advantage for us in light of the fact that we are so financially constrained, we cannot be able to afford to host it, to access such a valuable information on clients. This event brings together government officials, mining industries leaders, financial institutions, and investors to explore opportunities for deeper cooperation in the mining sector. The seminar focused particularly on critical minerals, exploration, financing, and strengthening global supply chains. Discussions emphasized the complementary strength of the two countries and Canada's leading in mining finance exploration expertise and South Africa's significant mineral endowment, established infrastructure, and long-standing technical expertise in mining sector. The Director of Investment Promotion from the DTIC also introduced the Junior Mining Exploration Fund, designed to stimulate exploration activities and support early-stage mining projects. Despite current funding limitations, additional presentations from the industry stakeholders stressed the importance of world-class geology, logistics, disciplined investment, and strategies in developing successful mining projects. The Deputy Minister also highlighted the success of future South Africa-Canada mining partnerships, and she emphasized that successes will depend on maintaining a stable investment environment while ensuring that mineral development contributes to economic growth, job creation, and sustainable industrial transformation. Our second iconic project is the Toronto Global Forum, which is the annual premier international gathering, which brings together global leaders and experts to explore key areas of financing strategies, trade policies, sustainable development, resilient supply chains, and so forth. In October 2025, the South African delegation, represented by Infrastructure South Africa, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, Brand SA, and the Consulate participate at the Toronto Global Forum. The objectives of our participation is to sourcing partnerships in infrastructure finance, renewable energy transaction, and digital economy development system, targeted discussions on structured financing mechanisms, co-investment opportunities with Canadian pension funds, and leveraging the African Continental Free Trade Area. Youth skills development, education and partnership, advocating for mobility and upskilling programs that counteract brain drain while fostering global competitiveness. The South African delegation was featured at the VIP launch, and which served as a platform for direct marketing, strategically designed to facilitate high-level discussions and featuring various marketing slots. Notably, South Africa utilized this venue to highlight its infrastructure investment opportunities. The South African delegation, led by Infrastructure South Africa and the DPSA, as well as Brand South Africa, also emphasized the issue of youth skills development and education partnerships, advocated for mobility and upskilling programs that counteract brain drain. Following these discussions and this exhibition and our participation at the TGF, there has been further engagements whereby representatives from the Canadian Export Credit Development have traveled to South Africa and held follow-up meetings with the DPSA. Insofar, there are positive signs of interest and as witnessed by their willingness to pursue further meetings. However, the Canadians have also laid a condition that financing partnership should also feature Canadian companies. And in 2026, we are delighted once more to announce that South Africa will once again participate at the TGF in 2020 in October, and logistical preparations are underway. The South African team has already signed a contract with the organizers for our presentation. The DPSA has since indicated that it will be represented at high level by its group executive, and they'll be coming to Toronto. Mainly their focus for this year, it's themed around transport infrastructure, financing for transport infrastructure. And we're expecting as well the DDG for Transport to position and present to the Canadians, detailing South Africa's preparedness to open for private business. South Africa's confidence in Canadian technology and financing capability in this transport space is also attributed to the central role played by the then Bombardier, a Canadian multinational with expertise in rail transportation, in partnership with entities like Murray and Roberts in South Africa, who in the development of Gautrain. So we also look for opportunities at other impactful events. And we want to talk about the Global Innovations Canada, which is an event that we identified in April 2025. And it was our first time ever to participate, whereby we had about 22 South African exporters were under the auspice of Westgrow, Eastern Development Corporation, and the Department of Western Cape Agriculture, who came to showcase their agro-processing capabilities. This premium event featured seasoned and emerging South African exporters and producers that were identified by the respective provincial and economic development agencies, and later verified and selected by DTIC for funding to participate. And this event serves as a viable platform for industry leaders, innovators, and key decision makers to connect, explore, and shape the future of the grocery and retail landscape. So the 2 days event drew the attendance of over 5,000 visitors and participation of almost 600 exhibitors across the globe. The Exporters Trade Mission was supported by the consulate, and it included organized retail tours, which were collaboratively facilitated by the Mission and Wines of South Africa. The objective of the visit was to gain insight into the methodologies employed by retail entities in the marketing and branding of their products on a daily basis. This tour included visits to various establishments such as Lablos, the LCBO, and Puserati Hyperama, a South African food retail brand opening in Canada. We are happy again to announce that in 2026, South Africa will once more participate at the Grocery Innovations Canada. And this time it will not only be the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape, but we have also replicated the same idea to other provinces in South Africa. And the DTIC has indicated that we'll have 15 more exhibitors. So which means all in 2026, we'll be having about 37 exhibitors from South Africa, and preparations are underway. We are hoping to have pre-briefing seminars as well as webinars, whereby we are going to be inviting the thinking tank as well as other relevant speakers to come and talk to South African exporters, with the aim of providing them with information on export knowledge, market intelligence, and other challenges that they may come across. So we try to make the process simple for them, as when they land in Toronto, what to expect. And of course, building up on the outcomes of our participation last year, whereby we observed a number negatives that hindered our effective participation, and which was a delay in terms of us confirming as to whether we will be participating or not. Delayed funding approvals from DTI as well were acting as a deterrent. But this year, we are glad to announce that the DTI has approved a 2 million budget for South Africans to participate. And the theme for this year that South Africa has chosen is to focus on the agro sector, which aligns very well with our recent Deputy Minister's visit to the agri-motion, where there was a focus, it was dedicated to the agro sector. So we are seeing South Africans again coming to Toronto to replicate the same idea in a very coordinated manner, and we're trying to be very practical. So we are excited to have them once more come to South Africa, and we are going to this time try and elevate their participation by having targeted seminars which are going to take place prior to the exhibition. We have since identified that with exhibitions, it's good to participate, but you tend to get lost in the crowd. So we don't want our South Africans to only come and sit in their stalls, but rather let them have thorough engagements with the relevant counterparts. So we are going to be having these seminars throughout the exhibition. And of course, with the assistance of our Trade Facilitation Office, which is the economic wing of the Government Affairs of Canada, they are going to be assisted. And of course, these services are not for free. The DTIC this time has come in handy because it has also committed some funding to TFO, to the Trade Facilitation Office. We don't know as to how much it is as yet, because we are yet to decide on the scope of the work that they need to do for us. So we feel that with these targeted seminars, we are going to be able to reach the targeted audience that we want to see, and as well as participate still at the exhibition and be able to facilitate meetings. And as we tour other outlets in Toronto as well, those meetings will be well facilitated. We did struggle last year to gain access, but this year we believe that this strategy is going to enable us to make a breakthrough. And tourism to South Africa, Canadian tourism to tourism and cultural diplomacy, we tend to pair them together at times, including our promotion of the South African Film Festival. Let me talk first to the South African Film Festival. We have reached out to the executives, of course, of TIFF with our aim of participating. We've also reached out to our South African counterparts to participate in the Toronto Film Festival. As witnessed previously, we have done well. South Africa has also received awards. Some of our films received awards in 2024. And we are still also considered as a good destination for shooting films and so forth. We've got good landscapes and other advantages. But of course, finances being a constraint, we have seen a drawback whereby there has been no commitment, no willingness on behalf of maybe the Department of Arts and Culture and the National Video and Film Foundation. But then we are happy to say that not all hope is lost, because we have partnered with an organization, excuse me, Education Without Borders. Okay, Education Without Borders is a non-profit organization that operates in Canada, which was founded by South Africans and very active as well. And it's establishing the South African Film Festival. So we have partnered with them as the mission, and we are starting to prepare for our own mini South African Film Festival, of which the launch will start in November. On the 4th of November, we are planning to have our big launch, and already we're expecting an audience of plus minus 250. But as well, we have been engaging our South African diaspora as well under the banner of Ubuntu Select, which is also another non-profit organization representing the interests of South Africa. They've also vouched to have to bring in an audience of another 200 people, So we will be having almost 450 guests at our launch of the South African Film Festival. So we've also brought in the Wines of South Africa to support us in this event. We are still negotiating with other South African entities as well that are operating in Canada, like your Hyperama and your Nando's as well. And of course, with the aim of increasing our cultural diplomacy footprint, we are planning to rope in a number of artists, of which they have been identified already by Ubuntu Select, which are going to perform at this event. So we're planning to give it impetus. But at the same time, we have partnered with Travel Lead, an organization that has since been referred to us by our South African Tourism Office in North America, and has been very effective in sending Canadian tourists to South Africa. So we want to make it a very, very comprehensive and consolidated concept, which promotes tourism, promotes the film industry as well, and cultural diplomacy. So, as you know, that our finances are a big problem for us. And when we team up with stakeholders like that, we may not have much influence at times, but of course, their participation comes in handy for us because we still have something to showcase as South Africa, despite our constraints, of which I can mention that in our budget, we don't have much in terms of promoting cultural diplomacy. And then we're also looking at targeting important days like the Nelson Mandela Day and as well as the Africa Day. I wish to mention that in this year's Africa Day, we had planned some activities, of course, to put South Africa on the map during the festivities. However, my former CG also informed me that she became reluctant because I was on leave that time, because of the ongoing clashes between South African and foreign nationals. And, the Africans here in Toronto were kind of not happy about the situation. So there was, of course, a little bit of fear from our side. But we believe that going forward in future, we should be able, to take advantage of these opportunities and try and forge some relationship with these people, as we have always maintained good relationships with them. But in terms of cultural diplomacy, to showcase still who we are, it is our way to demystify all these myths that have been created. We will continue to engage with the Africa Alliance, which is a group of students. Some of them have grown to become even business people and are very active in this space in terms of promoting cultural diplomacy. So in South Africa, we also want to take advantage of those opportunities and participate. So we have our proposed strategies by the mission, having observed the problems that we go through in terms of trade, investment, and pursuing economic diplomacy activities. We were proposing, like I've said, market intelligence and research and pre and post event marketing preparations, because we believe that without market intelligence and post event marketing preparations, South Africans, they come here and they feel like they don't know where to start, they don't know where to go. As the mission, yes, we do facilitate for them, but we don't have all the extensive technical knowledge about how to do business and so forth. So our intelligent marketing, market intelligence sessions will bring in seasoned speakers from Canada to explain to our South African groups as to how to conduct business and what we expect. So as we say, we're going to have a shift from ad hoc participation in exhibitions and towards a coordinated approach that includes targeted stakeholder engagement, professional branding, structured post-event follow-ups, integration of the diaspora into economic diplomacy, because the South African diaspora, we've just discovered they've got a lot to offer and a lot to show. And so why not use them? And they do it at no cost. We want to formalize collaboration with South African diaspora organization to support our trade promotion activities, facilitate local business connections, provide sector-specific insights, enhance our outreach engagement in key provinces. I recently learned that in Alberta as well, Our mission colleagues were hosted by a South African who also showcased his business capabilities in Alberta and is also responsible for having formed an organization of South Africans. So we really need to elevate such initiatives. I'll now move over to consular services. Unfortunately, our consular attaché is not available today due to health reasons. And I just want to say that the mission in Toronto provides civic and immigration services. The estimated number of civic services, the estimated number of South Africans residing in Canada, as per the last census, is approximately 53,000. The profile of the clientele consists of South African citizens who left the country pre and post 1994. The service rendered by the mission covers both categories. For both the 2025 and 26 financial year, a total of 1,691 civic cases were processed, and the breakdown is as follows: 1,220 passports, 110 identity document applications, 84 citizenship applications, 63 emergency travel certificates, 53 birth certificates, 18 death, 12 marriages, and 4 personal amendments. In the introduction of the VFS as well, and as part of DHA's intervention to address delays in issuance of passport to SA citizens, VFS opened its office in Canada on 27 October 2025 and recently has commenced to open satellite offices in other far-flung areas of Canada. On immigration services, Canadian citizens enjoy a 90-day visa exemption stay in South Africa. Unfortunately, this arrangement is not reciprocal. South African citizens are required and subjected to stringent visa regulations, including SA diplomats and official passport holders. In October 25, during the visit by the SA Minister of Home Affairs, the issue of reciprocity was raised, and with his counterpart, and the matter is subject to further consultation by the two ministers. For the 2025-26 financial year, a total of 548 visa applications were processed, and the breakdown is as follows: visitors visa under 90 days, 433, and so forth. I'm not going to read all of them. I believe it's on a slide. A total of rejected cases amounted to 7. Visa printing is outdated and malfunctioning. As a result, the mission is issuing handwritten visas. Same problem with Ottawa as well. The Department of Home Affairs has commenced with the introduction of electronic travel authorization, ETA, which will gradually offset the visa application system. On mission administration, the structure of the mission is as follows. It's the head of mission, social security, the chauffeur, the consul political, of which it's myself, the vice consul, the consul admin, supported by the accountant, and we have the consul immigration, the home affairs, which is the home affairs, and 2 consul clerks. At present, we do not have the head of mission. She has recently returned to South Africa in the past week, and as you can see, I have taken over her duties as from Monday, and she's supposed to be supported by the social secretary and the chauffeur. A bigger challenge now is that the social secretary and the chauffeur, their contracts are ending at the end of August. We have advertised their posts already, but the current ones have not voiced interest. They have not even applied for the post. We have had a series of problems in this mission, of which I would not mention in this platform, but we are still continuing to receive applications, but not in and the number that we're expecting them here, the chauffeur as well, because of the low salaries that we are offering, which are not competitive. We have also done some research to check with our other consulates, but we find ourselves that we are offering very low. So in that way, we are expecting a very serious problems, but the current chauffeur, I think for other reasons that I would not mention here, it won't be a good idea. It won't be prudent to bring her back. Even the social secretary has not applied. So due to all these problems that we've experienced in this mission, we are anticipating that it will take longer for us to be able to get new recruitees to come and join us. Yeah, can vote. Yeah. Okay. On human resource, we've got 4 posts for transferred officials, which 2 from DIRCO are filled, which is myself and the CSM. And one of the head of mission, the Consul General, is vacant because she departed back to South Africa last week. The Department of Home Affairs is 1 filled post, and we have the locally recruited personnel structure, which is supposed to be 9 posts. At the moment, 5 are filled, and there are 4 vacancies. 2 are funded and 2 are unfunded. The funded one are the administrative clerk and the receptionist. The unfunded, the social secretary and the messenger driver. The mission has advertised 3 posts, namely the chauffeur, the secretary, and the administrative clerk. Current secretary and chauffeur post ending in August 2026. As I have mentioned, we are anticipating a challenge in this regard, but for now, we will do our best to work under these circumstances, but we just want to flag that as something that should be taken seriously. On financial resources, the allocated budget, like other missions, has been insufficient to cover all maintenance and political projects. The Chancery and staff residents are leased. We've got no official residents as yet. The lease we have terminated due to the early departure of the CG from Toronto. The mission, when it comes to staff residences, that at least we have a challenge because of the norms. The norms are quite low and the rental norms in Toronto are very high. So the norms that have been proposed by head office are not matching the rental here in Toronto, which is a very big challenge because it takes longer for incoming officials to settle, as well as the diplomatic clause that demands that the rental be kept, for the period of 4 years without increase. It's also a big challenge because landlords are not welcome to that idea at all. For myself, I took about 5 months to get settled when I arrived in the past year. So it is a challenge for us. On asset management, the mission achieved 100% asset verification in March 2026. The disposal of obsolete asset is ongoing. Approval has been obtained in February 2026. The verification conducted and reported at head office in April 2026 as per head office guidelines. Contracts of 2 asset storages terminated in October 2025 and February 2026. Approval of 56 items for disposal and 64 for write-offs. Decision to write off was based on the fact that the recovery cost outweighed the value of the missing assets. The value had depreciated. So myself and the CSM, when we arrived in the mission in the past year, we encountered a situation whereby our predecessors had subscribed to a storage company, which later on did not do us justice at the mission. They kept on dilly-dallying. We could not access the storages. Hence, as a result, we tried for almost a year and we're still paying the rental for the storage. And we had to undertake a decision to take the matter to the legal authorities. And we followed those processes and we negotiated and sought approval at head office as to how to deal with the matter. And at the end of the day, as I've said, that we ended up taking a decision to write off based on the fact that the recovery of those assets cost outweigh the value of the missing assets because they were quite old and the value had depreciated. Mission had recently obtained a budget approval for procuring new furniture for the Chancery and the staff residence. So for now, for the Chancery, we will wait until the
until the end of the contract. We just want to flag the fact that the contract of the Chancellor is coming to an end at the end of March 2027. So now as the mission, we are now faced with the decision whether we have to move or we have to remain in this building. And of course, we are still doing our due diligence exercise and to assess the cost effectiveness of remaining behind or moving to another area, but as well as we also want to see if it will be feasible to do business. We were thinking maybe if we have to move to town, because that's where all the prime areas are located in terms of the hotel. We noticed that delegations do struggle to access the mission when they are in Toronto. In light of the harsh weather conditions, they have to travel a long distance, because traveling from the mission to central town, it's quite a distance. So we are still thinking about that, but we have not taken any decision. We are hoping the next 2 months we will be able to decide. And of course, we'll do that in consultation with our High Commission in Ottawa, as well as head office. Audit for Immigration and Civic Service successfully conducted in May 2025 for the 2024 financial year. The mission obtained unqualified outcome with no findings. The mission audit, AXA, which was the AXA one recently conducted in 2025-26 financial year in May 2026, there were provisional findings reported. However, the mission is still awaiting for the final report. However, those findings were not alarming because were simply related to admin issues of which can be corrected, and the mission is working towards correcting that. Network connectivity, like other missions in North America as well as the US, we are encountering similar problems as well. The mission received ICT systems upgrade, which assisted for a few months, but we are starting to see problems again. So we don't know where we stand. The laptops and desktops need replacement due to observed malfunctioning. As you can see, I'm presenting on my colleague's laptop because the other laptop that I'm using is also malfunctioning. So we have a problem with that one as well. Our mission telephone, the mission received new telephones and installation was conducted in May 2026. So as I've mentioned, the mission is experiencing operational challenges as a result of vacant posts that are not funded and filled. High vacancy rate has resulted in disgruntled and aggrieved employers who constantly refuse to do work which they claim is outside of their prescribed duties in their contracts. The service providers, business entities depend highly on issuance of a credit card to procure goods or secure a service. We are really struggling as well in this area in terms of bookings, and our South African delegations, we also have to use their private cards most of the time, but it takes longer for us even to be able to secure better deals, because we don't have the credit card system, and the Canadians, the Torontians, I will say maybe, are not amenable, to EFT transfers for reasons which they do not explain. They simply want us to have our credit cards ready all the time, which is a challenge, and we are constantly trying to find ways how to make payments, which of course it makes our life very difficult. As I've mentioned, unfavorable rental norms as the paid office prescription, diplomatic clause, need to improve the we need to improve general chancery outlook. It's old, outdated furniture. Maybe if you can just project our pictures here, they may look a bit decent because technology presents them in another way. But if you have to be here physical, then you will see that it doesn't really represent the South Africa that we are proud of. Other challenges to accessing medical care is a very big one. Of course, it's very expensive, and diplomats are not able to secure travel insurance. In Canada, you have to use your DECO or your GEMS medical aid, but the costs are very exorbitant because you have to pay upfront. I remember recently I had a health challenge and I was supposed to pay about 12,000 Canadian dollars upfront, of which I couldn't. I had to fly to South Africa. So it remains a very big problem. I don't know as to how we can, our seniors can intervene. This is a problem that we need to really negotiate with the Canadians. And as well as we picked up that there are undeclared medical costs at the time of consultation. There are many hidden costs. Even the 12,000 rands, that 12,000 Canadian dollars that you pay upfront is likely not to cover all the necessities that you have to obtain, pertaining to your particular treatment. Like some specialists are excluded. So you will never know. You can pay the 12,000 Canadian dollars and find out it's only for one day. So in this instance, we have witnessed ourselves constantly having to fly to South Africa. At times, we even use our own private funding to go home because, of course, to obtain a medical STP, there has to be a lot of evidence that you need to bring forth. And Canadian doctors are not amenable to releasing reports. They want you to keep you on the system. We also picked up that even when you bring reports from South Africa, they are not likely to accept them. They want to start afresh. So that presents us with a challenge, of course. So the proposed solution here is the need for standing clause for diplomats to access medical care. So we end there with our consular services, but on overall, we can say that despite all the challenges that we've undergone in the past year in the mission, we have tried our best with the support from our mission in Ottawa. Toronto is running, and we are looking forward to more activities as there are exhibitions that are coming up, very iconic ones where South Africans will be landing in Toronto as from September and October. We're going to anticipate very busy months. That's when our seminars will be taking place. And we are hoping that this time there will be tangible results. But as the High Commissioner has pointed out earlier on when he started the presentation, to say one of the greatest challenges we're having is non-commitment from our sister departments at home. I do not mean to speak badly about them. We host them, but they are kind of reluctant to give us post reports. And of course, those post reports and regular updates enable us to be able to service them better. We are sitting here, we are the ones who are constantly begging them to come to the party, which is the greatest challenge. And they only come to the party in the last minute, which it doesn't work for us, honestly. It doesn't help us. It actually destabilizes our planning. So we are begging for this committee to make recommendations for sister departments to establish better working mechanisms with us as missions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Makaya. Thanks very much, Acting in Toronto, for the report. Honorable members, I've got two messages. The first one is Honorable Douglas. Because of what occurred in Cape Town Airport 2 days ago, he has had to leave because there's mix-up of flights and all. The situation has not yet returned to normality. So we accept his apology. We also got a note that both Ambassador Mayor and Deputy Tahe had thought that we will be done by now because they have a meeting 7 o'clock South African time. And because they have to travel, they've had to leave. But there's somebody who will be staying online, Ms. Kwale, in case there are issues that pertain to their report. We have now, honorable members, arrived at the stage where we will engage the reports. We will leave out Jamaica for now and engage the rest of the reports. I'll now take hands. Oh, the other apology came from Honorable Mutise. She had to go and attend a meeting of the ANC Women's League. So she left about 30 minutes ago. Honorable Nalumango.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and I have participated in the meeting earlier on, but let me use this opportunity to greet all excellencies on the platform as well as all honorable members, and including the team from DIRCO. I am specifically going to focus on the tourism aspects in all of the missions. Honorable Chairperson, tourism is described as the new gold. So this sector is contributing a high percentage to the GDP of South Africa, even more so than some of your traditional sectors. So I would like to know, Honorable Chair, what measures or programs are in place in the missions to promote tourism in South Africa, with emphasis on the promotion of cultural tourism, tourism in small dorpies and villages and the townships. Because in the main, Chair, when we promote your Kruger National Park, we promote Cape Town, and we leave the other provinces out, and what the other provinces have to offer. Now, I have to page because my first questions was also for the mission in Jamaica. But let me page. How is tourism as a sector used to improve international relations between South Africa and the respective missions? So I think everyone can just pick up on that question and then just answer that questions from the different missions, and we'll have that answer there. And how is the tourism utilized to strengthen relations through cultural, economic, and environmental exchanges between South Africa and the host country where the missions are? And what tourism initiatives are there between the mission and the host country? In the United States, we have a South African Tourism Office. And how is the mission there collaborating with the South African Tourism Office to promote South Africa as a preferred tourism destination? I've heard in the presentation from the last presentation from Toronto, where they speak of having had a collaboration with the South African Tourism Office in the States, which is in New York, but I've not heard that from even the missions that are in the US. Okay, I think I've just made it now overall questions, Honorable Chairperson, instead of having posed these questions one by one to the different missions. And I do hear what the mission in Toronto is stating in terms of your challenges that they are facing in terms of the direct flights. And I think that is something that needs to be picked with the Department of Tourism, and then just finding out how are they as the Department of Tourism interacting with some of the challenges that some of the missions are having. Okay,
Honorable Chair, this is High Commissioner Sheikh, could I come in on this question?
Okay, sorry, I did not hear your Excellency.
No, I want to respond to the member's question on tourism.
Let's just take the second hand, then you can
Okay.
respond. Just quickly. Honorable Kumbacha.
Thank you, Chairperson. And once again, good day and good evening to all our honorable members and to yourself, Chair, and your Excellencies in the platform. So let me thank the ambassadors and the missions for the comprehensive briefing today. I think most of the presentations highlight that our missions continue to operate under considerable administrative and resource constraints while still being expected to advance South Africa's diplomatic and economic interests. Let me start before I go to my general perspective on the presentations. Let me start with Washington. I think the presentation demonstrates that the mission is operating in an exceptionally complex political and economic environment. But I think let's welcome the mission's emphasis on economic diplomacy and protecting market access and strengthening partnerships in energy and critical minerals and infrastructure. I think also, Chair, I'm just also concerned about the vacancy rate among the locally recruited personnel. I'm just concerned about that. But I think also the ICT challenges are equally similar because the slow computers and inadequate network monitoring and insufficient air conditioners, etc., can strain what we are trying to achieve. So I think going forward, Chair, for the Washington part, I think we should create one integrated US strategy, but not only for Washington, but also for all our missions. I think we need to do that. And I think there should be quarterly coordination meetings when it comes to this effect. And I think the mission should pursue structured engagement with the US administration. And I think we as South Africa should clearly communicate our policy positions while identifying areas where cooperation remains possible despite what is happening. And I think the mission should also indicate how its work will benefit South Africa's, economic sector, including the SMMEs, etc. And I think, besides Washington, each mission should have targets for investor leads and export opportunity, but they should be done in a practical sense. And I think the mission should develop a rapid response communication mechanism involving DIRCO when it comes to the aspect of misinformation. And I think there should be a way to use California more strategically. The slide correctly identifies California as a major global economy in which South Africa remains underrepresented. So I think the mission could organize a South Africa-California Innovation Forum and develop university partnerships and engage technology companies on skills development and digital infrastructure and investment. And I think in terms of addressing the vacancies, they should be definitely addressed. And I think a deadline should be agreed upon for filling essential posts where budget limitations prevent recruitment. And I also just want to check just one question before moving on to the generally in terms of every presentation we've received today. I just have two questions for the Washington mission in terms of what specific steps has the mission taken to stabilize the bilateral relationship and what measurable progress has been achieved. Of course, measurable progress does not have to be long-term, but are there any steps being taken so far to stabilize the relationship? And I also just want to check which, does the mission have a formal risk management plan for possible changes to trade access or tariffs or other measures affecting South African exports? And then let me move on generally to the other presentations, Chair. I think generally, I'll speak generally now, because I think most of the challenges in the missions are ones that we've been experiencing generally in other missions, even across the regions. But I think DOCO should provide a firm date for filling the head of missions where they lack or other critical vacancies in the missions. In the interim, there should be a written delegation of authority or business continuity plan and regular management support from head office in these missions that have vacancies. And I think the missions should also review whether the current staffing structure is aligned with its responsibilities across all accredited countries. And in terms of ICT challenges, I think we've addressed it many times. But I think missions should submit a detailed ICT needs assessment to the department. And then in terms of trade and investments, I think with the lack of resources, virtual business engagements should be used where transport costs make physical delegations expensive. I think the missions could organize quarterly online business forums linking South African countries with their missions. So I think we really need to find ways on how we can leverage on the opportunities in the missions that will benefit South Africans at a larger scale. So other than that, Chair, I think that's that from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kumbaka. Honorable Dr. Litchfield Chabalala.
Thank you, Chair. I joined after 5 from the impeachment committee. I'm not sure if it was the ambassador that was speaking. I didn't catch the name, but he made a comment of how they relentlessly fight to get economic opportunities and they cede them over, and nothing happens. And I could sense the exasperation and I think just the irritation.
It's Ambassador Sheikh from Ottawa.
Yes, the ambassador. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the irritation in his voice could not be hidden. I'm not sure what we want to do as the committee, but maybe, yeah, we do need to follow this up, Chair, and get that department maybe to come to the committee to just explain why nothing happens after that hard work, not in a country of such high unemployment and just desperate and hopeless youth. Any opportunity that can create, it doesn't matter even if it's 10 jobs, or opportunities for our young people, whether here or in Canada itself, however that pans out, if it's followed up, I think has to be nurtured. So I think as the committee chair, let's help the ambassador out so that they don't feel that they are working tirelessly, but it's like holding a leaking tin and holding it by the tap and trying to fill it. Yeah, I think that's what touched me, Chair, as I joined in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lynchfield Chabalala. Honorable Muela.
Greetings, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. And greetings to all our excellencies, ambassadors in different missions, which gave us intensive and very progressive presentations with passion and enthusiastic highlight in terms of the work that they are doing to pursue South Africa's foreign policy across in those missions. And also greetings to DG and all the officials from DERCO. I think, Chair, there is a similarity in terms of the challenges that have been raised here from different missions, emerging from challenges that cut across all our missions, where we find ourselves having technological and administrative backlogs, most particularly with regard to the issue of ICT, which is something that the department has sought to address in all our missions, so that the work and efficiency of consulates and other issues that are there to service South Africans in those respective countries are done with effectiveness and efficiency, so that we don't encounter problems. There is an issue that have been highlighted by AG with regard to the issue of asset register, where there is a regression in terms of accounting to the property that we own, and it appears as a challenge that must be addressed in terms of the AG's findings across all the financial years that were presented by DERCO, and which I think it's something that the missions must improve on, so that we're able to comply with the AG. And the issue of decaying properties, I think most of the properties, I'm not so sure was it New York or what, where they were showing the pictures here, and also there was the maintenance that was done, which is a generic problem in all our missions, most particularly when you are oversighting, Chair, on a phone. Obviously you will get the best pictures, which when you can see from the best pictures and see that there might be some challenges, it means the worst pictures you cannot be able to observe and be able to have a better understanding of the exact property in terms of the state and other things, which is a disadvantage of playing oversight through the phone. But I think the property issue is something that also cut across as part of challenges that it need to be addressed from DERCO's point of view. But apart from that, Chair, I think with regard to the US, we've got the standing issue that we are trying to address as the country, so that we can build our relationship, because we've got a serious bilateral relations at a high rate with the US, which inject a lot of funding into the country. I think His Excellency Ambassador Rolf Mayer was giving us confidence to say there are talks that are in place that seeks to cement our relationship, so that we can be able to proceed and safeguard our relationship, most particularly with regard to the renewing of AGOA, so that we can be able to sustain job opportunities in the country and create possible opportunities for African companies that also want to to come and invest in the US. I think another issue that I've seen as a challenge is that it is easier for companies to come and invest in the country as opposed to African countries getting opportunities in the respective countries where our missions are. I think it's something that we need to improve on as we represent the country in those particular missions. I think most of the issues, Chair, are similar, and we are very happy with the work that our ambassadors are doing. What we need to do, we need to work on the issue of ensuring that the vacancies that are being mentioned here are filled, and the challenges that they are having with the local laborers, which cut it across all the missions where the local will want to operate according to their own way of doing things, as opposed to how will be expected to operate from our missions and so forth and so forth. Most particularly when it comes to the issue of payment, you know, if you are in a dollar country, as opposed to the rent and all that, so it is not easy for locals in those particular countries to work and do the work that is offered by our missions, and which is some of the challenges that we have to work on, so that we fill those vacancies there, because it gives pressure to the officials that are doing our attaches in different areas, which are there on a mission to ensure that they sell our country and ensure that there is synergy and also good relations in terms of how they must address issues. I think other issues our colleagues have addressed them, Chair. I just wanted to raise those particular issues. Thank you very much, Chair. There's been a long day. Thank you.
Oh, it's still a long night to go on our side. Thank you very much, honorable members, for the issues raised. Just before I give Excellencies an opportunity to clarify some of the issues, to indicate on behalf of the committee that there are several initiatives we have developed as a committee to deal with this problem that has been raised, which is around economic diplomacy and how it must manifest in the Republic of South Africa. We have agreed as a committee, and have written to the Speaker, that it will be important on a 6-monthly basis for the Minister of DERCO to table progress arising out of trade agreements reached between South Africa and the respective countries. It must include not just the trade agreements, but progress made. Our suggestion to the Speaker is that as soon as those reports are tabled, the rules must be such that that report must be referred to our committee by the Speaker. We will then take that report to the ground, to the grassroots in South Africa, so that people are able to relate the taxes that they pay with what accrues or possibly or potentially should accrue from initiatives that are being undertaken by yourselves, so that the voices from the grassroots can be able to find expression in Parliament and put a bit of a shoulder to the wheel, so that DTIC can then realize the importance of synergy, speed, and aggression in implementing some of these issues. Related to that is an agreement by the committee that we must attach deadlines to the implementation of the agreements, and that we must consider including performance on those agreements by accounting officers and executive authorities as part of performance agreements that are signed between the president and ministers, and between the ministers and the executing authorities as defined in the Public Finance Management Act. So that we must move beyond just saying there are challenges, but rather deal concretely with these matters and attach consequence management to it. Of course, linked to that, it will have to be what resources that South Africa put in place to enable you excellencies, including executing authorities, to be able to succeed in their respective work. Because most of the time, there's lack of appreciation from treasury in the country on the critical importance of missions and how they must become critical points of economic possible growth for South Africa. So that is what the committee is pursuing. In the meantime, we have also taken a decision that on a quarterly basis, going forward, DERCO, in the meantime, must report on these decisions that arise for actionalization from trade agreements. So in the meantime, that is what we are working on, so that DERCO can then be held accountable on that, whilst we are waiting for the speaker to actualize the proposal that is coming from the portfolio committee. Thirdly, we are pursuing an agreement that must result in standing joint committee meetings between us, DTIC, and other related departments, particularly the economic cluster, so that we can together do joint oversight on these matters as portfolio committees falling within those perspectives of economic growth from overseas and in the African continent. So that's what we are working on. Some of the specific things that have been raised, for instance, Excellency Sheikh raised a practical matter of an investor who has written to South Africa and there's no response. Our staff is here. They are recording some of the immediate things that will have to be done. So when we go back, we will have a report that says immediate, short-term, medium, and long-term. And as soon as that is done, it will be shared with DERCO so that DERCO can then distribute it to your offices so that we can move from the same wavelength of understanding on these matters. I'll start on responses with Excellency Sheikh. Tourism.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm really heartened by the changes that the committee is making in regard to produce a follow-up mechanism and the appropriate executing authority to translate the opportunities that come from missions into realizable projects that addresses our fault lines of inequality, unemployment, etc. So that is very, very encouraging. And at least from the Ottawa mission, we pledge to work very closely with our department in ensuring that you meet your objectives. In respect to the particular question about tourism, so the way, again, given the limited budgets, we do attend. We work closely. Well, we used to work closely with the New York Tourism, South Africa Tourism Office, and that is before they went through certain changes. I think There's been cuts to their own budgets. So we now therefore have to choose which of the tourism projects we get involved in, because there's a requirement to pay a registration fee, etc., to bring all your material, etc. So we do man those, or we do person the tourism shows that are in Ottawa where there's no cost involved. I think in Montreal, we have one where there's a cost involved, and we do pay for that and we do attend that. I think Toronto has a similar approach, and it is within the Washington theme of how do we do more with less. However, the tourism that we do have, and I agree, it is biased towards two particular areas. The first, it's biased towards our developed tourist sectors, which is the Kruger National Park, Cape Town, etc. And the second, it is also biased towards the wine sector in South Africa, because they seem to be destination or niche tourism thing. I am not too sure, and this does not mean we will not try, that we will be able to expand that to other areas. And I'm very much like the areas of the Dorpies tourism. But there are certain realities that we do confront here. And one of those realities is not only the distance between Canada and the US and South Africa, which invariably requires, if you're coming from Canada, it requires 2 flights up until 30 hours. Then you're dealing with the issue of the jet lag. So in summer, we are 6 hours behind South Africa. In winter, we are 7 hours behind South Africa. The average tourist will stay in South Africa for 2 weeks, perhaps 3 weeks. But bear in mind that 1 week of those 2 or 3 weeks is taken away by adjusting to jet lag. So those are the challenges. Of course, we don't have direct flights, but then it seems that the majority of people will go via the US to South Africa. There was a total drop in the numbers during COVID, but we have now recovered our numbers to just before the COVID period. I know my colleague Mr. Munyai, who deals with the actual figures, will be able to give the figures if needs be. But that is where we are with tourism. It is our understanding from Tourism SA based in New York that South Africa is desirous of ensuring niche tourism, because it goes essentially to the amount of money that a tourist will spend in South Africa, which contributes to the job creation, etc. We work closely with them. We think it is a challenge. Of course, I'm not going to mention all the other stereotypical issues like crime rates. And whenever we do have unfortunate crime incidents in South Africa, they do get a large reporting in the Canadian media. We try engage with Canadians about the crime statistics, etc. But it is an upgoing battle, but we are comfortable that the numbers are pegging up, and I think that is a good thing. In regard to all the other matters, yes, and I really want I agree with the integrated strategy for North America, but there are specific differences between the United States and Canada. In the United States, we're chasing a market of 450 million. In Canada, the market is 43 million. So the market expansion will not be great, but we are in particular focus on wine because of the problems that United States is having with Canada in regard to trade barriers, etc., it's allowing us to displace American wine in Canada. So there we have Westgrow, who is very active on the wine market. They would be coming here on October 21st to the 23rd, where they are going to be promoting the wines to particular entities. And I just want to make a point about those entities, that unlike in South Africa, alcohol is owned by the state. So the province has an entity that has the right to buy and sell alcohol. So it's not a liberalized market that we have. So in Ontario, you have it called the LCBO, and in Quebec, it is the SAQ. Now, Wines of South Africa have engaged with both of them and brings delegations to South Africa for wine promotion shows. So I thought those are the issues. But let me also say that I think the time has come for very creative solution for the maintenance of properties, etc. And I don't think you're going to find that solution within the normal budgeting processes of DIRCO. When we are under very severe austerity measures, and I think we need to find a creative financing solution for that, which I've alluded to earlier. And I know that the Director General is obsessed about that matter. All the other matters, the technological changes, the administrative staff issues, all depends then on the budget issues and how do we use technology to lessen some of the burdens that we have in terms of staff. But I must say that the level of support we get from head office to our work has really, really improved, and we are very happy with the dynamic engagement. Insofar as other departments are concerned, I think that is where more integration, more coherence is done. A better understanding of Invest South Africa, DTIC needs to be happening to be able to take the opportunities and to translate them into action. Lastly, I must say, Chair, that I would really invite your committee to study the report of Deputy Minister Boertus's visit. I think there are some very real opportunities there, and your committee should become au fait with it so that we could be able to work together to take advantage of these opportunities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Just before other excellencies respond, I need to add, I forgot something to add, that the committee made a proposal to DIRCO. DIRCO is going to come back to us on that matter. We suggested that the property portfolio, which falls under DIRCO, is not commercially viable to be in the hands of public works. So we have suggested that because the PIC is a 3 trillion or so portfolio in South Africa, invests all over, there must be a discussion between DIRCO, Public Works, Treasury, and the PIC for the PIC to take over the entire property portfolio of DIRCO, so that it can be managed better. So we hope that now that we are back from recess, we will get some feedback on that particular matter. Any other excellency wants to make some clarity? Okay, it doesn't look like we've got other excellencies. Remember,
this is Simon from New York. If I may add on tourism, I was just looking for the hand up sign. I didn't find. Apologies for that. I just wanted to pick up on that very important topic that the Honourable Nalamango raised about tourism. New York, as the High Commissioner said, is where SA Tourism has its office, which is very useful for us to have them right here. And which means, of course, we go there to support all their events, their interactions with the trade specialists. And of course, knowing that they have very significant challenges of their own, we really value the great work they do here. But I just wanted to add that what we as a consulate do over and above that, in a context where we have no money to do our own events, is that we do a lot of facilitation work. We would go and engage, on each type of sector. Let's say it's conferencing, tourism, or ecotourism, or whichever type of tourism, to try and understand the business model and who their potential partners could be. And then we link them up with the diaspora, with other companies, with the local banks if they're sponsoring, and try and mix and match topics, because apart from pooling resources and giving greater visibility to South Africa and its totality and all the interesting parts within it, it also adds to the excitement and interest value for the American consumer and global consumer that, it's not a one-dimensional event. I think it's very important to capture attention and add a lot of elements, like culture is great for that, a cultural event plus a tourism thing plus a business angle. So that facilitation work we do is, and also linking them with media, meaning the right specific journalist who specializes on the topic. I think it has helped a lot, given us more profile than we would otherwise have had. Direct flights, which was mentioned, is critical. And obviously, more of them having our own national carrier would be the great goal for us. Then just to quickly respond to the Honourable Moella made the point, which we fully appreciated, that it's very difficult to assess a property's condition based on a few photos. So what we did try to do from New York is give you a small sample of the best and worst in the same kind of presentation, to show, a very special facility which we have a responsibility to look after and maximize the use of. And the reality that it needs renovation, and we have the project underway to do, about to start for that. It will take many years, because it takes a very long time just to get approvals from the historicals and city authorities and others to do this work. And in the meantime, we will continue utilizing the resources best we possibly can. But the key point, as the High Commissioner and others have been saying, is the maintenance budget. At the moment, we're kind of in a cycle of very big repairs and then hardly any resources to maintain. And then, of course, gets degraded again, and then you have big repairs. To have a more realistic, sustained operational maintenance budget to keep the contracts running, whether it's for the elevator, for all the inspections, the things you need here. The HVAC system, all of these are regular contracts, which we have to have, and we're really battling to sustain and to bring back, and the security surveillance systems and things, and then the normal wear and tear of a building, and these are historical buildings. So, but I just thought I'd add that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Your Excellency. Thanks for that. Thanks for those clarities, Excellencies. Austinel, are we going to Mexico or Havana? Excellencies that have been with us, you are excused now, unless you want to be part of the other reports. But we want to thank you very much for coming and spending time with us to deal with these matters of mandate and accountability. So thank you very much, and your reports were comprehensive, they were incisive, very educational to us, and we will be able to do a report for Parliament for consideration. Once more, thank you very much. We look forward to very soon coming to your respective missions physically. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Mexico.
Yes, Chairperson, it's Mexico.
Yes, or it's pronounced Mekiro. Memasul.
Not Mehiho, you are correct, Chairperson.
Yes.
Good evening.
Masul, you are welcome. Good evening and good afternoon. You are
Yes,
welcome. We are now handing over to you, our dearest sister, and it's good to see you. We have not
Thank you.
seen you for some time. It's good to see you. Proof of life in existence is very clear, 100%.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just put off my video now. Chairperson, honorable members, the DG, I'm not sure if he's still there, management and staff at head office, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity. Present with me online is Ms. Lusanda Dube, our Corporate Services Manager, CSM. Our other three transferred officials are in South Africa. One is currently booked off sick, and the other two are on travel privilege. So it's just the two of us. We are 5 from South Africa in the mission. I'll go through the presentation. I'll try and pick up on the highlights mainly, because everybody has received the presentation. And the CSM in her area will add if I leave out anything that is important. I will not go through the table of content. If I may, Laura, this is just to show excellencies where we are situated. And I'm resident in Mexico and non-resident to 6 countries. Those are the 6 countries on, on your right. I have presented credentials to 4 of those countries. We have not had the budget, but also presenting credentials depends on when the president of the country invites you. And it just may be at a time when you don't really have the budget. I haven't been to Honduras and El Salvador. I am hoping to go to one of the countries in the next quarter or so. Thanks. We can go on to the next slide. Thank you. The region reflects a polarized regional mosaic consisting of a mixed picture. As I've indicated, that it's the 7 countries that I'm accredited to. And all the countries, because of this, where they're situated, they grapple with tariffs and immigration policies from the US. We have that long wall that borders part of Mexico. So it's a wall with a lot of history. And then the region has long been considered by the US as its sphere of dominance in terms of the Monroe Doctrine. South Africa's strategic partnerships with the countries on bilateral matters remain strong and effective. Several countries support South Africa's case of genocide at the ICJ. We know that there are people who've also been in the struggle. If I could get the next slide, please. There are people who've been in the struggle, most of them. They've always been supporters of South Africa, and we remain very strong friends. Mexico and Central America connect North and South America, influencing politics, economy, and security in the region. It offers South Africa a pragmatic diversification pathway for trade, investment, supply chains, and the South-South cooperation, supports diversification of markets and supply chains in a multipolar era, complementing the AfTA and the BRICS efforts. Maybe just on that, to say that I was very happy that South Africa is beginning to look South-South, because I think this area of the world has been neglected a bit, but maybe because of the dynamic changes in politics, we are beginning to look elsewhere, just like Mexico itself is looking at other countries. They're really looking at China. They are also diversifying. So I think it's opportune for us to be looking to these countries at this point in time. The countries are transitioning from a commodity-based to an industrial economy. Mexico offers a gateway to the USMCA market and nearshoring opportunities,
while Central America provides the Dominican Republic, Central America Free Trade Agreement linkages, the position South African exports materials, the following materials named there, are really opportune for us to look into and to say, what is it that we can do together? How can we move forward and work together? It's young populations, urbanization and inequality shape labor markets, migration pressures, and social stability across the region. The shared challenges and regional risks, climatic vulnerability, organized crime, and institutional fragility create cross-border risks requiring coordinated regional responses. But I think that having had the World Cup in Mexico has changed a lot of perceptions with regard to the dangerous Mexico that is portrayed in the media, just the same as the corrupt South Africa, the murder capital. So I think those perceptions have at least been taken away by Mexico hosting a successful FIFA World Cup. Next slide, please. Mexico was strongest with Mexico and varies significantly among Central American countries, influenced by domestic policies, heavy US economic security dependence, via trade agreements, migration and remittances, high alignment areas. We had the G20 last year, which was very successful, and Mexicans attended. Low alignment areas is deep commitment to the African agenda, consistent human rights application across all conflicts, as per South Africa's constitutional lens. So we are on the same page with them, and robust South-South economic diplomatic ties beyond rhetoric. Maybe just to mention here also is that other African countries are also looking at broadening their wings. Kenya and Uganda will be opening embassies here in Mexico this year. They've already done their homework. I think within the next few months, they should be having embassies. So we should know that competition is going to become stronger for us as an African country. It's good to have more African countries, but it will also mean that we need to up our game a little bit. Like-minded voices on development issues, inequality, climate, technology, governance, in the forums like the UN or the G20, as I've mentioned earlier on. Strategically located nations serve as gateways between North and South America, just as people see South Africa as a springboard into Africa. The same with Mexico. It's also seen as a springboard into the other parts of South America. Thanks. Political solidarity, as mentioned, Mexico dominates South Africa's engagement. Diplomatic relations with Mexico were established in 1993. We know after Mandela was released, Mexico is one of the countries that he came to in 1991 to say thank you to the Mexicans for their support during apartheid. And that's when we opened our embassy in 1993. We have ministerial level relations with Mexico. Due to elections in Mexico and South Africa, we couldn't have our relations. Then we had relations meeting, and then we had G20. But of course, in January this year, Deputy Minister Bottas came and he went to Panama. He didn't come to Mexico, he went to Panama and Nicaragua. But then, of course, FIFA presented a wonderful opportunity for our Minister of International Relations to meet his also new counterpart in Mexico. And of course, we had a visit by Minister of Tourism and Minister of Sports. I'll touch on that later on. Panama, key regional logistics hub, and concerns over possible canal disruptions, multilateral platforms remain the main channel of engagement across the region. We have known that over the last 3 years, the Panama Canal was struggling with water levels, with El Nino and those uncontrollable phenomena. But we know that this year Panama has had much more rains, but there's a decrease in movement in the Panama Canal. And what Mexico is doing, Mexico is building a railway line between the two oceans. And I think they've actually started moving stuff between the two oceans with this huge railway line that they've built that crosses into 4 of its states. Mexico, as we know, has got 32 states, 132 million people. So they are busy finding an alternative to the Panama Canal. So that is a very good opportunity because it goes, one of the ports is on one of the oceans that we also man. Thanks. Can I have the next slide? In 2001, political mechanisms were established. I've mentioned that. In February 2009, Memorandum of Understanding was signed to establish a binational commission. The memorandums of understanding with the Department of International Relations are usually fine, but I know that High Commissioner Sheikh mentioned our agreements, other agreements with other departments. I just thought I should mention this whilst I remember it, is that does really cause a problem because these agreements are signed by a particular, is it a minister coming or a department? And once they're gone or there's no follow-up, these agreements become stale. The same now with our tourism agreement that we've had. It's old. So now the new minister came, she's going to sign an agreement. And I just think that there should be some way of managing these agreements, that they shouldn't just be signed and after 2-3 years they become useless because it's waste of time and energy and people don't take us seriously about these agreements that we sign with them. In Panama, we have an agreement with the army there. It's never been renewed. So, these things are a bit of an embarrassment for us. In August 2023, both countries agreed to relaunch the bilateral agenda and convene a third ministerial level BNC session. That is fine. That is on track with our new minister, Lamula. He's been here, so we're okay with that. The third BNC is scheduled for the 4th quarter, and Mexico will host. President Ramaphosa was amongst the 48 presidents invited, the 48 countries that qualified for the World Cup. Unfortunately, at the time he had hoped to come, but didn't come. But at least we had the 3 ministers who came. May I have the next slide, please? Thanks. As I've said, Minister Lamula came. He had very productive talks with his Mexican counterpart. He thanked the Mexican government for being wonderful hosts, not only for the World Cup, but very good hosts to our Bafana team, who were hosted in one of the states called Hidalgo. And in Hidalgo is where we organized the Legends match on the 7th of June, a very successful match with over 20,000 people in the stadium, which means that state had its own mini pre-World Cup. Very, very good collaboration we had where our legends had training clinics with the youth there, very good facilities that they have, and also looking at collaborating and engaging the training, football training schools that they have in Mexico. So Minister Mackenzie had those engagements with the School of Football in Hidalgo. And then we also had an official from Brand South Africa, and Minister De Lille and SA Tourism were here. So through them, because DIRCO doesn't have the budget, through them we were able to showcase South Africa in both Hidalgo, in Monterrey, and in Mexico City, where in Monterrey and Mexico City we had our ICAIA. At the ICAIA here, we had on a daily basis, we had about 10 to 15 tour operators coming to our ICAIA stand and promoting South Africa encouraging people, trying to sell packages to them, telling them about South Africa. So much as there's been, I've just seen in the media, there's been a lot of criticism around the monies that were spent. Unfortunately, diplomacy is long-term results. You spend the money now, you may see the results much later. But I think that in terms of promoting South Africa, it was a wonderful opportunity. They showcased South African cuisine, culture, which is very loved in Mexico. Mexicans love culture, they love dance, they love music, they love sports, very similar to us. So they found it very interesting to learn that South Africa is so similar to Mexico in many ways. And many people have indicated how they would want to visit South Africa. And I think capturing the Mexican market would be a very good thing because they travel in groups and they want to travel to 3-4 countries. So if we become the springboard and they arrive in OR Tambo and then they go to Botswana, to Kenya, to wherever and come back to South Africa, that is the type of travel that they like. They also like using the Rovers Rail and they like golf. So they like many things that we have that we can offer. I know one of the honorary members spoke about promoting our cultural tourism and not just Kruger Park. We've got so much more to offer than the Kruger Park. So I think this is would be a wonderful opportunity for us, especially because Mexico itself is ranked number 6 in the world of the most traveled countries. They have around 45 million visitors per year. And people come here for cuisine, for culture. They don't come here for wild animals. So, I mean, we have so much more. We have cuisine to offer. We have culture, beautiful culture to offer. So I think we would make a very good market for Mexicans. Minister Delil engaged with two of the Minister of Tourism and the Deputy Minister of Tourism. She has committed to a 3-year commitment to come and join what they have to, like our Indaba that we have annually. So she will be joining the Mexican one, which is also a very big one. It is the first time that an African country will participate. That's a big one in February. They have it annually. So we will also be having, joining the trade fair year. Minister Delil has also committed to come before the end of the year for another big event in Mexico. So to the honorable member who was talking about tourism being the new gold, I agree with you, and I think that it is opportune for us to take this opportunity in Mexico. Minister Mackenzie also met his counterpart in sports. It's not a minister, but he has also engaged with the baseball people, the boxing people, and the Formula One. In terms of taking Formula One to South Africa, he's also had very good engagements in that regard. I've spoken about the Legends game already. May I have the next page, please? I've spoken about the consultations and that I've spoken also about Deputy Minister Alvin Botas having gone to Panama and Nicaragua. But also I think I should mention that in order to be useful to the countries that I'm accredited to, we actually have honorary consuls in all the countries, the other 6 countries. And in Mexico City itself, we have 3 honorary consuls because it's huge. It's 132 million people, 32 states. So we have very good honorary consuls who've been there, some of them for many years. The new honorary consul is Monterrey, whom we just appointed a few months ago. But we have a problem with our honorary consul in Nicaragua. When we were there with Deputy Minister Botas, I sensed that there seemed to be a problem with our honorary consul avoiding going with us to the meetings, and I didn't understand. But then when I delved into the matter and I shared with Deputy Minister Botas and we asked the government, we said, what is the problem? So they said, no, they don't allow a Nicaraguan to be an honorary consul for another country. But my honorary consul, who's been there for many years, didn't tell us this. So we've had no option but to stop his services. And they said we can have an honorary consul, but it cannot be a Nicaraguan. It can be somebody from another country who's living there. So we are still looking, because without having budgets and not having consular services in these countries, the only way we are able to assist people is through our honorary consuls. So we'll have to find one quite urgently. I hope we will be successful in that. Then looking at strategic focus for 26-27, we will have the virtual, and I heard honorable members speaking about the virtuals. We will have those 3 virtuals mentioned, and then we'll also have the SA Mexico Binational Commission, which Mexico should be hosting. Thanks. Trade has grown, not as much as we'd want to. It's still very modest, but Mexico is South Africa's 3rd largest trading partner in Latin America after Brazil and Argentina, while South Africa is Mexico's largest trade partner in Africa. The mission currently is in coordination with Westgrow Cape Town and is currently facilitating the export of South African apples to the state of Chihuahua in Mexico. Now, this would be a very big breakthrough, because Mexicans sell a lot of fruit. They do grow fruit, but our seasons are opposite seasons. So when they have, we don't have, and vice versa. So we were approached by a company. We have engaged Westgrow, and they said they would start with apples. And if the apples work out, we have the apples that they want. They were very specific in their needs for apples. Westgrow was able to come to the table, and they said once the apples start, then they would go for grapes. So I'm really looking forward to us being successful in this project, because it can be a very big project, because this is a company, a big company that does a lot of imports and exports, particularly in fresh fruit and vegetables. The trade volumes have sometimes slumped, but also I think this is because focus, as we know, is not on the countries that we would want focus on. DTI has always had their own countries that they've chosen to say we're focusing on X countries for this year or whatever. I don't know how they choose, but I do think that now with the focus changing and us looking at the South-South, we should pick up on a lot, just as much as I've seen that tourism has increased. It's increasing annually by about 13%. And I think now after the World Cup, it should even go beyond 13% per annum. And also here, there are similar domestic challenges to us: unemployment, inequality, crime, and poverty, things that we are familiar with. It's quite similar here. But to manage unemployment, a lot of people have their little kiosks and they sell in the street. So nobody goes hungry, nobody sleeps hungry. And I think we also have an opportunity for sharing best practices and learning from them in different areas like tourism and other. How do they manage to remain in the top 6 in the world? So I think we can learn a lot from each other. Minister De Lille has also promised that they will be doing workshops with these tour operators. When she was here, she had a workshop and she had 40 tour operators present in the workshop, sharing ideas and looking at the way forward. Thanks. May I have the next slide, please? These are the companies that we have, South African companies. Aspen is big pharmaceutical, doing quite well. There's Naspers and Centurion Systems, and Milco is like your Denel. I think they've been here about 1.5 years now. So those are the main companies that operate. We have had collaboration with Aspen last year, where we did Mandela Day with them. But I think we should be growing and having more companies coming this side. Thanks. These are the products for the different countries. I'm not going to go through each product, but as you can see, these are the products that are imported by the various countries, the countries that I'm accredited to. May I have the next slide, please? And those are the figures, not great figures. I think we have a lot of work to do on both sides. We can definitely improve the figures. Thanks. And then the areas of focus, we've spoken about the bilateral cooperation. We've spoken about the opportunities that have been provided by the World Cup. I think much as there's criticism about the money that's been spent, it's not my place to say, but I think we will get the rewards if we just keep on working hard at it. One of the other areas that we are looking at collaboration between Robben Island and an island here that is called Isla Marias. Together with tourism, we are looking at a collaboration between the two islands. We were just waiting for Robben Island to sort out their thing and to sign the agreement. The Isla Marias was former political prisoners. It's now a holiday resort run by the prisoners. I think we can learn a lot from them. So we have been interacting with the new CEO of Robben Island. They are also both heritage sites. They actually have a picture of Mandela at Isla Marias. I haven't been there, but yeah. So the CEO of Robben Island has said she's willing. She just started, I think, on the 1st of July. She said it's one of the items that are on a table. So we are looking forward to signing that agreement between the two islands and sharing whatever we can share and promoting the two islands as tourist destinations. Nicaragua, I just think I want to mention, which has been in the media we've seen, is the announcement that has been made that they are not going to have any elections. The government will continue. I think it is a bit of a concern for countries in this area around the decision that is being taken. But we will inform our head office as changes happen, and whatever this means, we are not sure yet. Panama, when we were there, they expressed an interest to import lamb from South Africa, and they want to exchange tropical fruits. So these are the things that we've started working on, but it's work in progress. We will give it our best and see what successes we can make out of these opportunities as they arise. Thanks. Next page. Tourism I've spoken about, the FIFA World Cup I've spoken about, Minister Dalil I've spoken. And then one of the honorable members asked, what are we doing to promote tourism? We will be hosting an event, a cultural event in the third quarter, where we will be engaging about 30 to 40 tour operators. We've done this before. We did this last year, and we invite SA Tourism, and we have them virtually, and they assist us. They've also taken 2 journalists to South Africa during the course of the year. They've invited for the 2 last year and this year to their Indaba in Durban. They've invited Mexican tourism different people to attend the Indaba each year. So this is also another way that we have engaged the Mexican community to begin to understand and like South Africa. Thanks. Next slide, please. Okay. I've spoken about the FIFA World Cup. the opening match, the Akaya. And then also maybe just to mention is just before the World Cup started, we had the foot golf World Cup hosted here in Mexico in a state called Acapulco. We had 23 South African athletes who participated, and some of them stayed a little bit longer and were able to attend the World Cup. So I met some of them at the World Cup because I couldn't travel to Acapulco. It's not driving distance. So yeah. And then, of course, our Mandela Day, we will have with a school. The school is called Republic of South Africa. So I went to meet them and I said, look, we need to take them under our wing. So we will have our Mandela Day once school starts in September. Then we will have our Mandela Day with the school. And then we have the Green Gate School, which is an international school, which most of our children here go to. They have about 40 nations at the school. And at least once a year, they have a fair. And they have over 40 countries showcasing what they have. Well, all we can do is to maybe cook some South African food and showcase it at this fair. We've been to the fair twice now, I think 3 times, yeah. Thanks. Skills transfer, we have engaged with one of the big universities in one of the states in Puebla, and we've also engaged with 2 of our universities, the Sefako Makatu University and the University of Stellenbosch, and we are looking at skills transfer. What is it? What can we do? What collaboration can we do between these universities and the university here? The university in Puebla is medical university. It has all the faculties, medical included, dentistry, normal academic faculties. So it's quite a huge university. So we are also looking at that event. And then there's the geoscience participation and the mining conference that happened in May. And then there's the Robben Island, which I've spoken about. And then there's we were looking also to explore what skills transfer we can do with our TVET colleges. So it's one of the areas that we will still be exploring. It's just in exploratory stages, nothing concrete yet. We're just looking at what are the possibilities. The only thing is that language is a barrier for us in many instances because it's very, very Spanish here. Everything is in Spanish. So much as we want to do more, but sometimes language becomes a problem for us. Thanks. Okay. The establishment of the mission, I have said it's myself as head of mission, and then we have 4 people from South Africa. So we are 5. We're 5 transferred officials. We have 2 political and 2 in admin. And then the local staff. Sorry, there's a typo there. It should be 12. I see it's 11. It should be 12. But the one post has been unfunded, and it's a very important post that has been unfunded. It is the admin secretary. We have advertised the specialist receptionist post. He resigned after about 20 something years. Just on the 28th of February, handed us his resignation and left. The same has happened with the driver. The messenger driver is also resigned. Right now, we've been allowed to fill those 2 posts, but because it's only the 2 of us, the corporate service man and myself, we have to wait for staff to come back in order to proceed with filling those vacancies. But for us now, a real critical post is the admin secretary post, because currently, the social secretary, who is my secretary, is serving 5 people, and is also doing the admin work, she is going to have burnout very soon. I've heard other ambassadors speaking about the low morale. I think we have the same problem. Staff have been here long, low morale, they've reached the maximum salaries. Our salaries are not competitive. Life is very expensive in Mexico. In Polanco particularly, which is where we are situated, staff cannot afford to live around the embassy. They travel 1.5 to 2 hours coming to work and going home because it's cheaper for them to live further. So, and sometimes there are protests. The subway is closed. Buses are not running. There are protests. So sometimes they can't get to work. Sometimes they get to work late, or they have to leave early if there's a protest. They cannot afford to live close by. And they are quite unhappy because the salaries are really not commensurate with the expenses that are there. And traffic, I don't know if the chairperson is aware, traffic is a nightmare in Mexico City. Whether it's morning, noon, and night, traffic is just a nightmare. So you have to, even if you're driving from the embassy to the foreign ministry, which is 7 kilometers away, you have to at least budget an hour to get there on time. So traffic is a nightmare. You have to, our drivers complain when they have to work overtime because overtime is limited, and if he has to come back to work or go home late, it's 2 hours to get home or 2 hours to come to work. So it is a problem with staff, especially if they are overworked at the moment. They are overworked. So it's really, I think, emphasis has already been put on the staff vacancies. So I'm not going to harp on it. I think the message is clear. It's been made already. Thanks. Budget cuts have been spoken about. I'm not going to dwell on that. Travel, I've not been able to present my credentials to the other 2 remaining countries. Hopefully, I'm going to go to the one this year. Next year is time for me to go. I will not have done all 6, but because of budget, we understand that. It's difficult to visit the other states. As I say, there are 32 states. It's difficult to go and visit the other 6 countries, even more so the states where I can not drive to. A lot of the states I can't drive to. I have to fly there. We've been at the mercy of some of the governors who have invited you, or some of the universities where they invite you and they say, we will actually pay for you, and we've had to ask the DG for permission to accept those donations. So that is how one has been surviving. To try and visit the other states, we have to get permission for any donations that we receive. Thanks. Property, we don't own any property. We have been in the Chancery for 32 years with the same furniture. Official residence, we rent. Properties are very expensive. Just to give you an idea, the official residence, the rent, the cheapest we could get was $9,600 per month. That was the cheapest we could get. So that is, staff are paying like $3,500 US per month. So rentals are very expensive. For it's myself and the 4 transferred officials who now have fully furnished apartments, which at least saves us carting up of furniture as used to be done before. We still have a few pieces of state furniture. As I say, it's the furniture in the Chancery and a few items here and there. Otherwise, we are using hired furniture. In the transferred officials use the hired furniture. I've spoken about the expense in Mexico City. Crime remains a concern, I think, like anywhere else. You just have to be cautious, and we are warned, not to stay in particular areas. We have to choose where to live, which are not the cheapest areas because of safety. But I think it's caution, like you would caution anybody, even in South Africa. The Chancery is well protected, except that the audit that came, the security audit, they said we needed cameras. I think we need to change some of the safes don't work. They're old safes. We don't have the budget to change those locks on the safes. We don't use them literally. So I think, but because we're in a building, there's security 24/7 in the building. So at least in that sense, we are safe. Thanks. Next slide. Okay. We've spoken about the budget. No, that's done that one. Okay. We've done this one too. Okay. Okay. Those are the assets that we have. As I said, we still have a few assets from when the places were still when we still had our own furniture. We got 100% for the physical asset check. We still have a little problem with the register, our register matching head office's register, but it's very minor. It's not a big issue. I think it's something that we should resolve in the coming months. We still have to, what's the word now? Destroy the obsolete. It's a lot of old IT things, so we still need to find what do we do? What can we do with them when we destroy them? Because they can't even be given away. So the CSM is working on that. We are waiting for the approval for these obsolete ICT items. Thanks. Next slide. Okay. This is a little bit of good news from the consular, is that on the 1st of November, the Department of Home Affairs introduced the electronic travel authorization. It has changed our lives in the mission. Visas have been a nightmare in the mission for a long time. We were one of the trial countries for the first 3 months. There were some teething problems, but it is working wonders now to have this ETA. People can get their visas within 24 hours. So it is a big burden taken off our shoulders because there were a lot of complaints, but also the main complaint was also caused by the ICT and our telephones not working. And I'll talk about that just now, get to it. So this has been very useful for us. The only thing is that the ETA is only for Mexico City, is only for Mexico and not for the other countries. So we still have complaints from the other 6 countries when people want their visas. Panama has a lot of South Africans, so they complain about the delay in them getting their birth certificates, their passports, their IDs. So that's another issue. So we rely on the honorary consuls, as I've said. And then, South Africans, I think there are more South Africans moving here. So there is an increase in request for South African documentation. Those are the number of visas that were applied for. And the challenges that we face is the slow processing of documents, ID passports through Home Affairs, and capturing fingerprints manually. I know other colleagues also spoke about that sometimes we have to print the visas manually. We also have that problem now and then. And I've spoken about the e-visa frustration. It's not perfect, but I think it's taken a big load off the plate for us. Thanks. Next slide. Mexico is high target environmental for cyber attacks, with a lot of attempts annually, as you said. But I think because our ICT is quite secure, we have not been affected by those attacks yet. Hopefully, we shouldn't. The ICT, I think I can at least give some good news in light of what my colleagues have been saying, is that the IT people are currently with us at the moment. I had a meeting with the IT person yesterday. He has assured me, I said, I'm talking to the portfolio committee tomorrow. Can I say what you are saying to me, that by the time you leave next Thursday, our phones will be up and running, our IT systems will be up and running? He says, yes, you can say that, and you can even give them my name. So I'm very hopeful, because it's been a 3-year struggle for us. Shortly after my arrival, I found that we had new IT equipment delivered, but we've been struggling for the last 3 years with this new equipment. So the parts have been bought, everything has been secured to improve the system. Hopefully, it will be all systems go by next Thursday, and we will have some good news to report, to say that we can answer our telephones. We cannot be accused of not answering the telephones, and that we cannot be complaining all the time to say our emails are down. So that is the good news, I think, that I'm looking forward to sharing after next week. Thanks. In my time, in my under 3 years that I've been here, we've had 3 audits. I had an external and internal audit, and I've had a security audit, and the AG came for the first time in 30 years here. So we have had an audit action plan, which we have been working on, and I can safely say that we have covered all the areas that were areas of concern. There were no major. It was more house rule things, nothing major. So we are trying to keep ourselves in the good light of the audit. No one wants to be audited and found to be wanting. So I think it's one area that we do look after with the CSM. So I'm fine about that. I think we're okay. Thanks. Oh, okay. Our cars are old, especially the official vehicle. It's more than 12 years old. So we were asked to get quotations. We've given quotations twice. We believe that there's no money yet to buy a new vehicle, but we are spending a lot on the frequent breakdowns and the oil leaks that we have in the official vehicle. So it's one of the concerns that we have. And it also poses a risk. The chauffeur is always complaining and saying it's unsafe. So that is one of the issues that we have. Okay, I think we had this before the World Cup, so it doesn't apply now. Sorry, I should have removed it. I missed it. Thanks. The next slide, please. The challenges, I've mentioned a few. Mexico, as we know, has natural disasters, is highly seismical active, experiencing numerous earthquakes. But we've been lucky because a lot of the earthquakes are more towards the other states near the sea. I think we are lucky. We do experience earthquakes now and then when we are told to evacuate. But so far, touch wood, it's not been something major for us. But for other people, they've lost their houses, they've lost a lot of things. So a lot has happened. Also, the pollution here is very, very high. Some people have a lot of breathing problems, or they have problems with their eyes. High cost of living, I've spoken about. Staff complain, they say they can't afford. Accommodation is costly. And they also like cash, demand for cash. You know, like when we buy water, the bottles, we're not allowed to drink water here. We have to buy bottled water. So the big bottles we buy is just some man on the street who sells. He wants cash. So they also like cash. They want things in cash. They don't want you to pay by card or through the bank. They just say, I want my cash. So we have that little problem where they want cash. But I think that our small petty cash has been restored now, so it should be fine. Yes, I think it's the access to work I've spoken about. I've spoken about all those. Yes, I think we can move on. There's another. Thanks. Oh, okay. Thank you. I don't know if Ms. Dube wants to add if I've left out something major. Lusanda. Thank you, Chairperson. She will add when there are questions. I think I've covered everything.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Sulu, for the presentation. Honorable members, it's quite clear that we will not be done by 21 hours. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. On what do we do? Because I think we are left with 8 missions still to deal with. The next one is going to be Havana. But I see there's a hand here from Ms. Dube.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, ma'am. Good evening, honorable members and excellencies. Ms. Dube, I just wanted to concur with what Ambassador has said and also highlight the challenge with regards to consular services, mainly civic services. The backlog that we have, that Home Affairs has, catches up with us every now and again. I've been in Mexico for 4 years. I have applicants that applied in 2022, 2023 when I got here, who have not received their documents. Either others have even moved back to SA from Panama mostly because the processing is not happening fast enough and they end up having to go back home. From my side, that's the most burning and frustrating matter at this moment. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Lusanda. Thanks for that. All right. Kialabo House Lusanda. Havana, Cuba, Memaposa. The place of Jose Martin, the cultural activist. Just to indicate to you, I was thinking that the committee will be interacting next week with the ambassador of Cuba in South Africa.
Okay, no, that's fine. But can I proceed with the presentation now? Because I'm ready.
Yes, we were waiting for you. I was thinking.
Okay, sorry, Bob. Yeah.
Over
All
to
right.
you.
I was saying.
Good to hear from you. We're still waiting to see your face on the screen. Good to hear from you, our sister. And we congratulate you for your posting. It's for the first time we interact with you.
Can you see me on the screen?
For some years. Yes, we can see you. We can see you.
Okay. Good evening. You can see your political education student is still here. But thank you very much.
Proceed, Mama.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to
You
brief
can
you
switch
on.
off the video.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll zoom straight on to the operating environment in Cuba. The operating environment is severely impacted by the 65 years of economic, commercial, and financial embargo, and the recent escalation to oil embargo by the United States of America. This one was the worst one. It actually put Cuba on its economy on its knees. Okay, fuel rationing is in place with only 20 liters of petrol allocated per vehicle. We have 6 vehicles in the embassy per day. So it's only 1 vehicle per day. Then we give each other tents, the 6 vehicles tents to go and fill up the 20 liters. This excludes Sundays. Then we don't pour on Sundays. The diplomatic filling station, sometimes when there is no power, they rely on the clients to provide diesel for the generator in order for the service to take place. Diesel is not available and has to be sourced from the alternate market and through private companies that import it. There's serious shortage of medication, and medication has to be sourced by alternate means. Severe power interruptions with only 2 hours of electricity per day. Due to the shortage of diesel, the mission can only run the generator on a maximum of 2 hours per day. You can see how it is impacting also on our work. The water supply to household and workplaces is impacted by the power outages. Obviously, you need electricity, to just get water, So food security and supply is also impacted by power disruption. Public transportation is virtually non-existent, a situation that has made us to adjust even our working hours. Banking infrastructure is totally collapsed due to sanctions. The mission is operating on a cash basis with a last collection from Vienna in April, because that's the only embassy that had, availed itself to assist us with cash. But I would also like to indicate that of late, also the visa cards have been sanctioned. We know we can't use our visa cards in Cuba. Through prudent financial rationing, the mission has been able to stretch the funds to August, but this has impacted other operations as well. So we have to find ways of surviving. But this is how we've then mitigated this problem here. Owing to the sanctions, the mission is unsure where the next collection of money will take place. We're waiting for the CFO to authorize a place where we can go and fetch our cash for running the embassy.
Sorry, speaking. Laura.
Yes.
Sorry, speaking. Laura, just make sure we have the report on the screen, please.
Okay, Mr. Reddy.
In the meantime,
sorry,
proceed.
I'm with Mr.
In the
Reddy
meantime,
here.
proceed.
I'll request Mr. Reddy to put the report on the screen, please, Mr. Reddy, because I'm on leave, but I'm at home. Actually, I don't have all these facilities.
Yes.
Okay. Let me check. Mr. Reddy, are you in?
In the meantime, just proceed.
I'm here, Ambassador, but the report is has been sent to headquarters for them to upload.
So what is
But in the meantime, proceed, Your Excellency.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure head office can hear that this report is needed on the, on the screen. They must put it on the screen. Cuba has entered the 67th year of revolution and continues to endure the political and socio-economic pressures of the United States sanctions and embargo and the oil blockade. These are further aggravated by the 243 additional coercive measures and the continued designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, which remains one of the most damaging obstacles to the island's financial and commercial operations, because anyone who wants to support Cuba is threatened by America with high tariffs, because they say Cuba is a state that is sponsoring terrorism. But to be honest, this is not true. The recent unilateral imposition of additional restrictions on fuel supplies, including threats of tariffs on countries exporting oil to Cuba or just assisting Cuba, has further deteriorated the national situation, deepening the island's energy and economic crisis. Since March 2026, subsequent measures have also led to the withdrawal of Spanish hotel groups from Cuba, adding pressure to an already strained tourism sector and limiting access to foreign investment and management expertise. The situation in Cuba remains critical and worsening, almost to a brink of collapse. Blackouts have become longer and more frequent, with some areas experiencing near constant outages. Public transportation is largely paralyzed, and food shortages have worsened as refrigeration and distribution chains fail. And mortality rates have increased due to shortages of medicine, power outages, affecting medical procedures and medical care. The government continues to ration fuel and electricity while citizens face increasingly precarious living conditions. Reporting describes the population as being pushed to the brink, with the US oil blockade acting as a central driver of the emergency. Tourism, one of Cuba's few remaining sources of hard currency, has sharply contracted due to the jet fuel crisis and widespread flight disruptions. For instance, in the past we had Air France, but now we have to take Copa Airline to go to Panama, and from Panama to go to Paris, and from Paris to OR Tambo. Because some flights have been disembargoed because of the fuel problem. Cuba relies primarily on inbound tourism and does not constitute a significant outbound tourism market. The sanctions imposed by the United States have severely affected the tourism sector, historically one of Cuba's main source of foreign currency. The tightening of restrictions has contributed to declining visitor numbers, reduced connectivity, and a deterioration of the island's tourism infrastructure. All right, on economic diplomacy, there is no investment whatsoever. We've tried every trick in the book. There's no investment whatsoever. And trade and tourism activities cannot be conducted under the current environment of Cuban economy, burgeoned and suffering under incessant US unilateral coercive measures. We've had a visit of Minister Delil, and there is a bilateral collaboration with construction. I promise you there were very good engagements, and to a point where we're going to get a space at it's a special economic zone, and then South Africa would then be able to at least maybe trade with raw material. That fell flat because there's no money in Cuba, and also, I mean, the transportation of the goods was going to be a nightmare. So for now we're stuck, but that thing is still standing. Are you still with me? Hello? Hello?
We're with you.
Okay, all right, okay. Trade and tourism activities cannot be conducted under the current environment of Cuban economy, and which is suffering under, I'm repeating that, negative impact on third-party countries from doing financial transactions with Cuba. So the economic diplomacy for now, we've tried, but it's not feasible for now, maybe later. All right. Cuba remains a strategic partner under bilateral mechanism and international agreements. Cuba remains a strategic partner for South Africa within Latin America and the Caribbean, and in multilateral forums. Deep cultural and historical ties, shared struggles, and common aspirations continue to underpin a strong bond of solidarity between Cuba, South Africa, and the African continent. Over 3 decades of diplomatic relations, bilateral and multilateral cooperations remained robust and constructive. Structural engagement is conducted regularly through the South African-Cuba Joint Consultative Mechanism at the deputy ministers level. With the 18th session held in Havana in April 2025, both countries maintain a broad framework of over 15 bilateral agreements in areas such as education, science and technology, agriculture, health, housing, water and sanitation, sports, arts and culture, and cooperation remains particularly active in health, education, human settlement, water and sanitation, public works, and also basic education and training. Cuba's deployment of medical personnel, teachers, engineers, and technical specialists across South Africa's 8 provinces remains one of the most visible and valued pillars of the bilateral relationship, reinforcing the long-standing tradition of solidarity and practical cooperation between the 2 nations. Cuba continues to train South African medical professionals under the Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro Medical Training Program, through which nearly 3,500 doctors have qualified. Notably, South Africa's first Black female cardiovascular surgeon received her primary medical degree through this program. For now, South Africa has about 194 students studying in Cuba. Cuban medical personnel also remain deployed across South Africa, providing essential services and strengthening provincial health systems. Now, the other area of accreditation is Dominican. I'm a non-resident ambassador to the Dominican Republic. Now, economic opportunities. The Dominican Republic has the largest economy in the Caribbean with a nominal GDP of approximately 114 billion US dollars. Numerous trade and investment opportunities remain unexplored due to insufficient travel funding. There is no budget for traveling to Dominican Republic. So if I have to engage with them, we do the virtual meetings with them. Otherwise, there's not been sufficient funds for us to travel to the Dominican Republic. We traveled when I went for my accreditation and for the installing of the Mandela bust on a Mandela Day. I think I went there thrice since 2022, so I've been waiting for a budget to be able to travel. Increased exchanges between government institutions, business organizations, and private sector stakeholders could contribute to expanding bilateral economic cooperation. In other words, Dominican Republic is open for this economic diplomacy, and I promise you, they've been waiting for us to to engage with them. And information that we have sent to South Africa, and I see of late there are engagements with Dominican Republic. So I think there's a big promise that there will be a very good economic diplomacy between the two countries. Greater participation in trade fairs, investment forums, and business missions would help unlock the full potential of the bilateral relationships. By way of illustration, Dominican Republic has shown interest in South African mining. Consequently, they have participated in the annual mining indaba in South Africa. So they've been invited twice. So maybe something will come out of that, which will be good for us. Bilateral engagement, the last meeting convened in March 2026 under the co-chairmanship of Ambassador Dlomo at senior officials level. It is a market for inbound and outbound tourism. When I say meeting, it was a virtual meeting. So landmark cultural initiatives, including the unveiling of a Nelson Mandela bust and the naming of a commemorative street, underscore strong bilateral relations. This is what we're able to achieve so far. Cooperation in baseball has progressed positively, with consideration being given to elevating existing federal level arrangement to a national framework, to a departmental level. So the discussions are on this one, and there is a draft MOU. So, but the discussions are very much on this one. We're hoping to get a positive outcome. So further progress is hampered by insufficient funding for official travel and stakeholder engagement. Additional resources would enable the advancement of key economic, cultural, tourism, and sports cooperation initiatives. This one is a very, very, I'll say very, it's a very important area that we should encroach into and then at least promote these bilateral relations, because it is a positive for us and they expect us to engage with them. Corporate governance and audit matters. A high level of corporate governance is maintained despite the operating environment. I must congratulate my corporate service manager here, very experienced. Another impact of this operating environment is the utilization of multiple currencies, USD, euros, Cuban pesos. The disparity between the official and the alternate market exchange rate is big. There is a disparity and it does disorganize us, our cash, time and again. The mission was audited in April 2023 and the audit action plan was implemented. It must be noted that 3 of the 4 findings were during the previous management, and the mission mitigated the finding on quotations by obtaining DG authorization for the waiver of quotations. So ever since we started, at least the mission has received a clean audit ever since 2022. Currently, all rental guarantees have been refunded in full. On consular services, South Africa currently has no active consular cases in Cuba. In the Dominican Republic, 1 consular intervention was undertaken involving a South African citizen and a child, both of whom were successfully repatriated with the assistance of the International Organization for Migration in the Dominican Republic, as we were not able to assist due to budgetary constraints. A special consular arrangement allows citizens of the Dominican Republic to apply for South African visas at the mission in New York. Under this mechanism, no more than 5 visas per month may be issued, except during periods when treaty permits are processed, typically in August or December, during which the number may exceed the standard monthly limit. the state-owned properties and asset management, the mission holds no state-owned property. All facilities are leased. These rented properties continue to face maintenance challenges due to the limited availability of materials in the local market. Despite these constraints, the mission maintains effective administrative and financial control, operating both bank-based and cash-based system in accordance with the prescribed regulations. I would like Mr. Reddy to elaborate on this one when I've finished. Supply chain management remains challenging given the operating environment, and the mission has received multiple quotation waivers duly approved by the Director General to ensure continuity of operations. Because if you find something and you want to go and do, you get your quotation, by the time you come back, it will be taken, and that will be it. So as you find something, you've got to buy it, because in the next hour it's gone, and then you will not find another, whatever, commodity that you want. The mission conducted a full physical asset verification for the period ending 30 July 2025, achieving 100% verification of all assets. The verification for 2026 was impacted by the operating environment. However, the mission ultimately attained 100% verification, albeit with delays, but this was reported to head office. Human resources and capacity. The mission in Havana has 9 transferred staff, 4 from DELCO, 3 from South African National Defence Force, 1 from Health, 1 from SSA. Vacant post councillor, political, expected to be filled in the December 2026 posting cycle. We don't have, it's vacant. Local staff, LRPs, we have 38 posts, of which 20 are guards. ICT modernization. The Home Affairs ICT system remains non-operational, requiring the mission to issue handwritten visas. This presents significant challenges as the mission is unable to access the stop list, and the manual process is time-consuming and less secure. The DELCO system server experiences frequent failures due to mission to rely primarily on Wi-Fi connectivity to maintain basic communication and administrative functions. Cisco phones are still pending full connection and integration into the mission's communication infrastructure, so they're not working. Although computer processing speeds have improved, frequent power outages and electrical surges continue to cause damage to the ICT environment, affecting equipment reliability, system stability, and overall operational efficiency. The mission's hardship grading of 5 should be retained. That's our special request, because really there's no life there. Given the prevailing operating circumstances and the continued deterioration of local conditions and hardships, real hardships, Chair. While acknowledging the principle of not investing in leased property, the long-standing and strategic nature of South Africa-Cuba relationship warrants consideration of a deviation to allow the mission to install solar panels and an inverter at both the official residence and the chancery. In other words, I spend more hours at the residence in darkness because we don't have these, but other ambassadors, their countries have allowed them to put these on this list property, because you can always remove them. But so far we've had difficulties. Now I look at this as, and I would also appeal to look at this as tool of trade. I mean, we can't work 2 hours when we're expected to produce so many reports, daily reports, especially with the developing situation in Cuba, daily reports, and then your your monthly reports, your quarterly reports. 2 hours is nothing. It's nothing. It's really affecting us. So this one, we are appealing to the portfolio committee to assist us. Please persuade the department to assist us with this one, because they've said the policy says we cannot put anything on a on a leased property. But I mean, we are really suffering. We can't even work effectively and efficiently. But we're trying our best. This measure would significantly enhance operational resilience, reduce exposure to frequent power outages, and ensure continuity of essential diplomatic and consular functions. So if we can get this, we sure. We're doing very well, but we sure that this one will help us to give it our best shot again. Public diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, and nation branding. Freedom Day, the mission participated in wreath-laying ceremony held at the African Founding Fathers Park and attended an event at ECAP headquarters where the ambassador delivered a substantive presentation on South Africa and Africa's freedom processes and the ongoing pursuit of full international recognition. But I would also want to mention that every year, regardless of budgetary constraints, every year Freedom Day has been used for public diplomacy, and it has been successful. Africa Day, the mission took part in a wreath-laying ceremony during the inauguration of the African Founding Fathers Park. It also participated in the African Women's Forum and contributed to the Shared Countries Cuisine Initiative. In addition, the mission attended the Africa Week inauguration at Casa de Africa, engaging in cultural activities featuring music, virtual arts, and dance, thereby reinforcing Africa's cultural diversity, unity, and heritage. Youth Day, the mission joined an event with South African medical students, strengthening ties with NMFC cohort and highlighting youth engagement in education and development. But the focus was on the Youth Day, educating also the youth who attended on the importance of our Youth Day. And there were also activities, by the students themselves. Very interesting day. Mandela Day, the mission undertook a community service activity focused on cleaning and repairing items at a foster care home, in line with the spirit of service and solidarity inspired by the Nelson Mandela. But also from 2022, the embassy has now painted 4 buildings. So this one was was for this year because of a scarcity of material, your paint and all those things. So we focused on cleaning. But we did it very well, changing even the toilets, which are very old, putting new toilets and changing the taps and the electrical appliances. But that came from our pocket. There's no, as you would know, there's no budget for it. Mandela Run mission. Personnel participated in the Mandela Run, organized by INDE alongside the mission, promoting health, community engagement, the values of unity, and social responsibility. To promote culture, I do want to also indicate that the mission participated in an international book fair as guest of honor, where South Africa's music, literacy, poetry, artifacts, and films were promoted. And we got a certificate to that effect. So also South Africa participated in Africa Day, showcasing South African cuisine and South African music. Now, of course, South Africa participates in the annual Quito Carnival Battle. Every year we organize and participate in them. Otherwise, I think my presentation ends here, Chair. We've just added, just to show you a little bit of Cuba, away from Cuba. That's the alternative market. These are the streets, and people eat from this. Yes. Yeah, I'm sure you can see the lines of cars waiting for fuel. They were trying to get this thing, diesel from the alternate market. Well, this is what it is.
Chairperson, are you still there?
Yes, I was waiting for you to say thank you. And that you are done.
Okay, Chair, I'm done.
Okay, Your Excellency. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you very much for making time when you are not you are on some recess to honor the invitation to do accounting. So thank you very much for that. As do you know which country is next? As do you know?
Chair.
Chairperson, Argentina.
Doctor?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for indulging me. Chair, I have been sitting here from 9 in the morning from the impeachment committee. So, yeah, no, I can't even hear anything anymore. Sadly, I did have inputs for the previous presentation on Mexico, along with its other 6 countries, and the one on Cuba. But perhaps I will just write them down and send them through. But yeah, I think I was going to ask to be excused right now, Chair, if you don't.
It's understandable, Doc. I mean, it's excruciating. From 9 in the morning, at least we had to break ourselves from 10 until 2. So it's understandable. And thanks for coming to the meeting. I mean, having been in the very difficult ad hoc committee dealing with matters of national and international crucial importance, and you came here. Thank you very much. You can go and rest our system.
Thank you, Chair. I will send my inputs.
No problem. No problem. Let's go to Argentina. I made a mistake, honorable members, earlier to say we should be done by 9. It's actually 22 hours. So when we come to that bridge of 22 hours, we will decide what to do. Argentina. Can the presenters who are going to follow try and summarize? especially if you can go to achievements and challenges. Focus on achievements and challenges. I'm sure that is achievable, doable and achievable. Over to you, Laura.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have uploaded the presentation. I hope you can see it. I don't know
we are
if
not in
not yet.
the presentation.
It's not
Your
showing.
Excellency, you can proceed in the meantime whilst Laura is uploading. Okay, there we go. Over to you, Excellency.
Is Ms. Gebusha online? Is Sibongile Gebusha online?
Can somebody check with Argentina? After Argentina, which country is next? How's the now?
It's Chile, Chairperson. It's our
Let's go to
ambassador.
Chile. First, we try and locate
It's
Excellency
Chile,
for Argentina.
Chairperson,
Okay.
and then
Excuse
Brazil.
me?
Okay, I'll
Chile
upload
and
the.
then Brazil.
Okay, I'll upload the Chile presentation.
Yes, let's proceed with Chile in the meantime whilst we locate Our Excellency for Argentina. Over to you, Excellency. You can proceed whilst Laura is uploading the presentation.
Yeah, Chair. I was kicked out.
Sorry.
Hello, Chair.
Yes, who's speaking?
It's Argentina, Chair. I was kicked out of the meeting for some reason, so I'm back on again now.
Okay. Okay, no, it's understandable. Don't worry. Let's
Did you hear
because
anything I
Chile is
said,
not.
though?
Okay,
Chile is not
can I
responding.
proceed?
So let's go back to you. It's fine. Let's go back to Argentina, Laura.
I was actually back on. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, can I proceed, Chair?
Proceed, my sister.
Okay, did you hear anything I said?
We heard that you were kicked out.
Oh, okay. Let me start again, then, Chair. Sorry about that.
Yes, over to you. You can proceed whilst Laura is uploading the presentation.
Okay, Chair. Okay, Chair. The resident mission is in Buenos Aires in Argentina and a non-resident in Uruguay and Paraguay. Our strategic focus areas are political diplomacy, economic diplomacy, public cultural education, science and sports diplomacy, consular services, promotion of the African agenda and South-South cooperation, multilateral cooperation. And the priority areas include agriculture and agro-processing, mining, automotive industries, engineering and construction, tourism, science and technology innovation, education and skills development, and energy. The missions defense section, the defense attaché is based in Argentina with non-resident military accreditation extended to both Chile and Uruguay. political and diplomatic relations with Argentina, high-level political consultations since 1947, and then they were re-established in 1991. With Uruguay, we have an active bilateral consultation mechanism formatized back to 1968. The embassy in Montevideo was closed in 2016 due to institutional restructuring. Uruguay, on the other hand, maintains a resident embassy in Pretoria. Paraguay relations are functional and cordial, and diplomatic interactions began in the 1960s. Geopolitical relations, Argentina, South Africa and Argentina have strong cross-Atlantic relationships, multilateral relationship, UN reform. Our strategic partnership focuses on South Atlantic geopolitics, cooperation around maritime issues, Antarctic diplomacy, nuclear cooperation. Our constraints is the recurring economic instability in Argentina, and the current administration is focused on the US, is outward looking. Key bilateral engagements. Bilateral engagements with Argentina are structured around the BNC, which was established in 2005 and co-chaired at ministerial level. The last BNC took place in 2006. Uruguay. Our bilateral relations are conducted through the BMC at DM level. Paraguay and South Africa signed a political consultation instrument between the foreign ministries in 2022. Key multilateral engagements is multilateral issues, reform of the UN, G77 and China, WTO, peacekeeping operations, SACO, Mercosur, preferential trade agreement. Continued on economic diplomacy. Argentina is South Africa's second largest trading partner in Latin America. South Africa's economic diplomacy in Argentina focuses on expanding market access, reducing trade barriers, securing investment, and to support the national development plan. The mission operationalizes the above initiatives by leveraging architecture and targeting high-value sectors. Therefore, that means we maximize the SACO Mercosur preferential trade agreement, which includes tariff concessions, strategic business biotechnology transfer, biosecurity, and market access. Economic diplomacy, the outcomes with Argentina, trade growth has been incremental but not diversified. The potential sectors are agriculture, renewable energies, mining, automotive industries, and the challenges remain the volatile economic situation in Argentina. With Paraguay, our trade with them has remained consistently stable but flat. The trade volume is too small to generate significant employment effects. The high potential sectors would be renewable energy, the digital economy, green economy, pharmaceuticals, and the structural constraints with Uruguay include the country has a small economy, limits trade expansion, weak business linkages, few established trade corridors. With Paraguay, our economic outcomes, trade has remained consistently low and irregular. Our high potential sectors also is agriculture, energy cooperation, agribusiness, small scale manufacturing. And our challenges is the geographic distance. Paraguay is a small landlocked economy, weak bilateral institutions. The trade volume between South Africa and Argentina, exports into South Africa amount to 2.1 billion and imports amount to 7.3 billion. And then we have a deficit with Argentina of 5.2 billion. With Uruguay, SA exports amount to 245.2 million. Imports amount to 536.9 million, and our deficit also with Uruguay is 291.7 million. Paraguay, we do not have a trade deficit there. SA imports into Uruguay in 2005 amounted to 71.1 million. Imports from South Africa amounted to 31.7 million, and we have a trade balance of 43.4 million. Economic diplomacy achievements are in mining and energy, green hydrogen exchange, tourism. Argentina visitors to South Africa in 2023 were 3,805, in 2024, 5,400. There is a clear show of a trajectory that is on the rise between Argentina and South Africa. The mission has secured measurable strategic outcomes and successes in the agricultural, biosecurity, and trade access architecture, because we're able to get vaccines for FMD from Argentina when the minister paid a visit former Minister of Agriculture paid a visit in late April to Argentina. And then there's also the reciprocal sanitary agreements. I think I can pass that. Okay, and then we move on to economic diplomacy key achievements. There's more than 30 South African companies in Argentina, including Ego Gold, Ashanti Naspers, Ronin, Mondi Paper, and Argentine Bonsmara breeders. We'll continue with the key achievements. There is a South African Chamber of Commerce in Argentina, also in Uruguay. The mission has been assisting Argentine companies in South Africa, such as San Miguel and IMS. San Miguel is based in Gqeberha, and it is a holding company with diverse interests, constructed in a lemon processing plant. Yeah, yes. Challenges encountered and recommendations for improved impact, strategic recommendations for improved impact. We need to expand and modernize trade agreements, streamline sanitary protocols, address the transatlantic logistics gap. Bilateral mechanism and international agreements. We've got several agreements with Argentina. I will not mention all due to time. Agriculture and livestock, defense and maritime security, science, technology, and nuclear energy. The effectiveness progress has not been achieved through bilateral diplomatic agreements resulted in concrete economic returns. There's a recommendations, because since we last met with the BNC in 2013, the recommendation that senior officials can meet in the third or fourth quarter of this year. With Uruguay, we also have several agreements: renewable energy, mining, capital equipment protocol, broad multisectoral engagements, defense, social security. With Paraguay, an agreement on economic cooperation and visa waiver agreement. At the mission, public diplomacy and nation branding, there's a diverse portfolio, including Freedom Day celebrations, academic and youth exchanges, sports diplomacy, language and cultural centers, creative industries, and diaspora engagement. The mission has 6 transferred officials, 5 posts have been filled, 1 vacant is the head of mission. We've got 12 LRP posts, 11 are filled, 1 is vacant. Challenges, supply chain management, challenges on procurement in the mission is due to the interchangeable bank official rate in the blue exchange rate, which is the black market in South Africa. Also delays in receiving approvals to appoint service providers for various services. Challenges also include this Argentina affecting the mission's expenditure on municipal fees, affordability of day-to-day for transfer staff to pay because of the prices keep on rising in Argentina. There's also the rental norms, which have remained the same in Argentina. And because of the rising prices, the head office will need to relook at that. Consular issues. The number of civic services are approximately 222 applications processed till, what is the date today? Today, Chair. Passport applications, 72 applications till today. Visa applications have been 91. We also do consular visits to prisons and hospitals for South Africans there. Challenges relating to consular and service delivery. There is limited travel funding to go to the other accredited countries. The visa section is still using an outdated consular fee exchange rate. And then there's the non-operational visa printer, which makes things difficult and efficiency in the mission. IC modernization successfully implemented across the mission in May of 2026, and we have seen improved network and stability and connectivity resolve the slow performance. However, we still do not have landlines. We are still working on that, and we're going to communicate with the service provider. State-owned properties. The Chancery is state-owned on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors, situated at MT de Alvear in Buenos Aires. The official residence is also state-owned, the 22nd, the 23rd, and the 24th floors. Staff accommodation, all properties are fully rented except defense, which still keeps their own furniture. We have vacant land in Montevideo, which is in the process of being sold. Assets were verified 100% at the last audit, which was in 2026. Then, Laura, you can move to the pictures. That is the Chancery, the building outside. So you see there, we are on the top floor, 7, 8, and 9, and this is the entrance to the. This is the reception to the embassy. Next picture, Laura. That is the official residence outside. Thank you, Laura. Next page. That is the vacant land in Montevideo. We have just cleaned it. And as I said, Chairperson, it's due to be on sale, waiting for head office to start with the tender process. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for the report. We had already put on stage. Which country did you put on stage? I think it was
Chile.
It was Chile. Chile.
Yes, Chair.
So, Laura, we can go back to Chile.
Good. Thank you, Chair.
Your Excellency, you can start presenting.
Okay, thank you,
Yes.
Chairperson and honorable members and Excellencies, colleagues, and senior officials. I will just go off camera. So the mission in Santiago, Chile, which is where we are resident, is also responsible for Bolivia, Ecuador, and Peru on a non-resident basis. We can go on to the next slide in terms of those 3 countries, we try to engage them as much as we can. So the focus has really been on both the political, economic, cultural, education, science, and sport diplomacy. But also because of this region, there's been a bit of focus to also try and promote the African agenda and South-South cooperation where we can. In terms of the political situation, Chile itself is largely predictable in terms of its governance architecture. And it is normally associated with tidal politics, which I believe, are quite, happen quite often within Latin America itself. So there are periodic swings, pendulum swings from the left to the right. And at this current stage for Chile itself, we have a right of center orientated government in place. However, the foreign policy appears to be norm-based, meaning that it doesn't change despite the swing from left to right in most cases. We also have a joint consultative mechanism, and under that, within the auspices, the Joint Trade and Investment Commission. So very strategic partner, and I think to a large extent, we also share the multilateral orientation, particularly around issues such as environmental conservation, climate change, issues related to Antarctica as well. The same could be said with Peru, except we've experienced a lot of political instability in Peru. Just to give an example, in the past 10 years, Peru has had about 8 presidents. So about a week ago, the new president of Peru was inaugurated, President Keiko Fujimori. So it remains to be seen as to how long he will be in office. On average, if you look at the 8 presidents in the past 10 years, we're looking at about a year, 2 months or so before there are any changes. So sometimes, the political situation is quite difficult from that perspective. We do have a political consultation mechanism that's active. In fact, we had the inaugural meetings at deputy minister level 2 years ago in South Africa. Ecuador, the same, currently to the right, and one could say the same in Bolivia. So in essence, this gives you a very full picture of the regional politics, that we've had a major swing to the right. In fact, if anything, really more to the right of center than anything else. In terms of your key bilateral and multilateral engagements, I'll go through this very quickly. We've had high-level meetings that involved our president and the former president of Chile, Gabriel Boric, on the margins of BRICS, and they had actually agreed to exchange visits. That is a visit going into South Africa at a high level, and the same into Chile. We've had meetings between our ministers, our Minister of DERCO and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, also an agreement similar, although that did not take place, due to time constraints and due to, the unavailability in terms of the principal's diaries. We hope this year we will have our Chile-South Africa bilateral consultations, which is supposed to take place in Q3 of our financial year. The same for Peru, Q4, Ecuador, Q2. And we engage, because it's such an active diplomatic corps here, there's quite a lot of synergy around BRICS. G20 the previous year, when we were the president of the G20 and South-South cooperation engagements. But maybe most importantly, particularly in Chile and Peru, a lot of parliamentary diplomacy initiatives. And I'll raise this issue probably at the end of the presentation, just to give it a bit of nuance and why we think it's important. On the next slide, this just gives you a very quick overview of the trade relations between ourselves and the 4 countries that are here. I think most importantly, you will see that we have a trade deficit with Chile of about 1.2 billion. We have a trade surplus of about 447 million with Peru, a minus 65 with Ecuador, Bolivia. However, there are 2 key elements in this particular area. I'm not going to go into details, just to note that in most cases, these 4 countries were generally their largest trading partner on the African continent. So that in itself is very important. And secondly, that the aggregate trade between ourselves and these 4 countries gives us a trade balance that's positive, which is quite an important thing to note. And it has been growing gradually in some instances. But we can move to the next slide, please. So we've used different instruments to try and drive economic diplomacy, trade promotion missions, which are now called overseas selling missions, OSMs. As we speak, next week we will receive a team, about 7 companies from South Africa that are coming here on an overseas selling mission. We, together with the DTIC, we have designed a program for them to engage business seminars, one-to-one meetings, and visits to to some of the mining sites within and around Santiago, for them to come and sell their products, machinery, or capital equipment. Through business networking events, we believe that we have achieved a lot together with the chambers. We provide support to exporters. And we also conduct a lot of tourism promotion activities with the relevant agencies such as SA Tourism, the tour operators, and we also engage with the chambers and your high net worth individuals. Sometimes even the diaspora, because you do have a small, but quite wealthy South African diaspora within the region itself. There are more than 30 South African investors, outward investors in Chile. Now, this is quite important in itself because it negates what may look like a relatively not so large trade figure, because this augurs well for forexes. It also augurs well for backward linkages in terms of the increasing exports into the region, both into Peru, Chile, Ecuador, and to a lesser extent, perhaps Bolivia. Major companies such as Goldfields, Taratec, Westphalia, Master Drilling, they're all here. And on the other side, we've also seen an increasing number of multinational enterprises that invest in South Africa from this region, such as NIX, which is now again going into a partnership with Sasol to start a fertilizer production facility, I think somewhere in Secunda, Duratrade. And these are quite huge investments, so to say. I think sometimes they don't receive the spotlight because we are not so South orientated. We sometimes think that the investments actually come from either Europe or from North America, but these are major companies, multi-million, multi-billion investments that have actually happened in the past 5 years. Perhaps the latest being an agreement of sorts between Asmar and Sandok Austral, which is the shipbuilding company that's located in KwaZulu-Natal. We can move on to the next one. I'll try and go through this very quickly in the interest of time. So this also gives us an idea of the type of agreements that we have with some of these countries. I won't focus on all of them. I think in this particular case, the latest one that we're in the process of implementing is the science, technology, and innovation. We're now reaching a situation where they've agreed on terms of reference. They're in the process of drawing a work plan to take it forward. The aquaculture and fisheries, we've already had exchanges. We've had hybrid trainings in terms of in-person and virtual training session. We hope that those will continue. We can move on to the next one. For Peru, pretty much similar, although we have not pursued the offer that Peru has, just purely because of, capacity limitations. But we think that there's a very good possibility, particularly from a diplomatic training perspective, to either go into some form of an agreement or to have exchanges, because despite the political changes that are quite frequent, they have one of the best diplomatic training institutes in the region. We can move on to the next slide. Ecuador, we've earmarked Ecuador, also for aquaculture because they are also good. They're the largest, shrimp exporting country in the region. Fisheries, also a very good opportunity there, particularly for our nascent aquaculture industry. And we have engaged industries at homes, particularly the Southern African Aquaculture Association, to get them involved in some of this project. It brings in investments, but it is also a great opportunity to create jobs and to grow the industry as we go forward. We may proceed to the next one. Bolivia, a little bit more not so active, but this is an area where we also believe that the MOUs, particularly the establishment of the mechanism for consultation, should also be pursued. There is one in place, which was actually at presidential level, and we're now trying to bring it down to either deputy minister or at senior officials level. So that's also another opportunity in that particular area. We may go ahead, we may go to the next slide. These are just some of the occasions that we use to try and drive public diplomacy and nation branding that we do very regularly. We normally have a Freedom Day pretty much every year that's focused, on economic diplomacy, public diplomacy, and many other aspects of, public diplomacy, really. Brand SA Tourism, and all the relevant agencies have been involved. The same with Africa Day, Nelson Mandela International Day, the South Africa Weeks, which are actually quite beneficial because I think, other colleagues had mentioned earlier that cultural diplomacy, is a force multiplier for economic diplomacy, especially in the way that we try to conduct international partnerships and business at this stage. The same Peru and Africa Friendship Day, but we can go to the next one. In terms of consular services, the numbers are not so large, although they are important. Firstly, we should take cognizance of the fact that some of the countries that are based do not need visas to enter South Africa. So most of these are really applications that we process for work permits or work visas for people who work for the various companies that have invested in the different sectors in South Africa, mostly from Peru and Chile to a large extent. And the second last bullet point in terms of visa application, this is very minimal, I think for a week or so, where we would have received a request for visas from Colombia. But whenever, the mission is functional, it's open in Colombia, it goes back to, it goes back to Venezuela, not Colombia. So we are always in touch. We liaise with the ambassador and the colleagues in our mission in Venezuela at all times to make sure that this is handled properly and with the permission, should anything be handled, of the ambassador and the colleagues in Venezuela and Caracas. I think we can move on to the next one. In terms of skills development and technical cooperation, again, there's a lot happening here. There's a scholarship that's called the Becker's Nelson Mandela Scholarship that brings students from South Africa and other countries to come and do postgraduate studies in Chile. This was basically started by former President Michelle Bachelet. Most of us may remember that she came to deliver the Nelson Mandela lecture in 2014 in Cape Town. And when she came back, she started the scholarship. Very critical in the sense that we've had a few of our, former students who have participated in this and have actually, become quite successful in the careers that they've chosen. I want to use very quickly an example. For instance, those who follow and love the beautiful game, will know that teams such as Sundowns have actually sourced quite a few players from this side. So one of the heads of who looks after that particular component is a former Nelson Mandela Scholarship graduate, because they can speak, they know the area a bit, they can also speak Spanish, fluently. That's just one example. We also have programs around Exit, which is a Chile agency for this. We've had about 142 beneficiaries from 2015 until 2025. Also important because a lot of the honorable members and I think a few of our deputy ministers have actually participated in these programs, particularly the data science, the data analysis for scientific purposes. And we've also had participation from different senior managers, etc. These courses continue, and we work together with our counterparts in Pretoria, and of course our business unit has been quite heavily involved in making sure that they reach the relevant persons. We've already spoken about a few of this, including science, technology, and innovation. So we can move on to the next slide. The current staffing, I think we are at full staff complement, and all positions are filled. We just had one person who has retired recently, who was the cleaner for the mission. And going forward, and in terms of the regulations from head office to, we have now contracted a company that does the cleaning, but we had full staff complement. We can move on to the next one. In terms of corporate services, governance and audit, I think we've had 100% asset verification that has been achieved. We had audit findings that we have worked with the audit team at head office to try and correct whatever needed to be corrected or whatever we needed to remedy in this particular situation. I think the governance controls have been strengthened. Same with risk management, financial management, and the rest of those. I think one of the key areas that one may just want to mention, and you will see this at the end when we show the photos, is that we've been able to now negotiate with the building to install a flagpole at street level and a flag at street level. And we think that this is quite a big achievement because, over the years, we were not able to fly our flag either on the building, on the top, or at street level. So the negotiations have gone well, and I think it should be on in the next month or so. We may proceed. In terms of the ICT modernization, I think we've also been very fortunate. We've completed the process, and thanks to the colleagues at ICT at head office, so we're in the process of replacing a couple of laptops. The system is very fast. It has been upgraded. It has been improved. So I don't think we can complain about anything in this particular area. It's actually a bit of a shock to our system because we suffered quite a bit. So every time you put on the computer now, you think you're, somewhere else after, quite some challenges. The telephone system as well has been, we have new telephone systems, and the team that was here was quite good in terms of making sure that all the issues have been taken care of. So I think for the colleagues who are still waiting for this service, I can assure you, it makes a huge, huge, huge difference. It's really day and night. We can move on to the next slide. In terms of properties and asset management, all the properties here are leased. The lease for the Chancery was recently renewed for the next 5 years, and is the same. We also lease the official residence. I think we're just about to conclude in a couple of slides. If we can move on to the next one. And, this is the Chancery building, as you can see. Very centrally located, very accessible to the public, very accessible to anyone that we, that we do business with, to the stakeholders, to the constituencies, and we have sufficient space to also do functions within the mission itself. We can move on to the next picture. This just shows you the entrance into the mission itself. Very professionally done, a very good space. I think everyone has reasonable and sufficient space to work. I don't know if there are any other pictures that follow. That's just a picture of the official residence. As you can see there, the flag. That might be the last picture there. The next slide. Okay, in terms of the key achievements, I've already touched on a few of those. In terms of your expanded trade and investment linkages, because although we have had reduction in terms of bilateral trade with some of the countries, but the aggregate trade has actually gone up and we have a surplus, which is quite important. We've run very strong public diplomacy programs. We think, those have also managed to raise a lot of, public awareness, particularly about South Africa, because although we're in Latin America, in some instances you'll come across Afro-pessimism, sometimes just pure ignorance about the continent. I think we're familiar with some of those issues. We have very active bilateral mechanisms. All of them are generally on song. And we can move on to the next slide. In terms of challenges, I think these are issues that we think we will be able to address very soon. We have to appoint an honorary consul in Bolivia. This has been stuck for quite a while because of budgetary constraints. And unfortunately, we have lost our honorary consul last week in Ecuador very suddenly. And we're in the process of handling this particular situation, but it means that we will have to fill that particular position quite soon. The second one is very important, although I won't dwell on it too much. We feel that there should be a reclassification of the mission, possibly to a category 2 like Argentina, or to a category 3, because the mission has been reclassified as category 1. And we feel that it doesn't take cognizance of the fact that you've got a lot of smoke, the earthquakes, and a lot of other things that I may not focus on at this stage. And we also want to mention that we feel that there has to be an increase in the number of high-level visits to the region. It is very important because it increases the public diplomacy component. It also increases the level of visibility. So we haven't had that, and we hope that this can increase. I think we had mentioned in the past, Deputy Minister Botes has been here, a few deputy ministers, and that has been quite positive. It has yielded very good results. Increased interdepartmental coordination as we pursue these opportunities would also help. And the implementation of agreements, sometimes we do struggle with some of the departments. But I think the one that I will focus on is the parliamentary friendship groups. We haven't done well here. We've had approaches, we've sent agreements, and we follow up, and our business unit has been very meticulous, in checking and liaising with the relevant parliamentary liaison persons. We never get any responses. They work on this side, but there hasn't been any reciprocity, from our parliament. And we want to emphasize that these parliamentary friendship groups are really quite important. The parliamentary diplomacy component of our work is just as critical as the public diplomacy and other forms of diplomacies that we speak about. So this is something that we really need to zero in, so that if we are not offering this, it should actually be quite categoric, so that we can look at other areas to focus on. But I think this is really, really important, particularly the lack of responses, the lack of reciprocity in this particular area. We can move on to the next slide. Okay, the next slide is thank you. A few people to thank you. I think we also, on behalf of the colleagues, wish to thank the business unit. We have a very good business unit under the leadership of Ambassador Bona, Ms. Kuhn, Ms. Mugaje. So we just want to thank them because they've made our work much easier. Also, the new head of the branch, Ms. Mazibuko, the SSU unit, the security and safety, no, not security and safety, strategic, our strategic unit with Mr. Mpe for always availing themselves, and of course, the DG's office, and everyone who has been involved to make sure that we function properly. But thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thanks very much for the succinct report, Excellency Munyamangene. Thanks very much for that.
Thank you, sir.
Indeed, you covered a lot because there's a lot in your plate. It's many countries, but you did well. So we are now going to take our revolutionary leader, Dade Mavimbe, Brazilian.
Yeah.
Greetings, honorable members. Greetings, honorable chair. The advantage of presenting late is that I can simply say all protocol observed.
Indeed.
I'm here with some of my staff. I've got the CSM here next to me. I've got Councillor Economic, Mr. Ranamane, and I've got Ms. Mapini, Councillor ICT. It's just the four of us that are here, we're together in my office. So I'll be presenting wherever I need support in answering questions. They'll help me. So I think I've registered my presence and that I'm alive, and I can go off screen. With your permission, Honorable Member.
Yes, allowed, my leader, allowed.
Thank you, Chair. I stepped out for a short while to go and get something to eat, and I come back and my staff tells me that we have been told that we must be very short and be very brief and just touch on the highlights. So this is what I'm going to try and do. As you know, honorable members, we have two missions in Brazil. It's the political and diplomatic mission in Brasilia, and then we've got the consulate in Sao Paulo. So even our presentation, that's how it's going to be structured in terms of emphasis. So can we get the slide please on the screen so that we know where we are?
Okay, is it not showing, Ambassador? I did upload it on the screen. No,
No, it's not showing.
Not on
But
our
carry on. Only to present.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
We can proceed. We can go to the next one. The scope. Oh, we have jumped. Oh, yeah. The scope. I'm not going to go through all because all these things have been talked about. I mean, by other missions. So I think that's what we also try and cover. Just the highlights of it. The next slide. Yeah, the next slide, that's where it indicates that we've got two missions here. We've got the mission in Brasilia, and then we've got the Consul General. So in terms of presentation in Brasilia, we're just going to concentrate on the high-level political and diplomatic. The reality is that, Brasilia is a capital that is not like other capitals that the colleagues, the excellencies have been presenting about. Brasilia was a capital that was established purely as a political and diplomatic capital, and it remains like that. In Brasilia, or in the area that we cover, you don't find much of economic activity. Brasilia, as a city where was stationed, is mainly the capital supporting the activity of the government. So the industry that you have here is the industry that is really designed to support the activity of the government. The bulk of what we can call economic diplomacy and the work that we do in trade and economics doesn't take place in the area that is covered by the mission in Brasilia. It's mainly covered under the consulate in Sao Paulo, because the way Brazil is that the bulk of the economy and the industrial centers are along the coast and the south of the country. Here in the interior of the country where the capital is, the capital was established from scratch. Just here, there was a savanna land here. And then the government decided that because this area of the country, there was no economic activity whatsoever, they must come and establish the capital. And then you go to the north, of course, when the colonizers arrived, they arrived first in the northeast of the country, and then they moved south where the economy was in terms of mining and agriculture and so on. So in Brasilia, as I say, in terms of the presentation, you'll see, we'll try and leave the bulk of the economic interaction to the presentation by the consulate in Sao Paulo. Let's move to the next slide, strategic overview. Strategic overview, again, I listened to some of the presentation by the colleagues. I don't want to belabor this area. I think it has been covered in terms of the geopolitical situation in the world and where we find ourselves in this region of the world. The impact of the Trump administration, the advent of Trumpism, and how it has affected the region. When it comes to Latin America, I mean, this is relevant for us, especially us in Brasilia, in the sense that Brazil is the biggest economy in the region and is one of the most progressive country in the region. So in terms of being progressive and really aligning with what South Africa wants to achieve, I think Brazil is the closest to what we want to achieve. So what we have seen happening in Latin America is that there is a huge shift towards the right. In other words, there's a huge shift towards what really the Trump administration will want to see. And this has kind of squeezed Brazil's ability to mobilize the South in this region and to mobilize the region towards a progressive agenda. And in that sense, that affects the agenda of the South. South-South cooperation with Africa gets affected if Brazil is squeezed in terms of its ability to mobilize this region. So in that sense, that is negative for us as South Africa and is relevant in terms of what we want to achieve, because we need a very strong Brazil, and a Brazil that can be able to mobilize the South. I mean, recently we have seen the move towards the right in Argentina, Ecuador, Bolivia, Chile, Peru, Colombia, Honduras, and so on and so forth. And that is not a good story for all of us as the progressive forces of the South. That includes, of course, what happened in Venezuela. We know what happened in Venezuela, and now there's a threat on Cuba itself. I mean, just to indicate the tensions with Brazil, Trump and Lula. Trump yesterday, I think, revoked the visa of the Brazilian ambassador in Washington. In other words, the activities of the Brazilian ambassador in Washington have been curtailed by decree of the American administration. And of course, they are reacting to what Lula has been delaying, giving an agreement to the newly nominated ambassador of America to come to Brazil. I don't know, the Brazilian can answer for themselves, but I think one of the reasons is that they are not happy with the appointee and they are still evaluating that. And just one colleague from the American embassy, because they also whispered to us, because not all of them necessarily like Trump and the Trump administration. He was whispering to me that the designated ambassador-elect is actually a very close friend of Trump. They play golf together. So you can understand how the Brazilians view the person who's about to come. So there is that tit for tat between Lula and Trump, or between Brazil and America, that Brazil has not issued this agreement, has delayed issued the agreement, and now Trump has reacted. But that just tells you the tension that is happening in the region. Something related to that is that Brazil has downgraded diplomatic relations with Argentina only yesterday, because there is this ongoing tiff between the president of Argentina and Lula. The president of Argentina was here recently and to support the opponent, the guy, the young Bolsonaro that is going to run against Lula in the October elections. He spoke at the convention of the party that supports him. And he criticized Lula when he was here. He criticized Lula vehemently. And so there's been an exchange. And now they've downgraded their diplomatic relations. And that relates to what Trump is doing. Again, these tensions are not good for all of us in the South who are trying to consolidate the agenda of the South. Now, in Brazil, as you might know, we are living under a minority government. It's a Lula minority government comprised of 10 political parties in a coalition. And Brazil is going into elections in October. And the prediction is that so far in terms of the polls is that Lula is going to win elections by a thin margin again. So what is likely to happen is that this broad coalition of parties is going to continue. And what is not so positive about it is that when you go into the Congress, which is your parliament in Brazil, the lobby is heavily against the progressives, is heavily against Lula. So Lula's agenda, for not only for Brazil, but for the South and for Africa, gets compromised because he's always checkmated by the opposition coalition that doesn't support him. So that again is not necessarily positive for us. I'm going to jump the next slide that still talks about the tariffs and so on and so forth, because I think we are all aware of what is happening. I want to go to what is the status quo. Now, this is relevant for us, honorable members, because it indicates the imbalance in terms of trade between South Africa and Brazil. You can see the statistics there, the numbers are there. And this gap is not actually being narrowed, it is actually getting wider and wider. And there are several reasons for that. You know, when I was appointed to come here, the former Minister of Trade and Industry said to me, you know, one of your missions, Ambassador, is that you must work to narrow the gap, the imbalance in terms of trade between Brazil and South Africa. You will judge your achievement if you are able to narrow that gap. The fact of the matter is that since I arrived here and progressively, the gap is widening. It's widening for many reasons. One of the reasons is really to a very large extent in terms of the mission is that it is objective. It is objective in the sense that the Brazilian economy for the past 10 years have been doing relatively very well. It has been growing, whereas the South African economy has not been growing. In fact, the South African economy has gone backwards to a very significant extent. And that talks to the exports and imports between the two countries. That if the Brazilian economy is doing well and our economy is not doing well, we can't expect that we are going to change the balance of trade between the two countries, because Brazil has a lot to export and is aggressive in doing that. And there's very little that we export to Brazil. I mean, the second point about it is that Brazil exports to us finished products. So they actually manufacture and then export to us. But what we export to Brazil is raw material, raw products, not finished products. And you cannot change the balance of trade if you are not able to do that, if you are not able to manufacture and export. So those are objective things that really the mission can do very little about. Until we grow our economy, we can compete with Brazil. Until we are able to manufacture and process and then export and do all those things, we're not going to change the balance of trade between the two countries. But having said that, within the limitations of the objective conditions, what is it that can be done? Now, these are the areas that were really appealing, and we have been appealing to our own department. We appeal also to Parliament to take these issues seriously, because there is no way we can change the imbalance in the trade if we don't do certain things. There are certain things that we need to do, and if we don't do them, there's no way in which we can change the balance of forces, especially at this time in the world when we're all talking about the changing geopolitical situation and the changing balance of forces in the world. With the advent of Trump and the tariffs and the economic crisis, countries are diversifying, are creating new markets, creating new trade links, but they are also beefing up their embassies, the ability to do economic intelligence in their own embassies. How do they do that? They do that by deploying people who are skilled, who are able to do the work. In our case is that in most of the times we deploy generalists, people who are generalists. We say we want to change the balance of trade, but we take colleagues from DICO that we deploy as trade attachés or to deal with economic issues, who are not necessarily trained in the field. I mean, if you talk about Brazil, Brazil is a huge economy and a very sophisticated economy. If you want to come here and be deployed here, we are going to be operating at a very high level, at a very high competitive edge if you deal with Brazil. And you need people who are trained in the area. That's why it would have made sense if we have people who are trained by DTIC or who come from there or who come from the banks and so on and so forth, rather than taking political diplomats who are just trained in diplomacy but don't have the skill to deploy in these countries. So until we emphasize on these issues, we're not going to be able to change the balance of trade. Let's go to the next slide, the case for a trade attaché. I think the point that I'm making here, the case for trade attaché, that slide. Yeah. I think this slide is making that argument that if we really want to be competitive, to compete at that level at which Brazil's economy is competing, we have to get the people who are trained. Now, we don't have a trade attaché here. The colleagues that are deployed to do the work, these are just colleagues, officials from DICO. And we are supposed to be here to operate at that competitive edge. The next slide, the case for agricultural attaché, is the same argument. I mean, Brazil is ranked amongst the 4 top food producing and food exporting countries in the world. I mean, Brazil has been able to take millions and millions of people out of poverty. Last year, President Lula invited and hosted ministers of agriculture from 40 countries in Africa for them to come and learn what Brazil has done in terms of agriculture, in order to go back and support food production in Africa. And Brazil was doing that because they are confident of what of what they have achieved. But also that's a demonstration of the opportunities that exist in Brazil. Now we've written tons and tons of reports on the opportunities that exist in Brazil in the area of agriculture, which really have not been taken advantage of. And I think this is one of the areas. And I must indicate that one of the parliamentary committees that came here 2 years ago was actually a parliamentary committee on agriculture, and we exposed them to a lot of opportunities in Brazil. But regrettably, not much has happened. Not much follow-up has happened in as far as that. I mean, one of the opportunities just a few days ago, I got correspondence from the University of Fort Hare because it's a farm that produces special cattle that produces abundance of milk. And I got this correspondence from Fort Hare because they are interested to come. And we had exposed our own portfolio committee to this. So it's an indication of the opportunities that are there. There was just an article recently that Botswana, our neighbor, has imported quite a number of that cattle into Botswana because they want to boost up their production of milk. So these are just some of the opportunities. I'm saying there are many. I cannot name all of them here, but there are many opportunities that are there which we're not taking advantage of. Let's go to the next slide. The case for South African Police Service attaché. I cannot emphasize this point. Your honorable members, for some of you that follow Madlanga Commission, I was just commenting to the colleagues that, one of the biggest exposés of Madlanga Commission is that the bulk of the drugs that are in the streets of South Africa actually come from Latin America through Brazil. They actually come from Brazilian ports and Brazilian airports. And if you follow the news, you can just Google, you'll see that almost all the drug bus that Madlanga is talking about, they came from Brazil. That is just an indication of the fact that if we don't look at this issue, we're not going to deal with the issue. Now, we used to have a subs officer here, and there were a lot of positives that came out of that. In fact, there were two until a few years ago. Now, subs has decided that they have withdrawn all of them and they are not going to replace them. The advantage of the subs officer in Sao Paulo was that he was able to go to the airport. If there are flights coming from Africa that are linking to South Africa, he'll be there. And he was able to pick up a lot of fraudulent passports, South African passports, that are used by foreign nationals coming out of South Africa, coming to Brazil. Because he sees the South African passport, he can tell this person is not likely to be South African, but he can actually talk to people and interview them. And even before they enter the country, they were able to apprehend them. Now, 2 days ago, I was talking to the Director General of Home Affairs. I was telling him that here in the mission, we are in possession of 21 fraudulent South African passports. 21 fraudulent South African passports that were being given by the Brazilian authorities. These are not the people who were arrested at the airport using fraudulent South African passports because we don't have the capacity since we removed the subs attaché there. These are the people who came in, most of them, they're Pakistanis, They are Bangladeshis, they are Somalis, they are Nigerians. These are people who came into the country successfully using South African fraudulent passports. But when they're in the country, after a few weeks or so, they want to apply for asylum. That's the only time when the Brazil get alerted that these passports are likely to be fraudulent. Because who is going to come? Which South African is going to come from South Africa and come to Brazil to ask for political asylum? There should be something wrong with that. Now, the point is that these people who ask for asylum, they never go back to the authorities to ask for their passports. They disappear into the country and they get smuggled into other countries. But 21 fraudulent South African passports that could have been detected at the airport if there was the ability, if there was the capacity of people to assist the Brazilians at the airport to detect these people. So this is one of the points we have been making, and we're really appealing that the decision to withdraw subs from Brazil must be looked at again. Next slide, please. Yeah, colleagues, I think we're just making a general point here, which we have made many times again before. You know, honorable members, I would say in the past 10 years, I've looked at the records of this mission. In the past 10 years, there's not been a single instance where we had a minister from the economic cluster in South Africa coming to Brazil on a bilateral relations, coming with a delegation of business people. That tells you that there's a blind spot somewhere about Brazil. Because the fact that our own government is not prioritizing Brazil in this area of work. We prioritize Brazil in terms of strategic cooperation, diplomatic and political cooperation. But in terms of trade, in terms of economic investment, we have not, as a government, seriously prioritized Brazil. But if the government itself is not seriously prioritizing Brazil in this area, how do we expect the South African private sector to prioritize Brazil? Because if we, as the political principals, don't prioritize Brazil in this sector, the private sector might think there's something wrong. And the reality is that there's a risk aversion about Brazil because of many factors, the distance, the language, and so on and so forth. So there's a need that we must begin to address this issue as the government to deal with this blind spot. If for such a long time we don't have a government delegation, I mean, the only delegation that has come was Minister Delel, who came to Sao Paulo, didn't even come to Brasilia, came to Sao Paulo last year or a year before. But outside that, we don't have an indication of that happening in Brazil. And we think that is a serious shortcoming. Let's move to the next slide, please. The bilateral political relations, again, yeah, I'm going to pass this one. I think what is happening here is what is happening in many other missions. Just to indicate again, perhaps it's the same point that I've just made. We've got a joint commission arrangement with Brazil. The last one that we had took place a few months before elections in South Africa. And when it took place, the last one before that had taken place 10 years before. And then 10 years after, we've got a joint commission that takes place a few months before the elections. And because it was taking place a few months before the elections, it didn't really live up to the standard, because many of the ministers who were supposed to come with our minister, Minister Pando, could not come. Why? Because it was a few months before the elections. So that joint commission setting, really, it did sit, but to a very large extent, we're ticking the box. Now, after the state visit, there was agreement that immediately there's a need for a joint commission to take place. I think it has been postponed 3 times now, and up to now, the date has not been found. I know the ministers, our principals, are busy, and there are many other competing tasks at hand. But I'm just indicating that if these things are not happening, then there are a lot of other things that don't happen. For instance, if you look at our record, you'll find that there is no serious follow-up on the agreements that have been signed in the past or on memoranda of understanding. And one of the reasons why that doesn't happen is because these political engagements at the high level do not happen. Let's move to the next slide, please. Multilateral cooperation. Multilateral cooperation, the next slide. Now, multilateral cooperation. I think you've jumped it. Yeah, multilateral cooperation. Again, here, I'm not going to spend much time. I mean, as we all know, we are not really a multilateral embassy. We are a bilateral mission. So the work that we do in this area is really the work to facilitate a lot of the multilateral meetings that take place in Brasilia and other cities in Brazil, G20, BRICS, you name it. So I'm not going to spend much time here. The legal instruments, the next slide. Again, I'm not spending time here because I think the bulk of what is here is really the work of DECO at headquarters. I don't have to spend time on that. And then bilateral economic relations and economic relations. As I said at the beginning, again, I'm not spending time here because I need to give time to Sao Paulo to talk on these areas of our work. I'm on cultural diplomacy now. Let's move to the slide on cultural diplomacy. Cultural diplomacy. I indicated at the beginning that this is really a political and diplomatic mission, that is Brasilia. A lot of cultural engagement that takes place, as you will see from the presentation from the consulate, actually takes place in those big cities in the south, Rio, Sao Paulo. Even if you talk about South African musicians, theater performers, and so on, they never take place in Brasilia. They don't take place in this part of the country. If you talk about Black Coffee, you talk about Shimza, you talk about Zex Bantwin, you talk about Durban Koko, you talk about theater performances. They really do not happen in this part of the country. So people who come to Brasilia are people who are coming to meet government to a very large extent. But of course, there's some work we do ourselves here. I mean, I've addressed 3 universities here as part of our intellectual and cultural exchange. I'm invited in September to address the University of Brasilia. We interact with cultural organizations. One of them is African Impact. Not also the sorry, Palmares Cultural Foundation. Cultural Palmares Foundation is a government agency that upholds the culture and the history of the African diaspora in Brazil. And I've linked them with African Bank. African Bank is headquartered in Cairo. And another Brazilian organization of cultural artists called Afro Chamber. And African Pride, another African Brazilian women, black women organizations. And because African Bank asked me to actually facilitate that, because they want to put money into a cultural development in Brazil, especially for the African diaspora. So, I mean, that is just some of the work that we are doing. Strategic support. This largely talks, the next slide, this largely talks to the work. The next slide, strategic support. You know, I must say that out of all the sister organizations, perhaps even more than DECO, my own department, out of all sister departments, really the sister department that is always up to date in terms of deploying people, the full staff complement in Brazil, is our Department of Defense. They always have a full supplement. If people leave, they are replaced very quickly. And I must say that this is one area where there's a lot of dynamic interaction between South Africa and Brazil. And I'm not going to go through all that. As you can see in the slide, it really talks to that. I've got the Council ICT here on the ICT system and digital modernization. I mean, I can just say that ICT services are operational with necessary tools and connectivity, but challenges such as slow network performance and computer performance issues affect overall productivity. And I think I was listening to other missions. I think the challenges are the same. Let me not waste time on that. If there are questions will come. The next slide, that is the mission establishment. Which is not full. The minister plenipotentiary has not been replaced since he left 2 years ago. We have a problem. We've got only one driver in the mission now, which means that the ambassador doesn't have a driver, because this is actually meant to be a utility driver who's sent around by the mission. But I steal him from time to time in order to help me. And it always creates a problem, because we asked to apply to fill this post, but we're told to must wait. And we have agreed now that we must make a submission to fill up this post. The decision about Minister Plain, of course, is the decision of headquarters. We don't know what is being decided on that. And I think as you might know, honorable members, the position of Councillor Political is also vacant because of the untimely departure of a colleague who passed away recently. So essentially, the Councillor Economic is doing virtually all the work, of course, assisted by the first secretary. So
I don't know this. What problem always?
Sorry? Hello? Sorry, I didn't get that.
I don't know. It's not from our side, Your Excellency. You can proceed.
Oh, sorry. And then the next slide, of course, is locally recruited personnel. And even there are vacancies. But as I say, we'll make a submission soon. And the budget, I hope you've got the updated budget to put up. It's the old one. I'm sorry, you might have received the latest budget late. This is not the updated budget that you have there, but it was sent. I hope they can put it up because it was sent. It was sent today. And then the next slide is the cost drivers and so on. I think really hello? The slides are gone.
Sorry, Ambassador, I'm just
Are they
looking
gone
for
or
the
they finished?
No, I'm looking for the updated presentation. Let me just find it quickly. Sorry, Ambassador, I'm just trying to find the email that was sent. Yeah. Okay.
In the meantime, I can just say that there's a slide on mission state-owned properties. And the embassy has 4 state-owned properties. That is in total is the official residence, is the chancery, is what we call Q08 house, and then the apartment. All properties are occupied except for Q08 house. Now, this house has been unoccupied for several years. Developers continue to show interest in buying it, but the latest agreement was that it should be renovated. With headquarters was that it should be renovated. And now this project is underway, thankfully, because we have the approval now to appoint the necessary expertise, and then work must be done to renovate it. Just to indicate the seriousness of the matter, I mean, this place has been unoccupied for almost 14 years or more, which is an indication of the waste that is happening. Hello?
Okay.
If you have the slides with you, proceed, Your Excellency.
Yes. Thankfully, there is work happening now. There is now work happening in terms of that. But there are also submissions in terms of renovation of the chancery. Sorry, somebody's. Hello? Yes, I can see now. No, these are the properties.
There is a certain Pumeza who is not muted. Sorry, Excellency.
Yes, Pumeza, please mute. Those are the pictures of QL8 that we're talking about. This property, Your Excellency, has been unoccupied for more than 14 years. It was vandalized, and it has been a sore point between us and the municipality, because the neighbors there have been complaining that vagrants have been invading the place and sleeping there and then committing crime around the area. but also the fact that the state in which it is, it brings down the value of the properties around the area in the neighborhood. And they've been asking, and there've been also offers actually to buy the place. But as I was saying earlier on, headquarters at the end agreed that it needs to be renovated. And now work is in progress to appoint people to work on that. You can, yeah, there's a chance. The slide before this, I want is the chancellor. Huh? Is this part of the chancellor? Oh, the QLA, yeah. The chancellor, where is the chancellor? Oh, it's on the links. Oh, okay. Sorry. We had also sent the links, some of the pictures, because we could not, I don't know if it's able to open them. Is it not opening?
If it's pictures, you can skip them, Your Excellency.
Okay. No, it was a video, but if it's not opening, that's fine.
Yeah, don't worry, it's not a train smash.
That's fine, but the point about it, honorable members, is that we're asking for this place to be renovated. You know, we are situated in a very short avenue where we are, and our neighbors on the left and the right is Netherlands and Australia, and then the next embassy is the British embassy. And on the other side, the next embassy is France. And then the next embassy is America. And then the embassy diagonal opposite is Russia. Now, if we are not renovating, we're not able to keep up the level, we stand out like a sore thumb. And our neighbors, the Australians especially, they are very quick to ask us, what is wrong? Why are you not cleaning the yard? Why are you not cutting the grass and so on? So it's very embarrassing if we're not able to renovate our place when we are neighbors to such embassies. And the Americans are now building one of the biggest embassies just next to us here. Which is going to be very huge. I'm told that there's a bunker that goes down 3 floors down that they are building there. So it is important that we don't embarrass ourselves. And then the next slide is, all right, whilst we're talking about the challenges, honorable members, I just want to raise this issue. The consulate will talk about it, I think, but I'm talking about it from the point of view of Brazil. There is a long-standing dispute between the consulate and one of the former employees, LRPs. It has taken years. It is, I don't know whether it's 6 years or 8 years. But the issue ended in court. And the court decided to garnish one of the accounts of the consulate. So the consulate now cannot use that account because every time they put in money, that money gets taken away. So there is an arrangement that has been made through headquarters in the meantime, that their money should be sent via Brazil, and then we process it and then we send it to them. Now there are problems with that, and it's becoming a problem very quickly. The accountant that is here, that is working on those processes, has asked to see me to complain that he cannot continue to do that work because it's extra work and is not being paid for it. Now, the consulate is facing a problem because it's being challenged by a former employee who's complaining about the manner in which he or she was ill-treated. Now here we're running the risk of the local staff here who are helping us on this thing, raising the same thing and actually suing us for making them do the work that doesn't belong to them. So this problem cannot be sustained much longer. We need headquarters to intervene and resolve the issue in the consulate in Sao Paulo. Because right now, there's no progress that is being made. I don't think much is being done on this issue because there's an arrangement in which Brasilia is helping. But Brasilia cannot continue to help because we're being challenged by our LRPs now who are doing this work. Because sooner or later, they're going to refuse to do the work, or alternatively, because they are aware of what is happening at the consulate. They are aware of that their former colleague who has sued the consulate. They are aware of that. So they can easily resort to suing us for making them to do the work for the consulate in Sao Paulo. So we need intervention. We have raised this thing with the headquarters, but I think we need more voices to really raise this issue and push for the matter to be resolved as soon as possible. So yeah, those are main challenges, but really I think I'm running out of time. I think we'll take the questions when they come. Thank you, colleagues. And I think now we can hand over to the consulate.
Consulate, right? Yeah. Laura, can you check if consulate rate is there?
He should. I think he should be in.
Okay. Anyway, are you around?
Mr. Reed is online. I'm just trying to upload the presentation.
Yeah, but if can he hear us?
Eden, I think you're muted. Just check.
CG. Ambassador Maseko. Caracas.
Chairperson,
Le guy.
retain.
Retain. Good to hear from you. If you are ready, Your Excellency, you can proceed. We'll come back to Sao Paulo.
Okay.
Okay. I
And
just want to check if everyone can hear
it's
me.
almost 11 o'clock this side. If I can ask that, it's now 10:30 this side. Can I really plead with you that
we're trying to call
you
them
take 15 minutes each?
We're trying to call them Sao Paulo and find out what's happening. It seems they are not aware that they are not.
No. Proceed. If you can just take 15 minutes, please, we'll be happy.
I will try my best, Chairperson.
Yes, Lindy, just go to the main.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And good evening to you. Good afternoon from our side. Greeting you, Chairperson, members of the International Relations Portfolio Committee, and Minister in absentia, Acting DG, Excellencies and colleagues. It is indeed an honor for us to present, and although it would have been nice if we were in Toronto and looking you eyeball to eyeball. Chair, Venezuela and Colombia are living through a period of sharp turns, just as an introduction, and sudden changes in the region. I think Ambassador Mavimbela has said a lot about the issues of President Trump and all of that, the economy and the relations between countries in the Latin America. Momentous events are transforming the world as we know it, and President Trump is causing political and economic upheaval. There are quite a number of issues that I will raise, but one will also raise that one of the things that are still outstanding is the MOU that on the parliamentary side, of which the copy was presented to yourself and a delegation when you were here, Chair. So let me quickly go to the slides. I will start with I will start with the composition of there's only four transfer staff here, the ambassador and myself. There's then the council political, the first secretary administration, the CSM, and the second secretary administration who deals with consulate matters. And then we have 10 locally recruited staff. And then we have the office space located on the 9th floor of a building. Next slide. Of a building. And sharing space with the Embassy of Italy. Next, yeah. We're sharing space with the Embassy of Italy, which poses very serious security threats with their CCTVs, cameras placed and facing the South African Embassy entrance and exit doors. This constant camera surveillance is compromising and reducing privacy for the South African mission, but also exposes the vulnerability of our security. And this matter was also highlighted when the SSA came to do an assessment on the embassy. And at that point also they proposed that we need to move from there. The latest is that recently with this twin earthquake, the embassy of Italy then relocated to their consulate operating. The consulate is different, is outside the embassy. And we then realized that the water tap that supplies us is located in the embassy of Italy. So they close the water, and then it means we cannot have water, and it means we cannot work from the embassy. But also the twin earthquake also affected our building, and most of the time we're working from remotely. We do come now and then, and we are very behind with the issuance of visas. So this also showed us that the issue of having an embassy in a high-rise building, it is also a challenge. Like a lot of buildings really fell in Caracas, and our building was one of those that was affected. And then we have then our honorary consul in Bogota. If I must say that we also accredited to Colombia. So our honorary consul, Mr. Ambassador Fred Jacobson Levia, is based in Bogota. Next slide. South Africa and Venezuela share common views of the UN reforms and are supportive of each other's candidature on many specialized bodies guided by the South African government's political priorities. Vice Minister Yuri Pimentel, who's the head of the Africa desk, visited South Africa in April 2025 to deepen bilateral relations, and that the re-establishing the joint consultative mechanism, which was launched during the visit co-chaired by Deputy Minister Botes and his counterparts in 2022. There's been several instruments that the two countries have before them that needed to be finalized, including air connectivity, agriculture, mining, education, science and technology, and many others. South Africa and Venezuela are in the process of reviving the Joint Bilateral Commission, which will further facilitate diplomatic interaction between these two sister countries. Economic opportunities and technical cooperation remain open to South Africa companies in Venezuela, despite challenges that exist at the present moment. A meeting was supposed to have been held with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Venezuela and Minister Lamula on the 10th of July, but it was postponed because the minister was reshuffled of Foreign Affairs. But even if it was supposed to continue, even if he was not reshuffled, it would have meant that it would not have taken place because of the double earthquake of the 24th of June. So the airport in Venezuela is badly damaged, and the estimation of its reopening is somewhere around, they said October, but maybe it might be around November or December. On bilateral relations, to explore business opportunities in Venezuela, South African provinces organized different events of trade fairs intended to showcase their investment potential and stakeholders in Venezuela. For the 26-27 financial year, the mission has targeted provinces of Táchira for agriculture, mining and tourism, Carabobo for cultural and public diplomacy, engagement, Miranda to pursue the outcome objective of twinning agreements, and Lara for agriculture and culture. But also there is the Apure province, where there's an opportunity of the agriculture, and I'll come back to that when I get to trade. In addition, a virtual business seminar on trade and investment opportunities in South Africa and Venezuela was scheduled with the support of DTIC. The two-day workshop aimed to provide an overview of Venezuela's current economic and financial situation, explain the timeframes associated with commercial transactions, and clarify legal frameworks applicable to South African companies interested in doing business with Venezuela. Further, to highlight trade opportunities in South Africa available to Venezuela companies. Due to the earthquake of June 26, the workshop was postponed to a later date. Since 2013, Venezuela under the leadership of President Maduro was characterized by a hostile relation with the political opposition, severe economic collapse, anti-US posture, and close ties to China, Cuba, Russia, Iran, and South Africa, among others. In 2025, under the pretext of combating drug trafficking, the US administration intensified naval operations in the South Caribbean and Pacific, as well as interception of vessels linked to transport of oil and drugs associated with the so-called Venezuelan shadow fleet, including blockages and seizures of oil tankers in the Caribbean and the Atlantic. The US justified the campaign as a strategy to interdict illicit activities and put pressure on President Nicolas Maduro's regime. This dynamic culminated in a surprise military operation on the 3rd of January 2026, during which the US Special Envoy kidnapped President Maduro and his spouse in Caracas and transferred them to New York, where they faced federal charges of drug trafficking, narco-terrorism, and other crimes. They pleaded not guilty before the court, and last month their case was postponed to June 2027. So President Maduro will be in prison until he appears again next year, June. With President Maduro's unexpected departure, acting President Delcy Rodriguez was declared interim president by the Supreme Court, effectively ending the third term that began in January 2025. On the current situation, Venezuela, under the US tutelage, Venezuela has since re-established diplomatic relations with the US. In this regard, the acting president has reshuffled more than 50% of the ministerial positions, and the US targeted individual sanctions against some Venezuelans have been rescinded, with the hope that loyalists of President Maduro will comply with US interest in Venezuela. Sanctions on the oil and mining sectors have also been lifted, albeit partially in some cases. Venezuela has also since been granted access to IMF and World Bank funds. The 7.2 and 7.5 magnitude earthquake on the 24th of June were the strongest and most devastating since the 1900 San Francisco quake, though major ones have always been hit in 1997, in 1967, and even during the 1812 Revolutionary War of Independence. The twin earthquake have killed now. The statistic as per yesterday is more than 6,000 people that have died. Over 40,000 are still missing, and 16,700 have been reported injured. And thousands are also displaced with no homes, but the government is trying to find them alternative accommodation. The World Bank estimates the damage caused by the quake at 19.6 billion. This is a major setback to recovery effort of Venezuelan economy that has been devastated by years of economic sanctions imposed by the US and the EU. Offers and deployments after the quake arrived from across the hemisphere and beyond within 24 hours. And as per on Monday, a huge consignment of medical consignment arrived from Egypt. One we also still want to know, because at some stage there was going to be a contingency and rescue people from South Africa who were going to come. Unfortunately, because of the route, no direct route, the route that they were going to take, were refusing them to transport dogs in there. However, there was also a promise of a huge consignment of medicine, and one still needs to make a follow-up if they are still going to be sending that consignment, because there's still a huge need, especially for medicine. An unusual broad response for the country that until January 26 was diplomatically isolated. A large multinational search and rescue mobilization operation was deployed, with the United States pledging $150 million US. Spain, Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Panama, Chile, El Salvador, the Dominican Republic, Qatar, and others sent teams to Venezuela. And the OFAC issued general licenses 60, authorizing earthquake relief transactions to bolster the effort. I must hasten to say also, Chair, that the efforts, if we were trying to get a relief and humanitarian, when we present from the African Relief Fund, it's something that will take about 6 months before it can be considered, if considered. So, if you are in a friendly country and when they are in need, they say we can look, maybe we'll see after 6 months. And I think it's something that Shaje Mukendi in Jamaica saying, since the hurricane, they are still waiting for the implementation of the humanitarian relief that they requested for. So in the context of the devastating earthquakes, which have led to declaration of the state of emergency by the acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, a nationwide campaign was launched to galvanize, mobilize, and collect food, clothes, and medical supplies to be channeled to third-party centers to distribute and donate resources to the triage of the affected zones. The South African Embassy, informed by Ubuntu Diplomacy, joined the efforts to collect supplies guided by the principle of international solidarity on 27 June and other days later. I must say, the South African Embassy, both transferred and locally recruited staff, we all contributed from our own pockets and bought supplies that we then took, which was much appreciated by the Venezuelans, including also doing their soup kitchens, supplying prepared food to those that were distributing. So we did that for quite some time. But due to the budgetary constraints, we had to do it from our pockets. Relations between South Africa and Venezuela strengthened during President Thabo Mbeki's administration, driven by the South-South cooperation, anti-imperialist solidarity, and energy deals. South Africa and Venezuela fostered ties to counter Northern Hemisphere dominance, focusing on bilateral trade on oil, mining, and technology, alongside aligning positions within the non-aligned movement. South-South solidarity. The relationship was part of President Mbeki's broader foreign policy aimed at reforming the global political and economic architecture through partnerships between developing nations aligned with the Bandung spirit. Bilateral agreement expanded to include culture, education, and mineral exploration, with trade focusing on machinery and chemicals from South Africa and petrochemical products from Venezuela. On diplomatic alignment, the two nations aim to create a more equitable global order, often operating together with the G77 plus China and other multilateral fora. Energy and strategic cooperation. In 2008, President Hugo Chavez visited South Africa, aiming to bypass Western intermediaries and strengthen trade, including discussion for South African state oil company PetroSA to work in Venezuela. As a result of these economic sanctions, South African companies will find it difficult to conduct business, as the Venezuelan financial system is not part of the SWIFT system. In this regard, with hyperinflation, the expert communities and diplomats use bank based outside Venezuela. The ease of sanction in the aftermath of 3 January 2026 has led to the reopening of the market. On 26 to 29 October 2026, I think we're on the next slide. Venezuela will host the African Energy Chamber to invest in Venezuela as it reopens its energy sector for renewed international development. And we hope that South Africa will be represented, especially by the minister, to make use of these opportunities. In addition, Venezuela and South Africa intends to convene the business virtual seminar to provide an overview. As I said earlier on, this was supposed to have had that virtual seminar and was postponed due to the twin earthquake. I must also indicate that in May 2026, Black Business Council, represented by Dr. Ahmad Jamaluddin, signed an MOU with the state of Apure to supply semen for the bulls and also some seed, especially in the agricultural sector. And today, earlier on, we also met with the Minister of Agriculture, who wants to pursue that area of the agricultural sector. So in the cultural diplomacy, South Africa and Venezuela has made inroads in cooperation in the area of arts and culture. In 2023, a group of mural artists from Venezuela visited South Africa and painted murals in Gauteng, Limpopo, Free State, and KwaZulu-Natal. In 2024, South Africa was the guest country of honor at the Venezuela International Book Fair, known as Filven. 18 South African writers showcased their work and participated in the celebration of the 30 years of freedom, organizing also 30 seminars to be linked with the celebration of the 30 years. In 2025, South Africa was the guest country of honor at the Venezuela International Tourism Fair, where Brand South Africa and Brand Venezuela signed an MOU. And there was a huge interest in the South African products, especially the South African wine, which we found somewhere and then we showcased it at the fair. In 2026, during the celebration of Africa Week, Mr. Simphiwe Ngwenya, the founder of Mabuning, was invited and collaborated with the Venezuelan mural artists on a giant mural reflecting the South African culture, and an MOU was also signed. There's also a Nelson Mandela Museum in the province of Carabobo, and the province, that is the province with whereby the University of Carabobo conferred an honorary doctorate degree to President Mandela while he was still in prison. And on his release, in visiting Cuba, from Cuba, he came to Venezuela to receive that doctorate, honorary doctorate that was conferred to him. And since they then opened there is a museum there with all paraphernalia related to Mandela. On recommendations, the mission is working to revive the relations between South Africa Oil Company PetroSA, South African Oil Company PetroSA with Venezuela State Oil Company PDVSA for South Africa to assist with technology and its resources for refining crude oil in Venezuela. For energy security, the mission will encourage South African companies to consider extracting petroleum in Venezuela, transport it by sea to South Africa where it would be processed and distributed across the country. South Africa also to consider closer relations in the defense industry, which is needed a lot. The sharing of floor space with the Embassy of Italy poses a serious security threat, as I indicated earlier on. And as I said, that the SSA made this finding and the report was submitted, but nothing has happened. So we are not in a good space. And also being on the top floor with the earthquake, it showed the vulnerability of being in the high-rise building. So, and yeah, so that is about it. So if that can be a consideration for relocating, it would be welcome. As we experienced it was a terrible experience, Chairperson, I must say. On the consular services, the mission commitment, provisional, proactive, client-oriented consular services per local and international prescripts. The mission oversees Venezuela and Colombia citizens' welfare, providing essential support for South African citizens living, working, or traveling in the region. Extended accreditation on civic matters for South Africans are also for Colombia, St. Martin, Curacao, Aruba, and Bonaire. There's not much South African communities in Venezuela. There's about 8 registered on ROSA, but when we counted, there's about 18 in total. Many more, some are not are unregistered. On the voter registration, we achieved 100% registration, including the Venezuela, South Africans in Venezuela, including mission staff and spouses. Voting successfully conducted at the Chancery during the election time. Materials on logistical chain, materials security couried via the consular attaché route, Caracas, Panama, Sao Paulo, nearest direct flight hub to South Africa. On emergency assistance, management of arrest and deaths are managed well in the consular service. Documentation, legalization services and notary functions, emergency travel, issuance of emergency travel certificates for lost or stolen passports. Operational status, currently processing visa application received via DHL due to the embargoes. Application volume reflects the current prevailing local situation after the 3rd of January and also after the 24th of June. The mission's operations are prevailing effectively despite the uncertainty. So the visa issuance has been greatly affected by the twin earthquake of 24 June, but we do now and then process those that we can, and we have asked for assistance from neighboring missions to help us in issuing the visas. On the deployment status, there's 12 Dell desktops and 2 laptops received from head office to replace legacy HP units. The processing speed of these computers are significantly slower than the retired hardware. They have critically low storage and insufficient memory for normal daily operation. When you log in, you wait for about 2 hours before it can start operating if you are lucky. The current Cisco telephony system is faulty. New units have arrived but remain uninstalled. The mission is awaiting new Cisco hardware DERCO technician deployed to secure configuration. They were supposed to arrive from Chile, But unfortunately, as we indicated earlier on, that the airport is badly damaged. The hotels, especially where they're going to be, is badly damaged. It crumbled. And also the airport, the small airport that is being used is about 3 hours drive from Caracas. So they are transiting from Chile to Caracas became impossible. But we still hope and request that they should come to help us. Otherwise, it's like you're not at work sometimes. Constant DERCO system failures force officials to switch to local Wi-Fi to maintain productivity, which is a security breach risk, because use of non-secure Wi-Fi network for official business poses a serious risk to mission data integrity. Mobile reliance due to the non-functional Cisco system, staff are forced to use personal cell phones for official diplomatic communication. On the asset, the mission has successfully concluded its first biannual physical asset verification. The exercise was conducted with the objective of ensuring the existence, condition, and accuracy of the asset register. The commencement date was 9 February and completed on 27 February 2026. The final report was submitted to DG for review. All assets listed in the registry were physically located and tagged. On reconciliation, disparities between the physical count and the book records were negligible and have been adjusted. The condition, most assets remain in good working order and continue to support operational requirements. The mission has ICT asset disposal, absolute equipment needs to be disposed with a department disposal procedure. This project will be completed by the second quarter, pending formal approval. The budget is as it reflects there. Yes, I will not talk to it. It is there, and then, but as we know that the budget keeps on being reduced. So for goods and services and the program of the mission, it is mostly hampered by the budget itself. The support required to the mission in Caracas has no state-owned properties. As I spoke about the chancery and the disadvantage of being there and also being on the high rise. The other one is the issue of the official residence. We do not have an official residence, and something that we have raised earlier on. There's a huge demand for accommodation here. With the American opening, they are taking everything available. With the earthquake, it's very difficult to find accommodation. And we have been pleading that it would be better for DERCO to buy a permanent residence, because currently we pay 11,000. If you calculate 11,000 US dollars a month for 48 months, which is 4 years, it comes to 528,000 US dollars, which is about almost 9 million rand. And the selling price of a good residence here in upmarket areas is about 350 to 400,000. So it means every year we pay a bond for somebody, we buy a house for somebody, and so there is no saving. But if you can buy and then we use a quarter of what we are paying for maintenance on a monthly basis or half yearly, we would be saving a lot. So the mission, if I continue, that they do not have state-owned properties. And then secondly, the mission received rental norms with effect from 25 November 2024. These norms do not reflect the dollarization of the Venezuelan real estate market. So they really, they just don't conform. There's no way you can find anything that is based on the norms that have been issued by head office. Support to review Caracas rental norm is requested to align housing thresholds with the 2026 market realities and security requirements. The current law norm approved for leasing forces staff to borderlines. Truly speaking, what you can find is something in downtown or Marabastad, if I can call it that lack the security infrastructure required for diplomatic personnel. Landlords refuse to enter into contracts for leasing with low norms. And adequate housing is not a luxury, it is a fundamental tool for mission productivity and safety. And one has to also request that all the missions, they must not be generalized and painted with the same brush, because when it comes to Venezuela and Cuba, they are totally different, and yet we're supposed to operate the same as in Washington and other, So I think we need that to be brought to your attention. I will quickly go through the Colombia one, Chair, as you indicated, I won't be long. That on the 21st of June, Colombia held presidential elections. Colombia is entering a new phase with immediate questions of how the president-elect who will be inaugurated on Friday. And we only received the invitation today for the inauguration, and there's a whole lot of administration that goes with that. So it doesn't look like we'll be able to attend the inauguration on Friday. The new president has announced the tectonic foreign policy shift that marks the reshaping of bilateral relations between South Africa and Colombia in the next 4 years, which include closing the South African embassy in Pretoria. Under President Petro administration, South Africa and Colombia maintained constructive bilateral relations, and South Africa considers Colombia as an important partner in Latin America with scope to deepen bilateral and multilateral cooperation for mutual benefits, shared African heritage, democratic values, respect for human rights, and commitment. Sorry, Chair. In 2015, South Africa and Colombia, they signed an MOU on the establishment of political consultation, and bilateral engagement was further advanced by the official visit by the Vice President Marques to South Africa in May 2023, accompanied by Minister of Culture, Deputy Ministers responsible for higher education and tourism, and a delegation of business and sector stakeholders from education, science, technology, innovation, and arts and culture. Deputy Minister Botes and his Colombian counterpart, then Deputy Minister Rosa Yolanda Villavicencio, convened the inaugural session of the political consultation mechanism in Bogota, Colombia on 7 July 2025. Sectoral engagement between various South African departments and their Colombian counterparts took place from the 7th to the 9th of July 2025. An outward selling mission facilitated by DTIC, comprising 14 South African small and medium-sized enterprises focusing on mining, capital equipment, agro-processing and agrochemical, packaged foods and beverages, and sustainable water and waste solution, accompanied the delegation to Colombia. At the conclusion of the political consultation, the two countries agreed to prioritize cooperation in the following areas: arts, culture, sport, education, science and innovation, youth and women development, trade and investment, small business development, and defense, trade and technical cooperation. Colombia views South Africa as a primary market and a strategic hub and gateway to Africa. The Department of Trade and Industry and Competition has identified Colombia as an important high-growth market for the following South African products: automotive parts, components and accessories, capital mining equipment and machinery, wine, 100% fruit juice, sauces and spices, cosmetic containing indigenous plants like rooibos and moringa, chemicals, renewable energy and green technologies, plastic and metal, defense and defense-related industries, education services, tourism services, and transport services. Continued and sustained economic and commercial diplomacy with Colombia remains important to enhance two-way trade, broaden trade close and address the trade balance. And those are the imports and export. Chair, I will not go through them due to the limited time you have. They are legal instruments. There's a text of the agreement on the waiver, visa waiver for diplomatic and official passport holders that is being agreed by both sides and awaiting the signing of the presidential minute. There are those legal instruments, Chair, that are there on an MOU on cooperation, arts and culture, cooperation in sport, cooperation in trade, pro-Colombia and Invest SA, ARF and APC, cooperation between respective diplomatic academies, and cooperation on women empowerment, youth development, and inclusion of persons with disabilities. The June 2025, Colombia joined the new development bank. Chair is there, and however, on 16 June 2026, the Colombian president-elect Abelardo de la Espriella confirmed that after taking office on Friday, he will re-establish the historic alliance with Israel, which includes the opening of the embassy in Jerusalem. And I must hasten to also say that in April, Colombia, in 2024, you know, Colombia had filed a declaration of intervention under Article 63 of the ICG statute. And in May 24, Colombia reserved severe diplomatic relations with Israel, and on 7 June 2025, opened an embassy in Ramallah in solidarity with the Palestinian people. And you must know also that South Africa and Colombia serve as co-chairs of the Hague Group. So the roadmap agreement entails that Colombia will resume a serious and responsible position in the international stage, including the United Nations system, including withdraw its intervention in the case promoted by South Africa against Israel before the International Court of Justice. The Colombia elected as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council for 26-27. This membership provides an opportunity to strengthen cooperation and exchange on issues of mutual interest, including women, peace, security agenda, UN Security Council reform, conflict prevention, peace building, and post-conflict construction. Colombia is also a member of AU. There's a cooperation between the UN and regional organizations such as the AU and CELAC. It's also a member of the Uniting for Consensus group within the United Nations. The group supports expansion only on the non-permanent category and opposes text-based negotiation. It is anticipated that South-South solidarity, which focuses on mutual support in multilateral organization, reform of global governance, and alignment with frameworks like African Union's agenda, will be de-emphasized under the new administration. Further, a shift away from active anti-Israel alignment and expanded African outreach pursued by outgoing President Gustavo Petro will impact on future collaborative momentum with South Africa. And with South Africa will be a thing of the past. Incumbent President Gustavo, a former leftist guerrilla, was barred from running for election. His presidency has been marred by corruption scandal and faltering efforts to implement the terms of the historic 2016 peace agreement to end Colombia's half-century-long civil war with Marxist revolution. We must also indicate that it was a left government that came after 200 years of the right-wing governance in Colombia. So the president-elect who won elections on 21 June by 1%, defeating Ivan Cepeda, the candidate preferred by outgoing former President Gustavo, who rejected the legitimacy of the incumbent leader's victory at the polls. President-elect on social media spoke of the closure of 14 Colombian embassies, including South Africa and Ethiopia, and Ghana and Senegal, as well as cutting diplomatic relations with Cuba and Nicaragua, but will open an embassy in Nigeria and will retain embassies in Egypt, Morocco, and Kenya. He has expressed support for closer alignment with the United States under President Trump, who also endorsed him as the candidate of choice. Colombia remains an important partner for South Africa in the region where political dynamics are evolving, including the context of U.S. Strategic posture towards Latin America and the Caribbean. Colombia will serve as a UN Security Council member, as I indicated. Exactly what the fallout will be between South Africa and Colombia relation, it is too early to say. But it is obvious that naked US bullying is very popular in Latin America. And indeed, far beyond Latin America, it is having a profound impact on South Africa and Colombia bilateral relations. Colombia still offers economic diplomacy opportunities in the identified sectors that we have indicated earlier on. It is further home to the third largest diaspora in the Latin American region, and advances for closer cooperation between Africa and Latin America were made during the term of President Petro, including the hosting of CELAC Africa High Level Forum in March 2026. Lastly, Chair, on key issues such as political stability in Venezuela and the need to address transitional criminal activities in the Latin America region, including illegal migration and drug trafficking, Colombia and the United States appear to agree on the ends they seek, even if they differ on how to reach these ends. President Trump obviously favors a more aggressive approach on transnational crime, including the use of military force and restarting the aerial eradication of Colombian coca crops. President-elect understands and is in alignment with the U.S. approach to achieve these goals. The President-elect further announced that Colombia will join the Shield of America initiatives and the office to be situated in Medellin, not in Bogota. He further indicated that he would construct similar mega prisons and will make a hardliner stance on dealing with crime as President Bukele of El Salvador. Additionally, Colombia should want the U.S. effort in Venezuela to be a success in managing Venezuela's domestic and foreign policy. It appears that the meaning of President Trump's claim that the United States will run Venezuela resonates well with President-elect of Colombia, since the U.S. control of Venezuela would result in Venezuela becoming a stable partner in the region. Chair, I would like to thank the business unit and the desk for their support and guidance on issues that relate to our mission. Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm sorry that I took more than 15 minutes, but I tried. Kilikilera, edit.
Okay, yes, no. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Maseko. Is the
Okay.
Sao Paulo.
And yeah, just turn your video on.
I'm just sorry I didn't put my video on. You ask kiss.
CJ, you can commence your presentation while.
Okay, am I audible?
Yeah, you are very audible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've moved to my colleague's laptop. I think there was a problem with the mic on my laptop.
And we can see.
You can see me now, so there's proof of life. Honorable Chair and honorable members, thank you for your indulgence. I realize that I'm standing between you and your bed, which is a dangerous place to be. But so I will try to be brief. I would like to take this opportunity as well to recognize the presence of our Consul General Designate, Ms. Roletta Lebello, who is on this platform. She is in the process of finalizing her preparations to join us here in Sao Paulo very, very shortly. So we look forward to welcoming CG Lebello one of these days very soon. I'd like to also thank Ambassador Mavimbela for his very comprehensive presentation on the state of South Africa-Brazil bilateral relations and really contextualizing the importance of this strategic partner for South Africa. If we can just move to the next slide.
Thank you, Lara. So the mission in Sao Paulo, as Ambassador Mavimbela indicated, is located in the southeast of the country of Brazil. We are responsible for 5 of the federal states, including the state of Sao Paulo. It's both a city and a state. If Sao Paulo were to become an independent country, it would have one of the top 25 GDPs in the world. It generates anything between 30 and 34% of Brazil's total GDP. So that tells you just how important the state of Sao Paulo is to the national economy of Brazil as a whole. We are also responsible for the states of Paraná, Santa Catarina, Rio Grande do Sul, and Rio de Janeiro, which is really the economic hub of the Federal Republic of Brazil. Next slide, thank you. So yeah, you can skip that as well. That just outlines further in detail about the states that we are responsible for. You can skip the next couple slides, as well. One thing which I need to bring to the Portfolio Committee's attention is that we do not currently have any honorary consuls in the 4 other states that this mission is responsible for. Due to budget constraints, we are also not able to visit these states as often as we would like. And some of these states are very important to South Africa. So we need to find a solution there, and it's something which we will be attending to, is the appointment of the honorary consuls. Laura, if you could just go back maybe to the slides showing the trade balance between South Africa and Brazil. Thank you. Yes, so that's what Ambassador Mavimbela was alluding to, was the trade imbalance between our 2 countries. And I do further unpack that in the following slides, which you can look at later. It basically shows the products that South Africa and Brazil trade between them. I read in the Business Day yesterday that South Africa is now one of the top 10 trading partners, destinations for chicken. So we've climbed up in the ranks of chicken consumers for Brazilian chicken. Yes, stop on that slide because that's important. We have an outward selling mission to Brazil and Chile from the 11th to the 25th of August. Ambassador Manu Mangene spoke about the Chile part of this OSM. The delegation will be starting here in Sao Paulo. There are 8 companies on mining and mining equipment. They will be proceeding directly to the state of Minas Gerais and the city there, Belo Horizonte, which is the capital, the mining capital of Brazil. 3 defense and capital equipment companies will also be joining the delegation, but they stay here in Sao Paulo, and they will be attending a very important big defense and security fair, COP International, here in Sao Paulo. They will also be undertaking visits to the very impressive facility of Embraer, the Brazilian aerospace company, which is on the outskirts of Sao Paulo. DTIC and this mission are in the process of finalizing the program. But as you can see there, the targeted sectors are defense and aerospace, mining and capital equipment, which speaks to one of the outcomes of the state visit earlier this year, where the 2 presidents identified these sectors as being strategic for deepening the cooperation between South Africa and Brazil. We can maybe continue. Thank you, Laura. Next slide. And there I mentioned the products between South Africa and Brazil. So we import poultry, tractors, and then agricultural products from Brazil mainly. And we export platinum, precious metals, coal and anthracite mainly to Brazil. So the trade deficit, as Ambassador Mavimbela alluded to, is very much in Brazil's favor. And the challenge to the 2 missions in Brazil is how to narrow that gap. And I think market intelligence plays a very important role, where South Africa can identify niche products that can also be beneficiated instead of just exporting raw products all the time. Thank you. Every country in the world has a tariff regime. South Africa is no exception. This just illustrates very quickly the tariffs that South Africa applied to Brazilian imports. And on the right-hand side, the tariffs that Brazil applied to South African imports. So there you can see, for instance, on coal and the anthracite is 0%. They have a car industry. They produce automobiles, which is why tariffs on South African motor vehicles is 33.8%. But on other products, it's usually anything between 5 and 8%. Let's continue. Something which maybe I should mention before we talk about people-to-people interactions is that the SACU-Mercosur preferential trade agreement will hopefully address some of the tariff barriers. Discussions are underway between Brazil and the DTIC about the implementation of the preferential trade agreement. This is a mechanism which should hopefully unlock a lot of the barriers to trade that we are currently experiencing. So when it comes to people-to-people interaction or engagement between South Africa and Brazil, I can say that it's both multi-sectoral and multifaceted. There have been a huge number of exchanges in the field of culture, sports, arts, and tourism, also especially in education. I'm not going to go into any great detail about it now. The members can look at that later. But definitely there is huge scope for deepening that cooperation between our two countries, especially when it comes to student exchanges and in the field of academia. I feel like that's a space where we can still do much more. Can we move to the next slide? Yeah, you can continue. And then when it comes to tourism, this is a huge market for South Africa. Brazil is now the 9th largest overseas source market. And the big news at the beginning of July was the introduction of direct flights between Sao Paulo and Cape Town by LATAM, the big South American airline. This is in addition to existing routes. So South African Airways flies twice a week from Johannesburg to Sao Paulo, and also twice weekly from Cape Town to Sao Paulo. LATAM already had established a route from Sao Paulo to Johannesburg 3 times a week, and at the beginning of July introduced the route to Cape Town. So that's now taking place thrice a week as well. This is a very welcome development, honorable members, because of course direct routes encourages greater tourist arrivals, and the Brazilian market is definitely an untapped one. This mission is in the process of exploring greater opportunities to promote tourist arrivals to South Africa. We are fortunate to have an SAA office here in Sao Paulo, as well as SA Tourism has representatives in Sao Paulo. So we have very good partnerships here, which we are hoping to leverage to increase those tourist arrivals. However, it has to be said, and Ambassador Mavimbela alluded to this in his presentation, that these direct routes between South Africa and Brazil don't just facilitate tourist arrivals, they also facilitate the movement of illicit narcotics as well as human trafficking. And at the mission here in Sao Paulo, we are experiencing a major challenge in terms of finding South Africans who have either been arrested and charged with committing serious offenses, who have been victims of scam and have been lured to Brazil under false pretenses, and that's something which I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Kluter, who is the consul administration, to speak about when we come to the consular issues, which is, I think, the following slide, Laura. Now you can skip the MOUs, we've covered that already. So yeah, so here under consular services, and I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Kluter, to go into greater detail about this, about the status of our distressed South Africans and also the prisoners here.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Just to indicate to the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, proof of life from Sao Paulo. I will continue with our presentation from Sao Paulo. On the consular service, we are quite busy and hectic times here with regards to consular services. As you see on the slide, we've got a broad range of consular services, and most of these are actually, the emphasis thereof is on the detainees. And most of these are actually, as Mr. Reid has said, are coming through the routes to Sao Paulo or from Sao Paulo, but mostly to Sao Paulo, where they then get caught with these illegal substances. Now, this brings us to, the consular services for the mission, which then ultimately means that we need to do a mission visits and all of that, the administration that comes with the consular services. And it becomes, a task on its own, because now we need to do prison visits, we need to do welfare monitoring, we need to liaise with families, and all that. You will see that we are flighting to say that there's about 154 prisoners here. And I just need to say that in terms of prisoners in Sao Paulo or in Brazil, for instance, they do have 3 regimes that they operate on in terms of sentencing. One of being the closed regime, you've got semi-open regime, and you've got open regime. So with the closed regime, it's usually where the prisoner serves the sentence in a medium or maximum security facility, prison. Then you've got semi-open, which is what is commonly known here as semi-aberto. And this is where the prisoner may work or study outside during the day and returns to the institution at night. And then we've got aberto, where the legal basis is that the prisoner is considered sufficiently rehabilitated to serve the remainder of their sentence through self-discipline and responsibility. Now, what happens sometimes is that the families of these prisoners get confused with there's a misunderstanding between the semi-aberto and the aberto, which means they think that the person has been released, but that is legally not the case. It ultimately means that they remain sentenced offenders serving the balance of the punishment under a less restrictive regime. And this is where we see most of them getting in touch then with the consulate in Sao Paulo, getting in touch through us with the families, and try to get facilitated in terms of shelters and all that. However, with the challenges on this is that obviously there's limited budget that restricts prison visits, and then also the geographical dispersion of detention facilities that increase, operational costs. That is it on consular services in a nutshell. If we move to the next one, we are very busy on the immigration side as well. We are fortunate to have a Department of Home Affairs official here. We've just, compiled this slide to indicate in terms of the visas that we issue, and this is 24-25 versus the 25-26 financial here. And you will see that if you look at this, we issue about 50 to 54 visas per month across the various categories. But what is interesting here is the fact that the short-term work visa, section 11.2, has been on the rise. If you can see, 108 from 24-25 increased to 308 for the 25-26 year. And this is a growing trend. And for us, it is an indication of growing economic engagement and skills transfer with a strong emphasis on technical expertise to support the key sectors of the South African economy. So it's going well at the moment. The only challenge that we have is that the visa printer has broken down. We had to send it via DIPAC to South Africa. So in the meantime, the mission is still issuing visas, but we're doing so handwritten visas. Next slide, please. In terms of mission staff establishment, focusing here on transferred staff, as Mr. Reid has said, we are awaiting the arrival of Ms. Libelo, who will be here soon. We have 4 other transferred officials, which is the Consul Political, Mr. Eden Reid. It is myself, being the Consul Administration. We've got a Vice Consul Administration, and then we've got the Consul for Civic and Immigration from the Department of Home Affairs. We do have a consul economic post, which is from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, which that has been vacant since December 2019, and the subs consul as well, vacant since August 2023. Given the rise of the drug-related offenses that's happening here, and also Ambassador Mavimbela spoke about it earlier in terms of the great assistance that the subs official rendered here in Sao Paulo. It really assisted. It also assisted with the communication between the mission and the authorities when the subs official was here. So moving to the next slide, we are talking about the critical vacancies, and we are focusing on those 2 specific, because what happens now is we only have 1 political official who is currently also doing the work of economic diplomacy, and as a result, that arrangement is not sustainable because it places considerable strain on the mission operations, hence the critical nature of the consul economic. We've spoken about the subs post. Ambassador Mavimbela has said it. In terms of the law enforcement capabilities that complements the diplomatic and consular work through all that is listed there, it makes this post also critical in that sense. Next slide. Moving on to a locally recruited personnel. This is what our establishment currently looks like. We've got the social secretary. You will see all of or most of the posts are filled. The assistant immigration clerk has resigned earlier this year. We've advertised the post, and we've received approval to advertise the post, and hopefully it has been advertised. Hopefully we will be able to appoint somebody in that post soon. On this one, while we're at the locally recruited personnel, Honorable Chair and honorable members, is the legal case that Ambassador Mavimbela spoke about. And it is a great concern for the mission for the consulate in Sao Paulo as well, because obviously it's hampering the operations that we have. This case has been dragging since 2017. So it has been about 9 years now. As Ambassador Mavimbela has indicated, the local currency bank account has been frozen. Not frozen, there's a judicial blockage. So the account is not frozen, but money that comes in are obviously channeled elsewhere. It's sort of recovered for the amount that has been determined by the courts that is due to the former employee. The mission has, in the meantime, earlier today, received a legal opinion from our Office of the Chief State Law Advisor that is now also, recommending that we get a local lawyer to deal with the case. And because the case has been dragging on for so long, we are now at an execution phase, which means that options are very limited. So we basically at a stage where we either settle the amount that has been communicated through the courts, or we try to negotiate with the former employee and their representative to reduce the settlement, which is, according to law, allowed. We can, and then the other concern is we know that with the embassy in Brasilia, I mean, it's a fully operational mission, so the interim arrangement by them paying bills on our behalf is obviously not sustainable, and it causes strain, and we need to be very careful in terms of the sort of dumping additional responsibilities on locally recruited staff because of such reasons. We are where we are because of there's the allegations that this person has been given duties outside and the hours and all that. So we have to avoid that. So not sustainable because it adds to the workload of the mission itself. And at times, the payments gets delayed for us as well. And in Brazil, any delay in payment ultimately result in penalties being imposed for late payment, while also accruing interest charges on it on a daily basis until the bill gets ultimately paid, which in turns is then fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And next slide, please. Corporate services, governance and audit. In a nutshell, this is what we have under financial management. As with all the other missions, baselines are reduced on an annual basis. However, we try, expenditure remains within the approved budget allocations. At the moment, we are doing some refurbishment at the state-owned residence, and I'll speak about the state-owned properties and for Sao Paulo in a minute, in preparation for the arrival of Ms. Lebello. And then there we're also mentioning the judicial blockage of the consulate's local currency bank account. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to transact in the dollar account because of the exchange rate, and we've also checked with the bank, so that is not allowed. And also, if we could, it would signal that we are sort of sidestepping the responsibility of dealing with the issue at hand. The mission haven't been audited in recent years. Since I came, I've been informed that they were supposed to come last year, but because there was a lot happening in Brazil and the then CG was also at the time basically on a way out, so it has been postponed, and we will hear when the next audit will be arranged for this side. So as a risk management and compliance, that banking restriction remain an operational risk. And we are doing very well in terms of performance information management. We are fully compliant on those. Challenges that require intervention, we spoke about the filling of the posts that needs to be done because the current arrangement or the current situation where the consul political in particular have to cover for both portfolios is definitely not sustainable, and it's impacting on the service delivery. Next slide. ICT modernization. The colleague from ICT was here. Work was done. Our computers are much faster. Advocate Maseko said that, it takes 2 hours for the computer to start up. I think we've passed that stage. It's much better. The only challenge here, I would say, is not really a challenge, more recommendation for this ICT modernization project is that in terms of deploying, it's either 2 colleagues go to a mission to assist each other, or if one person goes, that period of 7 days doesn't seem to be sufficient as work is done in a very rushed way to do so, to get everything up and running. It is now fairly new, so we will see how it goes, but so far so good. We are moving forward with the times. Next slide. State-owned properties, we've got 2, the Chancery and the official residence. Both of these properties are currently in good condition and remain fully functional. As we said, we are doing minor refurbishments at the state-owned department which is the official residence. The lease properties that we have is staff accommodation. Recently it was two. One started now on the 1st of August. We've recently, with Mr. Reed's recent arrival, we have now also done some market research, and we have submitted a lease application for lease accommodation for Mr. Reed. Here we also have to say, as some of the other missions have already indicated, the revised rental norms that was approved in 2024 at this stage does not seem to be very market realistic. So it is quite a battle to get accommodation within that rental norm. So perhaps it is something that will have to be reconsidered. In terms of asset management, we've got two vehicles, one official vehicle for the CG, and then we've got the service vehicle. The CG's vehicle was bought in 2018, while the service vehicle was bought in 2015. I think they still both good. It's just, your normal regular maintenance that needs to be done. We've done well on our asset register. We've also achieved earlier this year, in the recent asset verification, 100% on that as well. We are currently busy with disposal of assets, as we've received approval recently to do so. So overall, the mission's assets are generally in good condition and fully utilized. In terms of maintenance, it becomes very important, especially in terms of our state-owned properties, is that we really need to push on the preventative maintenance, across the property portfolio in order to ensure that our properties are maintaining its value or increase in value and avoid deterioration at the same time. Next slide. This is the building where we are, which we own. We are on the 12th floor in Edificio Grande Avenida in the Great Avenida Paulista. We are on the 12th floor, which is our property. So we just thought to share a few photos with the honorable members to show that there is, a touch of Africa and South Africa here on the 12th floor. Next slide. The official residence is about 30 to 45 minutes away from the Chancery and from where, where things happen in Avenida Paulista from the Chancery. It is situated on the 22nd floor, and it is in a golf estate. And this is some of the pictures that we currently have of, what it looks like and what it looks like now inside. And it will be ready when Ms. Lebello is making her way through here, through to Sao Paulo. Next slide. This is just challenges that we've put to highlight, especially in terms of, and I think we've touched on that as well in terms of, the consular, the trade and investment portfolios, which ultimately goes back to, the subs and the DTIC colleagues that needs to be here. Here we are talking about the direct flights that increases transnational crime incidents, which basically is the narcotics and human trafficking. And we also have to highlight that there's a persistent silo-based approach continues to hinder coordination despite repeated efforts to address the issue. And as a result, the effective implementation of strategic priorities remains limited with insufficient support provided to missions. The next slide will be the last slide before the thank you slide. It's just a continuation of the challenges. It's some of these would be, the engagement challenges, and this was done because we are in Sao Paulo. Many flights, the GRU airport is the gateway to Latin America, so we do get a lot of delegations that come via here. We also have a lot of delegations that not only transit through here, but They have visiting delegations that come here, but what we find is that sometimes delegations arrive late or they are inadequately prepared. What we find is that coordination is not done. There's a lack of continuity where commitments are made during visits frequently, but there's no structure in the follow-up of these sustained engagements. And then just the pattern of visits, these challenges are particularly evident in periods preceding national and local elections. So these are some of the challenges that we are experiencing here at the mission in Sao Paulo. But other than that, we are moving forward and we are pushing the agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klute. Thanks very much. This was our last report, honorable members. Just before we come to you, at the beginning, he will designate someone from DERCO to just respond to the issues of IT briefly.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, DG Excellencies, and all our missions which are part of this briefing. I will be very brief, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. What we will do is to forward an update to the Portfolio Committee on matters of ICT to just provide the committee with where we are now in terms of progress in implementing all of these projects. What pleases us is that in this meeting, honorable members, you've been able to hear from the missions themselves feedback that we have definitely turned the corner. We're dealing with a legacy issue. The DERCO ICT environment has been left unattended to for many years. And I do think in the manner that the projects were staggered, the cart was put before the horse. So these interruptions and teething problems were expected because we're changing wheels on a car that is in motion. For example, Honorable Chair, and I'll be very brief, laptops were bought before the network was upgraded. What then happened is that you had this slow network that missions were experiencing because the RAM needed to be upgraded. Following the Portfolio Committee's oversight to African missions, in particular in Zambia, we then dispatched teams to all our missions to upgrade the RAM. This is why you're getting feedback today that the speed problem has been resolved, connectivity has improved, and life is better. The one thing I thought we needed to clarify before I hand back to you, Chair, is this issue regarding visas and printers, where missions are having to now resort to manual way of processing and issuing visas. This is not a DERCO problem. DERCO has upgraded its system. Home Affairs needs to do the same. We've created a forum where we meet with them. They're aware of this issue and they are saying they're working on it. So when printers to print visas break down, it's not DERCO that needs to replace them. It's Home Affairs. I do know it's been a topical issue in the Portfolio Committee as part of doing your work, Excellencies, but we need to clarify that we are in communication with our counterpart at Home Affairs. This is something they need to attend to. But by and large, the other issue, perhaps just to confirm, Caracas was meant to be visited earlier. Because of the earthquake, the team is not able to travel. Mexico also, the team was ready to go before the World Cup. They were told to wait because the team at the mission was busy with the World Cup and receiving delegations. So there's an explanation to the missions that are still experiencing issues as to why they've not been assisted. It's not because we're not ready to do that. But by and large, just to confirm, honorable members, that we've certainly resolved the issue related to ICT. We don't think we still have a problem. We will forward the report, which will show you what the picture looks like as of today. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Andisa, is the
She's
chair
still
having
there.
connection problems?
Chairperson is still online, Ms. Mosala. I'll just quickly give him a call and check.
I lost connectivity
Thank you.
for a while, but I did hear about Clayson. About to talk about the problem in Venezuela, where the visit was supposed to be undertaken. There's been great improvement. That and
I think you're cutting, Chair.
Get a full report of the I'm cutting. I'm not audible.
It seems to your signal, it's like it's low, Chairperson. You are in and out of signal.
It requires intervention from ICT DERCO. Okay, but what I was saying is that it's fine. We'll wait for that report. If it can come next week, at least before the end of next week, Clayson. Honorable members, we at least we are done before the next day. We finish this report today. This accountability report. Is there anyone who wants to say anything? I thought the reports were self-explanatory. Okay. It means honorable members are happy with the reports that were presented. At this stage, to thank the Minister for leading to come and account to the follow committee, and to thank the DG, though in the process went to the doctor and became sick. He became sick and went to the doctor, and I released him from the meeting around 4 o'clock. We also want to thank the rest of the team from DERCO, our missions, all of you, ambassadors, consulate generals, the staff in their offices, the amount of energy and time you invested in preparing for this interaction is very important for DERCO and ourselves. So we applaud you and salute you for that. We've taken the recommendations and we're going to consolidate them into a report, which the committee will discuss, adopt, and table in Parliament. I want to thank the patience of the honorable members, especially those who were in meetings earlier on around 9 in the morning, for staying on until midnight today, because it's almost midnight now. And we want to thank all of you from different missions once more for responding to this call from the Portfolio Committee. The staff from the Portfolio Committee, Parliament, thanks for ensuring that there's seamless interaction here today. And we really want to also thank the media of Parliament for ensuring the streamlining of the proceedings here today. Be that as it may, honorable members, this is how we come to the end of this interaction today of mandate and accountability between us and DERCO, and the meeting stands adjourned. Thank you very much. Enjoy your night, enjoy your afternoon. Those who are in the afternoon. Thank
you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Sure.
Chair.